Hey, Sunday morning, 10:56 in the AM here. August the 8th, 2021, the historic August the 8th. It's Sunday morning here. And today we're going to have a marathon of classic episodes of the Grottu Orloff show. So I'm just going to be running them for the next several hours, and you can hang out, watch, tune in, whatever you want. It's going to be kind of like a Jerry Lewis telethon or something. Except we're not raising any money. Just something, just putting it on, just something I can listen to while I'm driving. We already have a comment? Holy smoke. Oh, Gotham City Comics is here. Good morning, Gotham City Comics. So, episode 443. And with no further ado, let's get the screen sharing going. And because I haven't watched these episodes since they were first aired on the Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network. So let's see what was going on. We'll start about 6 months ago, something like that. Went through what was going on back in the good old groovy days. Come on. There we go. All right, now we have full screen. Let me rewind. This was a particularly wonderful episode. This is when Biden first declared victory. So let's share this historic moment together, shall we? Didn't want to set up the lighting system, so I'm using this lantern. I gotta go. I gotta get my wife and I breakfast. Gotta get me some grub. So we'll put Hugo in charge for today's episode. No offense to those of you that voted for Joe Biden, all four of you. I'll be back later.
Support of Jill and my son Hunter and Ashley, my daughter, and all our grandchildren and their spouses and all our family. They're my heart. Jill mom, a military mom, an educator. She has dedicated her life to education. But teaching isn't just what she does, it's who she is. For American educators, it's a great day for you all. You're going to have one of your own in the White House. And Jill's going to make a great first lady. I'm so proud of her. I'll have the honor of serving as fantastic vice president you just heard from Kamala Harris. It makes history as the first woman, first black woman, the first woman from South Asian descent, the first daughter of an immigrant in this country. It's not possible. It's long overdue. And we're reminded tonight of those who fought so hard for so many years to make this happen. Once again, is bent the arc of the moral universe more toward justice. Look at it out. Your family. And a couple of there's no way out. All those of you volunteered and worked the polls during this pandemic. Local elected officials, you deserve a special. And my campaign team and all the volunteers and all who gave
Dr. Grottu Orloff here. It's November 9th, 2020. Interesting times we're living in. Now, my wife told me this morning that apparently there are people, warriors, fighting over the timeline right now. She said that if you were to pick up your cell phone last night and say, "Hey Siri, who's the president of the United States?" Siri would answer back, Kamala Harris, however you pronounce it. And now it's saying Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is still the president until January, which not many people realize that because we have a very uneducated population, unfortunately. It's very clear to anyone that really pays attention and kind of watches things, or just really anyone, that this election was not honest. Now, I don't think many people voted for Biden. I think there were a lot of people that voted against Trump, but I don't think there were many people excited about Biden. But anyway, at this point, according to the media, even though no state has certified their results, he's now the president, or president-elect, rather. So, you would think that all these 70 million or whatever people that voted for Trump, you would think that there'd be cities in flame, but that's just apparently not how Republicans work. If Biden had quote unquote lost shit, then I think you would be seeing a lot of destruction and tantrums, and it just seems like Republicans seem to be handling it more intelligently. But turn on some lights. Forgive me for my unprofessionalism. Now, Trump, I've been aware of since I was a kid. I mean, and I'm 55, so he's been on the front of tabloids and People magazine since these magazines, forever. And yeah, you know, he went from one wife to another, and he was always, you know, and I was aware of this guy, and I didn't really think much of him. I just thought his hair was silly, and yeah, he builds a lot of buildings, and he's very, you know, just was one of these celebrities that you don't really care about, like Kim Kardashian. I don't even know who the heck that is. I think it's a daughter or granddaughter of a famous lawyer that represented O.J. Simpson, and she's got like big boobs and an ass, and she's famous for that. Some reality show. I don't even know. But Donald Trump is famous, but so I didn't know much about him. I knew he put out books, and even he had a game. I think there was a game, Donald Trump game you could play. And I didn't know much about him, but you know, I grew to like his sense of humor and his intelligence during the campaign. And it's like everyone that you hated, the media, all the assholes, all seemed to hate him. So even though, yeah, he was obnoxious in many ways, it's like if so many of your enemies hate this guy, then maybe he's on the right side. Even though I knew he wasn't morally pure necessarily and all that. Well, the debates he had with the other Republicans and then against Hillary Clinton were hilarious. And I've been a fan of his during his presidency. I mean, I guess you can figure that out by watching these videos. But I'm not screaming and doing TikTok videos. You better fix this. I'm having a nervous breakdown. You know, that they did back in 2016. So, at this stage, there's a bunch of lawsuits that were being filed today about all these dead people voting. And really, honestly, my first suspicion when this, like, they tried to impeach Trump because he was trying to get to the bottom of what had been going on with Biden and his son in their corruption while he was vice president with Ukraine. He had his son go in as the bag man, and even though he knew nothing about the oil industry, he got in with this Ukrainian oil company and was getting millions and millions of dollars from them. And then when the Ukrainian government started investigating this very corrupt oil company, Biden said, "You're not getting that $1 billion that the United States promised unless you fire that prosecutor that's investigating this oil company." And they said, "You can't do that. You're not the president." He says, "Really? Watch me. I'm leaving in 6 hours. You better get that guy fired." He said this on camera. And so they fired him. And he's like, "Ha ha ha, son of a bitch, I'm sure I'm powerful." He says this to the whole crowd. So he's admitting that he was using his influence. And so when Trump gets elected and talks to the new president of the Ukraine, a young guy that's there to root out corruption, they said, "Well, Trump's threatening this guy, and he's looking into his future opponent for president. And so we got to impeach the guy." And it turns out that Trump had recorded the whole call, and it was just a natural suspicion what was going on. Anyway, so try to impeach him. The impeachment fails, and almost within hours of the impeachment failing, there's a virus coming from a lab that where Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates all had financial ties to this lab. And it escapes from a lab. Oh no, it was someone actually eating a bat. No, wait, it came from a lab. in this big lab in this town of Wuhan. And then if any Chinese tried to leave Wuhan and get into the rest of China, well, they would kill them or they would not let them leave. But you could leave the country, but you can't leave and infect the rest of China. So the people spread out. And Trump stopped travel from China pretty quickly. And then he was insulted by Biden. He said, "You're xenophobic, you're racist, not letting Chinese come over." Now, so all of a sudden we have to wear these masks, and it's this big, everyone's going to die scenario. But, it's like we've got to use paper mail-in votes, because if people go to vote, they're going to get infected. And they pushed it We've got to have mail-in votes, even though obviously they're very susceptible to it. And you don't have to sign them. You don't have to do it. So apparently that's where the problem is. Anyway, this is probably going to go to the Supreme Court. Hope we'll see what happens. Either Trump will become president if the Supreme Court realizes that there's that, because honestly, how could Biden have had more votes than any other president ever? John F. Kennedy, all the presidents that you imagine. I know there's more people now, but was he really that popular that many people went out? Or a lot of dead people rising from the graves to vote, and a lot of people voting 30, 40, 100 times. It'll be figured out, hopefully. Now, if they take this away after he's already come out and given his victory speech Saturday, well, there's going to be riots in cities. It's going to be worse than anything you could imagine. And Trump's not going to really be able to do anything during his presidency, because we're going to have a divided nation. But in all honesty, Biden's not going to, if all that does not work and Biden's our president the next 4 years, he's going to be able to do a lot of horrible things. He's not going to be able to do everything, because they still have a Republican Senate that can stop him. But he is his son. What he would do is he said, we're only going to tax people that make over $400,000. You have my word on that. He says, I don't know about those people that make more than $400,000. I've never made more than $400,000 in a year. I know, that's not true, but it's all off the records, because what would happen is the Chinese government would give millions or billions of dollars. Russia, the wife of the mayor of Russia, would give millions to his son Hunter. The Ukraine would give millions to him, and then Hunter would disseminate the money throughout the whole family. They would all get a paycheck from Hunter, and then he'd give 10% or 40%, whatever it is, to the big guy, his dad. And then what he would do is, his real role, even though he was a lawyer, he didn't really he's just mainly out there smoking crack and having more, being Energizer Bunny, James Bond, screwing everything that has two legs, all on video, which you can see on Parler, but most of the YouTube, all the social media will not allow links to that. So most people weren't aware of it and voted without knowing of this. Anyway, so Hunter Biden would arrange meetings with his father, who was vice president, and before that, an influential senator. But when he became vice president, that's when they really raked in the money. So you wonder why any politician comes in, they don't make enough to be having all these houses and being zillionaires when they leave office. They make it through corruption. Donald Trump was refreshing because he came in already a billionaire. He wasn't beholden to anyone. He wasn't going to become corrupt through that way. So, it's a weird situation. People aren't really aware of who they're voting for. They hear that Donald Trump is racist, and they hear that Donald Trump, they just hear what they're told on the radio or their friends tell them. They say, well, he's a bad man, and none of that's true. You've got to pay attention to the world. if Trump gets elected, bad things will be held back for 4 years, but I don't know how much will get done. But maybe it will. But if Biden gets in, which it's very possible he could, then gas prices are going to go up. You're going to be taxed more. Chinese are going to own more and more of our country. We're going to probably go right into a lockdown, and your favorite comic book store is probably going to close back down. Although I don't know really. That's what he's talking about right now. He's talking about wearing the mask anytime you're outdoors, even when you're indoors. I'm hearing that now. But actually, I predicted that the virus would go away after Election Day, and already this morning, CNN and MSNBC, the ultra liberal networks, they used to have a little ticker in the corner of the screen where they've had deaths from the virus, and it's disappeared. It's like now they're showing how the stock market's going up, which they're more than happy to take credit for, even though the stock market's going up because there was an announcement that they have that Pfizer, I believe, has a vaccine for the virus that's 90% effective, and within a month one month more testing, it'll be ready. And they want to take credit for that, I'm sure. But they were saying before the election that any virus that came up, developed during Trump's presidency, it has to be, they're not going to trust it because we're taken, So, all right, see, well, all these politicians are corrupt, and I don't know that all of them are, a lot of them are. But this is a really corrupt one. And Kamala Harris, if you've ever met or worked for someone that acted or talked like Kamala Harris, you know what a evil, stone cold bitch. I just see it, and I've known people like that. And if she gets in power, which is very possible she could, because Biden's like a walking cadaver, and it would seem natural, and she's a communist. If she gets in with AOC, he's already talking about making a list of people that supported Trump, and they're going to have to be held accountable. So, then you're not going to be able to get positions in certain jobs, or you're not going to be welcome in polite society, the way it was worded, I think, her tweet. And other people are agreeing with her. Yeah, we've got to get screenshots of all these Trump supporters. This is complete Nazism. And if AOC and her cronies latch on to Kamala Harris, which is very, very possible, very likely, you may not like the country. It may be kind of dangerous to live. You may need to move out to the Ozarks or something for safety. But I think people will realize, if we do have to go through 4 years of Biden, I think people are going to hopefully become smarter. And the next election, people won't make this mistake. It may be that people have become so complacent and stupid that they need to suffer a while to realize the freedom that they have. And contact tracing. So you say, I'm going to go into the Kroger or the Aldi to pick up some groceries. And then people show up at your door and they say, you're now under basically house arrest because you were in a supermarket and there was a COVID person in that supermarket at 10:15 on Saturday morning, and you were in there, so you were possibly exposed to it. So that's how that contact tracing, because your cell phone tells exactly where you're at, it triangulates where you are, satellites and everything. So you're going to probably need to, if you're going to go shopping, you probably want to leave that cell phone at home, but then you need the cell phone for safety, right? Even though I grew up at a time, when I was a kid, you had car trouble or something, you had to find a pitch block and find a payphone. There are no more payphones, so you really do need the cell phone for safety. I don't know, it's a mess, but you say, well, Grottu, look at your shelves here. Well, you love the Munsters, right? And look at all these Charles Addams books. You love the Addams family, right? You collect all this monstrous Addams family stuff. Your entire life, Grottu, you've worshipped the Addams family and the Munsters, right? Look, this is where the Addams family came from. This artist, Charles Addams, that did this comic strip for the New Yorker, right? And okay, we're back in business. I forgot to plug in the laptop. Oh, that's my phone. So we're back on. All right. So the computer died. So the broadcast apparently keeps going, just broadcasting a black screen if your computer dies. So now I know. Of course, this episode that I chose to start the marathon with is a rather controversial one. Probably not the best. I don't know what I'm smoking putting this on, and I was going to go for another. I'm only 18 minutes in. No, we don't need that, man. Let's go to the next exciting episode. Grottu Orloff here. Oh, this is a good episode. Hey, episode 24 of the Grottu Orloff show. And Today we're going to be doing something different. We're going to be looking at some records. Adios, Kimasabi. Because I collect records. And I got lots of records. I've never shown you my records.
Stir it up. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Grottu doesn't actually smoke, but it just looks so cool when you've got a cigarette. You know, it's like you're Dean Martin all of a sudden. So, let me show you some of my records. These are 45 RPM recordings. Well, here's old Nat King Cole, Unforgettable. How about that? This is just a sleeve. I must have the actual record in my jukebox downstairs. This is Hazel Adkins, the insane, crazed hillbilly who, you know, as for the song She Said and stuff like that. That if you're a fan of the Cramps, you know Hazel Adkins. Well, look at talk for these things. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass with Spanish Flea. Oh, there's a price tag on there. How about that? What's this record? Why, it's Flower of San Antone by Rex Allen. You say, well, Grottu, you're not playing the music. I don't want to know if I like it. Well, what you can do is if a song title sounds intriguing or if you like the description that Grottu provides it, you can just simply look it up on YouTube because just about every song is on YouTube. It's Journey to the Center of the Mind by the Amboy Dukes. And on the other side is Mississippi Murderer. This is good stuff. Look, this. If you don't know these songs, you got to look them up, man. Oh, Rum and Coca-Cola by the Andrews Sisters. Now, it's a nice, happy song about mother-daughter prostitution from the 1940s. Very happy song. Oh, it's Snowflakes and Teardrops by the Angels, backed with Wow Wow Wee, He's the Boy for Me. The Angels, ladies and gentlemen. It's Dragnet by Ray Anthony. It's the Dragnet theme. Oh, this is great. Look up Ray Anthony's great. He was married to Mamie Van Doren for a while. Mamie Van Doren was kind of like a B-movie Marilyn Monroe. She's still alive. She's Dancing in the Dark's the other side. She's a rather liberal lady on Facebook. Here's the 8 Men. So how they kind of the estrus label kind of copied the Aurora label. See, you know, there's just a thin line between rock and roll and that looks good. Just right there we go. Yes. Yeah, rock and roll and comic books, it's all the same thing, really. Oh, and doesn't this prove it? The Archies with Bang Shang-a-Lang and Truck Driver. You know, 1969, the year of Woodstock. What was the #1 song of the year? Sugar Sugar by the Archies, yes. Yes, indeed. And here's Melody Hill by the Archies with, there it is, Sugar Sugar, coming in at #1 here on Grottu Radio. Oh, here's the theme song to Journey to the Bottom of the Sea. Not the TV show, but the original movie, the Irwin Allen movie from a few years before. Yeah, Frankie Avalon singing Journey to the Bottom of the Sea. You got to look that up on YouTube. And the other side is the summer of 61, and some asshole put a price tag on it. The way to remove price tags is to rub it with gasoline and then get a cigarette lighter, and it comes right off, along with your face. Ooh, look at this label, which is not the right one for the record. It's a Deca label, but it's an RCA Victor. Oh, it's Bobby Bear with Take Me Home and 4 Strong Winds. Now, Bobby Bear did a song about Vampira. It's called Vampira, but it's not that record. But make sure to put the cigarette in your mouth the right way. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I just bought a pack. I thought I'd use them as props in my videos. And then my wife sometimes, like every 3-6 months, will smoke a cigarette. So it'll have some for her. So I make sure I got her brand, which is Nat Turner or Nat Swinger or something. Or Ben Sherman. No, it's Nat Sherman. This is Nat on it. And then the lady asked me, do you want yellow, brown, or blue? I was thinking the cigarettes are going to be colored, but they have, I don't know. It's very complicated for those cigarette smokers out there. There's so many different types. Boy, this is the Bay City Rollers. Yes, indeed. They were the biggest band in the world with Saturday Night back when I was in 5th and 6th grade. They thought they'd be the next Beatles. I think they're out of Scotland. That song, Saturday Night, is phenomenal, man. You gotta listen to that song, Yes, man, it's cool. Or maybe you just had to be there in the 70s. Here's the Beach Boys with God Only Knows. What a beautiful song. Beautiful. Brian Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, with the Beach Boys medley on the back. Ooh, look at this. It's a Beach Boys picture sleeve. Two streets from here, like I'd say a 30-second walk from here. About 8 years ago, there was an estate sale, and there was a room. Sometimes when kids leave, go off to college, they just leave that room like a shrine to that child, and they don't mess with it. They leave it exactly as it was when they left the nest. And sometimes you go to an estate sale and you see this room perfectly preserved from 1966 with the Barbies and with the comic books. I mean, it doesn't happen very often, but this time it happened, and it was like I walked there, and it was all these 45s from the 60s. I got so many great ones, and they had picture sleeves. It was just like I went back in time to when that house was built, and got some great stuff from that estate sale. Oh, yeah, I think I got this one too. Thank You Girl by the Beatles. Was You Want to Know a Secret by the Beatles. The motherfucking Beatles. Motherfucking Beatles. Ooh. Well, I got some great ones. Look at this. It's Delphi. Delphi is the label that Richie Valens started on. It's Karate by the Bidwells, and this is a promotional record, so this was sent out to DJs. And on the other side, you've got, Karate, both sides. Oh, look at this, Chantilly Lace by the Big Bopper. What a great song that is. Of course, he died in the same plane crash with Buddy Holly and Richie Valens. And on the other side, you got the Purple People Eater meets the Witch Doctor. I just had a Purple People Eater here. He's this guy, yes. Yes, indeed. Here's the Purple People Eater himself. One-eyed, one horn. One-eyed, one horn. Flying Purple People Eater. Yes, see, he's got wings. Look at the side. He's got wings, so he flies. This is completely scientifically accurate. For those of you Democrats that believe in science, that is a scientifically accurate model of the Purple People Eater. Kiddo, what the fuck does that say? Kiddo by Brooke Benton. And Think Twice by Brooke Benton. Yes, it is. What did I got here? It's Bernadette. Don't Count Your Dreams on the Beach label. Was Set Me Free. What else can I go find? I'm gonna have to do a lot of videos, and then I'll go through my albums, and that's where I'll really show you some comic book stuff. Oh look, it's Chuck Berry. No particular place to go, and You Too by Chuck Berry. I got a lot of these records in jukeboxes downstairs, but oh yeah, it says it's Larry Terry Hepcat. It's a $4 reissue, the ultimate, but this is actually, I think I've got that record in the Seabird, 55 Seabird downstairs. This is Pink Petticoats by the Big Bopper, another Big Bopper record. Now, I got to alphabetize these, is the thing, but I haven't done that yet. But it makes for a nice little, I haven't been through these in a while, nice little exploration. The Bikinis, Boogie Rock and Roll, and Bikini by the Bikinis. So look that up on YouTube and see what that record sounds like. Oh, this is a good one. It's Mel Blanc, I Taught a Putty Tat. And with the flip side, you got Yosemite Sam on the Capitol label. Ooh, this is good. Blondie with Denise, Contact and Red Square and Kung Fu Girls. Look at this great sleeve. This record is from the Sandra Pynchon collection. Here's Bow Wow Wow, I Want Candy. And the other side is the other side of her. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is, the box tops. I See Only Sunshine with, this is on the Mala label, which in Spanish means bad. Sweet Cream Ladies Forward March. You know the box tops from The Letter. Give me a ticket for an aeroplane. It got time for a fast train. Love, the days are gone. I'm a going home. But baby just sent me a letter. She just sent me a letter. Said I couldn't live without you. Alex Chilton, ladies and gentlemen. A friend of mine. Used to be friends with him. Of course, he passed away. Alex Chilton, not my friend. Friends also friends with SpongeBob SquarePants. My students were always amazed. I know a guy who knows SpongeBob SquarePants. In fact, SpongeBob they were both fellow record collectors, and when this is before he was it's Tom Kenny, the comedian. When he'd come through Dallas, he'd sleep on my friend's couch because they were fellow record collectors. Which is why in SpongeBob they always have these bands like the Cramps. Because obviously someone knows about music. Look, it's Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, Alice Long. Boyce and Hart. Yes, indeed. On the Coral label, it's Jilted. Teresa Brewer with La Grande Tour de l'Amour. I apparently have viewers in France. My wife told me one of her friends on Facebook said he's been watching my show since the beginning. He's over in France, and that's cool. Here's The Brood, Knock on My Door. Also from Estrus Records. They put out lots of cool garagey kind of music. Estrus. It's back in the 80s, 90s, I guess. The good old days. Why, it's James Brown and the famous Flames. Is it yes or is it no? With It's a Man's World. It's a man's world. It's three men in that. Les Brown Spotlight. The Ray Bryant combo, Sacco Woe with Walk No More. Forgive forgive me for my political rant last episode. That won't happen again. Or maybe it will. I'll do whatever the hell I want on my channel. You can't stop me. Well, actually, you probably can. You can probably go tattle on me to YouTube Central. He's talking about Trump and he likes him. Please ban him. A lot of second-grade tattling going on in the world of social media. Simple Simon, well, part of the bubblegum craze. The Bubblegum Singers and Orchestra. Solomon Burke, Cry to Me, backed with I Almost Lost My Mind by Solomon Burke. And another Solomon Burke single. This is cool because it's got the original sleeve and everything. It's Rockin' Soul with He'll Have to Go. Indeed, he'll have to. Okay, let me put these records back into their little box and we'll get to the next astounding box filled with collectible wax. Or vinyl, as you little millennials call it. Even though I have to respect you millennials for making records popular again. They're records, they're not vinyls. Stacks of wax, call it that, and I'll respect you more, millennials. It's all right. You got my forgiveness because of your bring your records back. Here's the super case. And it's got all your favorite heroes on it. Superman, Batgirl, the Catwoman, Supergirl. All right. Let's see what's in this box, shall we? I haven't been through this box in many years. Yes, indeed. Why, it's Planet Pimp Records. The Lone Surfer and his Super Pals. The Mummies, an amazing band. They dress up like mummies and they play like 1966 style garage rock, and it'll blow your mind if you look up the Mummies on YouTube. They were around in the 90s. They may still be around. Also, the Trash Women and the Phantom Surfers. This was all a bunch of surf. This is a limited edition, man. There aren't many made. This is number 147 out of 300. There's something magical about the number 47. I don't know exactly what it is, but an old friend of mine who's since passed away told me in every cool movie, 47, they'll always mention there's exactly 47 seconds till the bomb goes off. And then we'd be watching a movie in a theater and someone would say 47 and he'd say 47. He'd shout it out real loud because he says it's in everything. And then after that, I started listening and 47 is in everything. I don't know if it just sounds good coming off the tongue, 47, but it's all over. And now that I've said this to you, you'll see it. And someone told me that in Star Trek The Next Generation, they made a point. They knew about this 47 thing. You can even look it up online. There's whole websites about 47 and how it's in everything. In every episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, supposedly, they say 47. Here's a cool Japanese band, Shonen Knife. There they are. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, shadowy men on a shadowy planet. Did cool Dwayne Eddy kind of twangy, echoey guitar music. Nice art on some of these 45s. This is Los Talunas Presente Nakima. Oh, it's Southern Culture on the Skids. Yeah, I saw them live over in Deep Ellum. Yeah, they were great. Like a hillbilly, kind of crampsy. I don't know if they're still around or not. I've lost touch with what's going on in the music world today, just like I've lost touch with comic books today. And if someone could tell me, what are the cool bands today, I'd be very grateful to know. I just don't know how to find out anymore. There's got to be some cool bands out there. This friend of mine's really into a band from Canada called the Suffragettes, not suffragettes, Suffragettes, and they're a bunch of girls in mini skirts that play venture style rock and roll. He's this friend of mine that's really into the Ventures, and anyway, he really likes that band, but they're not really breaking any new ground except for just showing off their legs while playing the music. But they're good. You know, it's great to have surf music actually being played live in places. It's another Southern Culture on the Blues record. Oh my goodness. This is Coop. Probably too offensive to show, but it's Coop is this is a picture disc. It's the Hedonist. Coop likes to draw those devil girls and overweight, voluptuous girls. Coop is a really good artist, but this is another Coop. This is Super Sympathy Spectrum Stocking Stuffers. So this is Christmas music. And on the other side, it's got Christmas music by these bands. These are very limited quantity. These are probably valuable now. I don't know. I used to get them all the time. I knew a guy that was in this band, and then I knew the girlfriend of the guy is Fireworks out of Dallas. And then this old friend T-Tex Edwards did the singing on this Fireworks single. Oh, here's the Killdozers. Yeah. Shit. Man or Astro Man? Again, it's 60s style. Instrumental music. Ruby and the Romantics. Hey there, lonely boy, and Ruby and the Romantics from the song Our Day Will Come. Donald Trump's theme right now. These are radio spots. So the DJ and it tells you how long each one is. So for the movie Mausoleum, the DJ would actually put this record on or make a tape of it, and then they'd actually play to advertise the movie Mausoleum, which I think I've seen. Mausoleum. Oh, and here's the Losers, which, as I recall, was like a biker gang that went into the Vietnam War, fought against the Viet Cong. But these are radio spots also. I used to collect radio spots, and I still would collect them. Oh my gosh, I think I ruined that one. They were expensive too. I wouldn't be a good smoker because I would have just burned the shit out of my middle finger. This finger right here, I would have burned it on that cigarette, and then I would have broken my cigarette. A double tragedy. I'd be burning the shit out of copies of the Incredible Hulk 180 and all kinds of stuff if I really did smoke. It's the Sparkles. Oh, girls, girls. Back with The Hip. Oh, that song is great, The Hip. Shit. Oh, this was a band that an old girlfriend was in this band. Oh well. This is called a Stinker Bell out of Houston. Mean Red Spiders. Hold on. That guy looks a lot like Elvis. I thought at first they'd cut and pasted a picture of Elvis on top of the guy, but I guess that's really what he looked like. The Crazies. They're out of, this is Sympathy for the Record Industry. There's a guy named Long Gone John that ran that record label, and they put out the first records by Hole, and a lot of the grunge bands started with that. These are all like from the early 90s or late 80s, I think. 27 Devils Joking. Sometimes I buy these records based on recommendation of a friend. A friend of mine was friends actually with Long Gone John, and he gets sent multiple copies of every one of the Sympathy releases that came out. He'd sell them to me, but he was, I guess, they were sent to him so he could be kind of a distributor and take them to the local record stores that would carry stuff like this. The Sports, Who Listens to the Radio. I don't remember this being a good record, but maybe I'm wrong. Asylum. Oh, look at that. Ode to Belial. I was just talking about Basket Case with my wife this morning, saying, and it turned out she's never seen the movie. And I was thinking of showing her that, and then that pops up. It's Stumpy Joe. I have no idea what this record is. Don't remember. It's been a few decades since then. I've slept since then. Don't you hate when people say that? Ooh, this has got the, what was that horror from, I can't remember that movie, the monster. This is like a sampler record, I guess. Ooh, look at this. What is this? Oh my God. Oh, it's Box Office International. These are radio spots for Rattlers. It's like a snake movie. Rattlers. And radio spots for Murder by Phone. Here's radio spots for The Stewardesses. And 1,000 Convicts and a Woman. Oh, look at this. Wolvertunes. Basil Wolverton singing. You get 3D glasses with it, Basil Wolverton art, and Basil Wolverton singing. I bet you didn't know that existed.
I think I have one that should suit you. That is, if you dare.
This I got from like Scholastic when I was like in elementary school. You know, they order the books, you know, and you get back the shit you ordered from the teacher. Sometimes they had records. And this is the Haunted Mansion. It's supposed to have a record with it, but it looks like all I've got is the book here. That's what's in the superhero box. I should have put superhero power records in the superhero box. That would have made logical sense. But hey, you know, what can I tell you? What else do I got here? Shit. Hi. Thanks to you and my many wonderful friends for making my first record a hit. Leslie Gore, It's My Party. What a phenomenal record. She's, I thought when, what is her name? Damn. What is the redhead's name that was in Freaky Friday and then went insane on drugs and everything? There was a little bit of time in the early days when I thought she was going to be like the next Jodie Foster, and I thought she'd be perfect playing Leslie Gore, but that window is past. Man, why am I drawing a blank? Oh well. Leslie Gore was actually a lesbian and kind of kept it quiet back in those days. That's what you did, I guess. Bobby Freeman, Come On and Swim, and Come On and Swim Part 2. Sometimes you have a long song, you gotta finish it up on the flip side. Oh, there it is. Bernie Freeman with Puddin' and Runchy. God damn, it's hard to read with this colored ink on this color label. Oh, it's Lefty Frizzell. But without my magnifying glass, I'm not going to be able to tell you the song. But Lefty Frizzell's cool. Oh, Bobby Fuller Ford. Most made a fool of you, and don't ever let me know. You know Bobby Fuller Ford from I Fought the Law. Sound like Buddy Holly, real popular in the 60s. Some record executive was jealous of him. I think maybe his girlfriend liked Bobby. Bobby Fuller. But anyway, he was found, I think, in his Mustang, and gasoline had been poured down his throat. Not the way normal. That's not a normal suicide. So someone had actually killed him. I've forgotten the story. It's something like that. But anyway, I think he was killed. This is Annette Funicello. I Love You Baby, back with Talk to Me Baby on the Vista label. You know, because if you know about Disney, Buena Vista is that the county or the town where Orlando or something, where Disney World would wind up being. In the 60s, Disney bought up all this land in Florida through didn't tell people, they didn't want people to know Disney was buying land, so he bought it through other people's names or something. And then, surprise, we're building this giant amusement park. Here's another, also on the same, it's really Disney label. It's Annette with Dream Boy and Please, Please, Signor. I guess that's Italian. Annette Funicello being Italian. Why, it's Fur with Sex Drive. And there's Fur on the back. So Fur, as far as I know, never made it. Maybe it's just, but this, 93. It's also Sympathy for the Record Industry. Bounce Records proudly presents Joy Garrett. First Moments of Love with I Need Your Love Tonight. Here's on the Paris label, it's the G Clefs with 'Cause You're Mine and Symbol of Love. I'm not going through all my 45s, don't worry. I've got boxes in the closet. A friend of mine bought, I don't know, 1,000 from someone that had been a jukebox distributor, and they sold them to me a few years back. Bobby Gentry, Fancy with Courtyard. Bobby Gentry, you know, from Ode to Billy Joe. Motherfucker. You seem tough when you got this motherfucking cigarette in your motherfucking hand. Motherfucker. The Gentrys, spread it on thick with brown paper sock. Yes, indeed. Yes. Why, it's Gary and the Pacemakers. Give all your love to me, but you're the reason. They were on Batman once. See all these comic book connections I'm making? I'm going to convert all of you that are into comic books only into record collectors too, and then you're really going to be fucked, because then you have double interest. Boy, does your money go quick. Ferry Across the Mersey with Pretend. Also, Gary and the Pacemakers, part of the British invasion, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. I think, is this a G.I. Joe record? I don't think so, but it's Introduction to Manned Mercury Spaceflight. And on the other side, actual Mercury spaceflight communications. That would be great in a jukebox. Ooh, Jimmy Gilmer and the Fireballs, Sugar Shack. What a great song. It's just one of the greatest songs in the history of the world. You don't know this song, you gotta, I mean, it's the echo, everything's great about it. Daisy Pedal Picking, Jimmy Gilmer and the Fireballs, Sugar Shack. Write these songs down and look them up on YouTube, man. Cinnamon Cindy, also Jimmy Gilmer, backed with Break His Heart For Me, along with a few ribs. Ooh, what is this? Ooh. This is tremendous. It's the band Girl Trouble out of like Tacoma, Washington, with Steve Fisk. It's the Batman theme instrumental, a phenomenal version of the 66 theme. On the other side, it's called The Truth, Alfred House Mix. It's the Batman theme mixed with all this dialogue from the Batman TV show. It's great. I wonder if that's on YouTube. It's gotta be. We've Got the Beat by the Go-Go's with Can't Stop the World. That was a great song, You Got the Beat. When I was in high school, Our Lips Are Sealed. Oh, man, I like them. Call me a motherfucking idiot. Oh, it's the Golden Tones. This is one of those golden records I was talking about. You just heard one, Superman theme. This is the Andy Panda polka with the Woody Woodpecker March on the flip side. You can't go wrong with that. Oh. Why, it's Dickie Goodman with Flying Saucer Part 1 and the Flying Saucer. Dickie Goodman did these cut-in records where, they'd be talking and then they'd play a little bit of a song to answer the question. Whatever songs were popular at the time, they were called cut-in records. You got to hear it to know what I'm talking about. If you're around during the summer of Jaws, the movie Jaws was so popular in the summer of '75, he did a song, Mr. Jaws, and it's like he's interviewing the shark, right? And then it cuts to the shark's supposed to be talking. Wouldn't you give your hand to a friend? In other words, he wants to eat his hand. It's hilarious when you're 9 years old or retarded, or both. Bobby Grabo, Don't Ever Let Me Go. I shouldn't joke about retardation. Mentally handicapped. Back to School, Back to You. Ooh, this is a special MGM disc jockey record, not for sale. Oh man, goddamn. This is the theme to The Green Slime and Far Beyond the Stars on the back. So they're trying to get DJs interested in playing the theme to the movie The Green Slime. If you've ever seen that movie or know the theme song, can you imagine hearing that on the radio? I don't think that works. But it's a great song. In an alternate timeline universe, that should have been the biggest hit of that year. Merle Haggard, Bobby Wants a Puppy Dog for Christmas with If We Make It Through December. That's how I feel right now. It's a very, I don't know what's going to happen next. Everything's so confused. Bill Haley in the comments. See you later, alligator. Back with the Paperboy. Ooh, look at this one. This would be good framed. I saw it at Half Price Books. They have little frames for 5 RPMs. I'm in Love with a Bunny by Paul Hampton. Oh, this is an old friend of mine, an artist. He did some of the work in my magazine, The Sophisticate. It's Happy Man Songs by the Hancock Boys, the Hancock Brothers, out of Dallas. They did cool, wild art. Oh, here's the Hard-Ons out of Australia. The Girl in the Sweater, that's a great song. I mean, it's like a great song that should have been a hit, that would have been a hit on the radio, but, you can't be a hit on the radio with a cover like that. I thought this was just great. This is my childhood copy of Rubber Ducky by Ernie, also known as Jim Henson, and then the kids singing the theme to Sesame Street.
Hey, Rubber Ducky. Rubber Ducky, you're my very best friend, it's true. Whoa, Silhouettes by Herman Cernitz. Walking with My Angel. I see Herman, Peter Known from Herman Cernitz going live like every night practically on Facebook. I tried to go live on Facebook about a week or two ago to try to get more subscribers because I wanted to get up to 100 subscribers. So I went on and kind of did like a little spiel to get people to subscribe, and it apparently it just didn't go well. My wife said it was a cluster. It just didn't go well. It really. I was trying to put those little stupid little press buttons on Facebook and that change it gives you horns or changes you into a dog or something, but it just caused it to freeze up. It was just an embarrassment. I got one subscriber out of it. Now I'm up to 113 because Metarog and Man Cave, and they put a link to this channel, and hopefully people will like my channel. Hopefully then the first video they watched wasn't my Herman Munster metaphor. Here's Herman Cernitz, speaking of Hermans, with Walking My Angel and Silhouette. Another Herman, I Know Why, and I Can't You Hear My Heartbeat? Yeah, they were fucking great. This is a record by Hole. It's probably it's color vinyl. It's Dick Nail with Dick Burn Black. This is like the beginnings. This is before she started dating Kurt Cobain, and she had great music before. I was covering up the cover because there's a girl in a bathtub, and it just looks a little wrong. I don't know. A little questionable. And there's another Hole. This is all before they became big. I wonder what this is worth. And then this has Babes in Toyland, Hole, STP, and L7. And L7's a great band too. I'm almost done. Don't worry. The Hombres with Go Girl Go, and Let It Out. Ooh, 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 ooh. The Battle of New Orleans, Johnny Horton. Look at that. Look at that artwork. Tells you the whole story of the Battle of New Orleans. I'm Gonna Love You Too by the Hullabaloos with Party Doll by the Hullabaloos. Sorry I Ran All the Way Home by the Impalas, backed with, this is one of those fake records. It's Only Make Believe by Conway Twitty. In other words, it's for a jukebox. They have, rather than one hit song and then a weak flip side, they put two A-sides together to help with jukebox distributors. So that's not original. This is Two People in the World by the Imperials with Tears on My Pillow. You know that song. If not, you need to look it up. Echo Boogie by Jorgen Inkman and his guitar with Apache. Oh, that's a great record. You gotta look that up. Play that after you watch this. If you don't already know it, I don't want to treat you like you're all rubes that don't know this music. Who's Loving You by the Jackson 5 with I Want You Back? Yeah, Michael Jackson was great when he was with the Jackson 5. Gingerbread Man by Tommy James and the Shondells. Do Something to Me. He started singing about the chair's not my son. You know that song, Billie Jean's Not My Love? But the chair's not my son. That must have been a difficult birth, giving birth to a chair. I mean, I swear, listen to that song. It does not sound like he's saying the child's not my son. The chair's not my son. Why, it's Tony James. With music to suit every taste. This would be a good freeze frame for my thumbnail to attract viewers to my content. Content indeed. Jan and Arnie with Gotta Get a Date with Jenny Lee. Oh, this is a song about Jenny Lee, the stripper. My wife has a fan club on Facebook for Jenny Lee. And this has got writing all over it. Oh, it's someone's name and their phone number. But it's a phone number back when they had letters in it. Oh, this came from that estate sale I was telling you about, where it was just like Surf City, Janadine, because you don't see many picture sleeves. Usually kids back in the 60s would toss the sleeves. They were only interested in the record. Look at that. Is that cool or what? So we go together. Johnny and the Hurricanes with Sandstorm with the Beatnik Fly. Good song. Love Bug. Oh, cool. George Jones. George Jones is amazing. I Can't Get Used to Being Lonely. Ride of the Comancheros. 20th Century Fox with Te Quiero. I think the Comancheros is why you have, I could be wrong. I think that's why Julie Newmar didn't continue being the Catwoman. Why you have a different Catwoman in the movie, and I think it's because she was filming the Comancheros. I'm probably wrong. Might have been another movie. All right, one last box, and I'll call it quits for the day, because that's how I feel. You can't do anything about it. What you can do about it? What you can do about it, motherfucker? What you can do about it, motherfucker? Come on, you pussy. You gonna make me go longer on this videotape? What you do, motherfucker? Pussy. You still tough with a cigarette, man. Man, they used to put them behind the ear. That was really cool when they did that. I wish cigarettes were healthy. It didn't hurt. I mean, and they didn't hurt you because they just look so cool. It's almost Christmas time, so here's Bing Crosby. Merry Christmas. Oh, this must be my Christmas box. Johnny Mathis. Merry Christmas. Ah, yes, a year ends, another begins. Why, this is the mayor of Arlington, Tommy Vandergriff, and his family. They used to live next door to a good friend of mine. But anyway, Tommy Vandergriff is why the Texas Rangers came to Arlington. They used to be the Washington Senators. He brought a General Motors plant here. He brought Six Flags over Texas here. He basically made this town the hellish nightmare it is today, with $4,500 property taxes. We got to get the fuck out of here. Look at this. Look at what the chipmunks, look at. When people say, look at chipmunks before the Saturday morning cartoon premiered, and then that solidified in everyone's minds for the next 50, 60 years what the chipmunks are supposed to look like. But this is what they looked like originally. Oh, look at this. Golden Records, Frosty the Snowman. These things are like this, yellow. You don't see the picture sleeves very often. Look at this, another Frosty. Oh, I got all kinds of good Christmas stuff here. Santa Claus is coming to town. This is when Christmas was great, when the world was wonderful. Peter Pan Records. Blue Christmas with Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. Dora Hall. Okay. Bunch of children's records in this box. Farmer and the Doll, Disneyland, the Litterbug Song, The Ugly Duckling. It's Bozo approved. That's what they should put on those DC comics instead of Black Label, you know, like Batman 3 Jokers. It's for adults, but Bozo approved. Just kidding. I haven't read the 3 Jokers yet. I got them all ready to read, but I've been so busy. Gingerbread Boy. Oh, these are so cool. Look at these 3 kittens with Mother Hubbard. Music and stories by Bob Arthur and Mace Newfield. Burl Ives, yes, the snowman from, you may know him as the snowman from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Little White Duck and her amazing friends. What do we got here? Jukebox Baby by Gabby Dixon, Peter Pan Records, all children's records. I guess I had some organization skills at one point in my life. There's a Mickey Mouse record. It's the official Mickey Mouse Club March. Ooh, look at this one. It's the mouse cadences. I just look at the cool drawing though. I got a lot of these things here. What is going on? It's Jiminy Cricket's Mickey Mouse song. More Disney. What is this? Oh, it's the Litterbug song, and I'm no fool. If you grew up in the 60s and 70s, they always wheel in the projector, and they play these, what was that? These Jiminy Cricket 16mm films to try to convince you to not be a fool with electricity or whatever. And it always had that great, I'm no fool, no siree. I'm going to live to be 103. I play say for you and me, because I'm no fool. Ballad of the Alamo. Motherfucking Alamo, motherfucker. Remember when Ozzy Osbourne pissed on the Alamo? I didn't know what it was. This guy was fucking out of his mind. I've been listening to a lot of Black Sabbath lately. They're really great. It's the Tinkertown Santa Claus. Oh, more from that same incredible label. Oh, and there's a slide in here. How did that get in there? It's a slide. That may be Julie Newmar. I wonder if you can this backing board. Maybe you can see what it is. It's a girly slide. Somehow it's mixed up with these Disney records. Can't explain that. Bunny Hop. You know the Bunny Hop. Rockabye Baby, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Oh, it's Mitch Miller and his orchestra with Brahms' Lullaby. Oh, Puff the Magic Dragon with the Loch Ness Monster. This side looks like it got burned. Maybe by Puff the Magic Dragon's breath. Ooh, Post Raisin Bran presents Sleeping Beauty. Must have been a premium. You ordered it from, a little cut off a little bit of the box, a little coupon off the box, and sent it and got that record. I'm guessing, I don't know what the fuck. I wasn't probably even born then. Oh, man. This is pretty fucked up. There was a guy named the Boston Strangler, right? It's Albert DeSalvo. And these are my thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Albert DeSalvo. They put out this record, Strangler in the Night. And it's supposed to be what he's thinking. Can you imagine the audacity of that? Here's that band I was telling you about, the Mummies. You got to look this band up. You can see them playing live if you go to YouTube. This is Food, Sickles, and Girls and One by One. They're a band from the 80s or early 90s, but it sounds just like they're right out of a garage in 1966. The Mummies, Get Late. Introduction to the Mummies and High Heel Sneakers. Okay, I'm just be moving into the Mummies section. Here's the Mummies versus the Wolfmen. You want some more? Here's Shitsville from the Mummies. What are the songs? A Girl Like You, and That's Mighty Childish. Doing the Kirk and Die. Oh, they have a great song about doing the Kirk, like fighting like Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk had a very unique style of fighting if you ever watched the original good Star Trek. The Mummies, you must fight to live on the planet of the apes. Someone put together a great video for this using scenes from the original Planet of the Apes. I bought this at Sound Exchange for $3.49. Sound Exchange, I believe, was in Houston, Texas. Here's Fuck You, Spaceman. It's got the song The Mummies, it's got all these bands on it. Oh, the Phantom Surfers were a good band too. Look at this fucked up shit that used to entertain us back in those old days. What do we got here? Oh, I Am Woman by Helen Reddy. I liked Helen Reddy. She just passed away like a month ago, I believe. School Days and Daisy Daisy on Cricket. Daisy was this beloved beagle of mine that passed away a few years ago. That I just hear the name Daisy and it makes me tear up. It's a James Bond record. I don't think I have the record, but I got this little kids version. How you turn James Bond into a kid-friendly thing? I guess they tried. It's Dr. No. Oh, this is good. From the 60s. Oh, and here's some stuff from my actual childhood. This is from my childhood. Yes, indeed. My mom bought this for me, so just listen to the record while you read the book. And same thing with this Peter Pan thing. Not Disney Peter Pan. It's see the record's just in a little pouch, a little fucking sleeve there. And here's Sammy the Way Out Seal. Not part of my childhood, but I got it at a later point. But part of my second childhood now. Monster Mash, that's from my childhood. It's not the real Monster Mash. It's a re-recording for kids, but it's got some great art, I think. And this was my childhood copy of this. It's not the real Peter, Paul, and Mary version, but it's my childhood copy, as well as this, not the real Chipmunks, but an incredible simulation. This is from my childhood. So is this. Sarah Brooker. Yeah, very thin. Oh, and then Robin. Ooh, this is cool looking. He looks very perverted there. And song about the Batmobile. Oh, and then the George Shearing Quintet. George Shearing, I think he was blind. Something about him that was unusual. That's like the stuff that my dad would listen to. George Shearing. My dad had all these records because he bought a hi-fi stereo, bought a Telefunken. We was stationed in Europe in France or somewhere. It's before I was born, so he bought a Telefunken stereo because he could get them cheaper over there. And the records he would buy, which I still have, other than like a Johnny Cash record, mostly he would buy Mantovani and all these records. Then you'd look at the inner sleeve and they'd show the other records you could get from the same company, and it would be all these crate records, and it's like he always chose the wrong ones. Well, that's, I went through 4 boxes, and I got tons more. If you enjoy looking through records, let me know in the messages down below. Make sure, when I look at the statistics, 60% of the people who watch me aren't subscribers. So I think 30% of the people who watch me are subscribers. I don't know. I don't think those numbers add up, but hopefully we'll get more subscribers soon, and we're up to 113, 114, something like that. I'm looking for the pack of cigarettes, is what I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. Put the cigarette back in the pack. broken one back in. I'll probably tape it back for another. I can't believe I actually bought a pack of cigarettes. I bought them in the past for my wife when she used to smoke, but I actually bought one for myself. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'm gonna have to end it all. Look at that. Part of my childhood. Well, with that, we're at an hour and 42 seconds. I think I'm gonna head on out into the sunset, ladies and gentlemen. It's Grottu Orloff, your pal, and shit. Stand up, and we're gonna get out of here. But let's have some Christmas magic first. Oh, mystic spirits. Will Donald Trump be the next president? No chance. Will gas prices go up? No chance. Will China take over the United States? Oh. Will Grottu Orloff have 200 subscribers by the end of the week? Could be. Oh, that's not very committal. What is a good question to ask? Will Kamala Harris take over as president during the next term? No way. Huh. Yes, no doubt. Okay. It's Valley Girl Spirit. Indeed. This is my screensaver on the Apple TV. It's all these foreign comics. Sometimes they're English. The Super Duplas, I guess, is the Metal Men. I don't know what that is. Uma grande Edakio. In Wig, in die Freiheit. Freiheit. Nick, welcome. What? Nick der Welcome Fraher vom Terror. My goodness gracious. Can you imagine? Gotta turn off the old stereo. Save electricity. Gotta become more responsible. You know, the neighbors always have their recycling out, and I just toss out trash bags, have it all mixed together. I don't recycle like I should. And the other thing, the neighbor, that's hilarious. The neighbor Saturday morning put out a big, giant American flag. He hasn't flown an American flag. I don't think he's had one up except for July 4th. He hasn't even had one up July 4th. But back, I remember, after 9/11, every street had a flag. I mean, every street, every house had flags. But anyway, he put up a flag, and so did another neighbor a few houses down. So they're all proud of their boy Joe and their gal Kamala. So, but I've had flags up for years. And I was thinking, should I take the flag down? Said no, that would be childish because I love the country. It's not about the person in office. Obviously, for the neighbor, it's not about the country. It's the person in office. So, with that, it's so hard to bid farewell to you guys and head on down to the television and see what's going on. Oh, but Kelly McEnany just had a press conference. I want to go see what she had to say. So I guess I will head on out. Grottu out. Station ID reel number 1. And now the top 10 records in the USA. Here's number 10, coming to you on Grottu Radio 106.7. Only the very best music coming to you. Grottu Orloff Radio. Grottu Radio spinning the most popular records in America, 106.7 FM. You're listening to Radio Grottu, 106.7 FM. The greatest music of all time, here on Grottu Radio. The greatest music of all time, here on Radio Grottu. More beautiful music on Radio Grottu 106.7. This is Dr. Grottu Orloff, spinning some of our favorite records for you here on Radio Grottu, 24 hours a day. God bless you, Donald Trump. Make sure you pick up those Grottu Orloff radio stickers, available now at your local Kmart, Woolworth, and Woolco stores. Resist the lizard people and their energy weapons by listening to Grottu Orloff 24 hours a day on the Grottu Orloff broadcasting system. Make America great again by listening to Grottu Orloff Radio 106.7. Making America great again, Grottu Radio 106.7 FM. You're listening to the Grottu Orloff Radio Network, 24 hours a day. Broadcasting from the hidden bunker below Castle Grottu, you're listening to Radio Grottu 106.7 FM. Now, here's the number 1 song in the nation here on Radio Grottu. Now, here's the number 2 record coming at you from Grottu Radio. Comic books, ice cold Coca-Cola, and great music blasting from Radio Grottu. It's what makes America great. Old comic books, ice cold Coca-Cola, and great music blasting from Grottu Radio. It's what makes America great. I am your host, Dr. Grottu Orloff, playing some of the greatest music ever recorded, Radio Grottu 106.7. Making radio great again, Radio Grottu 106.7 FM. Everybody is kung fu fighting here on the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. Merry Christmas from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. A very Merry Christmas to you and yours here on Christmas the motherfucker. A Merry fucking Christmas to you and all of your family from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. The music of your life, 106.7 FM, Grottu Radio. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year from the Grottu Radio Network. Well, what a great song that was. You know you can hear beautiful music like this 24 hours a day here on 106.7 Radio Grottu. Rocketing up to number 5 on the Grottu Orloff Hit Parade, here's one of your all-time favorite songs. Now the top 10 records in the USA. Here's number 10 on Grottu Orloff 106.7. Broadcasting to you from Grottuville. Only the very best music coming to you, Grottu Orloff Radio. Grottu Radio, we're spinning the most popular motherfucking records in America here on 106.7 FM. You're listening to motherfucking Radio Grottu 106.7 FM. The greatest music of all fucking time. Here on Radio Grottu. more beautiful music on Radio Grottu 106.7. This is Dr. Grottu Orloff, spinning some of our favorite records for you here on Radio Grottu, 24 hours a day. God bless you, Donald Trump. Resist the lizard people and their energy weapons by listening to Grottu Orloff 24 hours a day on the Dr. Grottu Orloff Broadcasting System, 106.7 FM on your radio dial. Make America great again by listening to, goddammit, Make America great again by listening to Grottu Orloff Radio 106.7. Making America Great Again, Grottu Radio 106.7 FM. You're listening to the Grottu Orloff Radio Network 24 hours a day. Broadcasting from the hidden bunker below Castle Grottu, you're listening to Radio Grottu 106.7 FM. Now here's the number 3 song in the nation here on Grottu Radio. Old comic books, ice cold Dr. Pepper, and great music blasting from Grottu Radio 106.7 FM. It's what makes America great. I am your host, Dr. Grottu Orloff, playing some of the greatest music ever recorded. Grottu Radio 106.7 FM. Making radio great again, Radio Grottu 106.7 in stereo. Merry Christmas from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. Have a Merry, Merry Christmas from Grottu Orloff. What a great song that was. It brings back memories. You know, you can hear beautiful music like this 24 hours a day here on 106.7 FM Radio Grottu. The music of your life in stereo, 106.7 FM. Making America Great Again, Grottu Orloff, 106.7 FM. Let's get some echo. We're going to relocate here to get some echo on this recording. We're kind of low tech here on the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. Shower here, we'll get a little more echo. Everybody is kung fu fighting here on the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. Merry Christmas from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. The music of your life, 106.7 FM. Well, what a great song that was. You know, you can hear beautiful music like this 24 hours a day here on 106.7 Radio Grottu. Rocketing up to number 5 on the Grottu Orloff Hit Parade, here's one of your all-time favorite songs. And now, the top 10 records of the USA. Here's number 10 on Grottu Radio 106.7 in stereo. Only the very best music coming to you, Grottu Orloff Radio. Grottu Radio spinning the most popular records in America, 106.7 FM. The greatest music of all time, here on Radio Grottu. More beautiful music on Radio Grottu 106.7. This is Dr. Grottu Orloff, spinning some of your favorite records for you here on Radio Grottu 24 hours a day. God bless you, Donald Trump. This is Dr. Grottu Orloff, spinning some of our favorite records for you here on Radio Grottu 24 hours a day. God bless you, Donald Trump. Resist the lizard people and their energy weapons by listening to Grottu Orloff 24 hours a day on the Grottu Orloff broadcasting system. Make America great again by listening to Grottu Orloff Radio 106.7 FM in stereo. Making America great again? Grottu Radio 106.7 FM. You're listening to the Grottu Orloff Radio Network 24 hours a day. Broadcasting from the hidden bunker below Castle Grottu, you're listening to Radio Grottu 106.7 FM. Now, here's the #1 song in the nation here on Grottu Radio. Good time. Shit, motherfucker. Old comic books, ice cold Dr. Pepper, and great music blasting from Grottu Radio. It's what makes America great. 106.7 FM. I am your host, Dr. Grottu Orloff, playing some of the greatest music ever recorded. Radio Grottu 106.7. Making radio great again. Radio Grottu 106.7 FM. Shit, motherfucker. It's November 13th, Friday the 13th. So far, it's been pretty good day. I'm out here at the old cemetery to deliver some flowers I just picked up to a grave that I take care of. It's the grave of Hannah Vandiver. I've shown that to you on a previous video, the grave, but I haven't been out in a while. So it's a nice day here
this is a pretty big cemetery. I've got a friend that's and his father that are buried over that way. But this part here is the really old part of the cemetery. Although there's a few new graves over here, but those are people that are part of old Arlington families, and they were kind of, I guess, grandfathered in, allowed in. This grave here is my old journalism teacher from high school, Miss Forehand, and she taught me back in the 82-83 school year. So, yeah, Phyllis Forehand. She passed away in 2013. So, but most of these graves here are very old, and the cemetery looks pretty cool in the fall with all the leaves. Collins, there's a street named after that family. You'll see in this cemetery names of schools and names of streets. There's another Collins, not Barnabas Collins, but the Collins family. 1894. This is an infant grave. Yeah. Sometimes babies wouldn't even live a few days back then. If you could survive infancy back in the 1800s, you'd probably live to a ripe old age. But there's a lot of history teachers that tell you back in the 1800s, people only lived. Here's Cooper. That's another major street here. They say people only lived to be like 40 back then. And that's nonsense. That's on average. And you know, these history teachers don't understand math because so many babies died very young from childhood diseases. They threw off the average. People lived longer because they didn't have McDonald's and all the horrible food we have today. This person was born in 1820, died in 1908. Louise, that's the wife, father and mother. Let's see. Yeah. See, Sarah Hawkins, born 1855, died 1900. Edgar Hawkins, 1878-1899. There used to be a lot of Confederate flags out here for people that died in the Civil War veterans, rather, but people don't do that anymore. This is a baby grave. You can tell it's a baby grave often because they have a little lamb. See that on the top? 1889 to 1891. Huh. Okay, well, notice there's no graves here. And then there's these two graves in the back. And this one here, the first one here is the one that I watch over and I adopted. A few years back, I put some flowers out here. The last time I was here, I put these flowers here, but looks like the weather's kind of, let me reorient them. Well, the flowers have survived pretty well. Yeah, this is the grave of Hannah Vandiver. Yeah. She died in 1901, born in 1882. She was just a very young lady that came on a train here to Arlington to be with her husband that she just married, and um, on the way she contracted smallpox, which is a big time horrible disease that everyone's forgotten about. Putting the flowers in that I just got, and it was the first case of smallpox in Arlington, and people were horrified, and um, um, she passed away and lived a little short life, but I guess they put her grave in. Oh, that looks pretty good now. Get these white flowers back up some. Yeah, she's not family to me. I just adopted her. I have no idea. I don't want to hide her face. Maybe someday I'll meet her in the afterlife, but I just taking care of her grave. When I first found the grave, this tree had grown down kind of over it and obscured it, and there's some moss that's grown over the tombstone that makes it really kind of hard to read. It used to not be that way. I think they used to take care of the graves a little better. Somebody needs to come out here with a power washer and get that stuff off of there. Or maybe it'll die at a certain time of the year. But anyway, the other grave back here, someone started putting flowers out for this person too. Maybe it's a relative. It just says Johnson. I can't read anything on it. But anyway, you can see that for a long ways, there's no other grave. I think smallpox was such a horrible disease. People were so scared of it, they didn't want to dig anywhere near the grave of someone that had had smallpox to bury someone else. They were, I guess, maybe superstitious or didn't quite know if they might unleash the smallpox germs or something. I don't know. I'm just guessing why there's all this land and no graves. Recording. Yeah. So I guess that looks pretty good there. Let me get him a little bit over. Kind of a flower arranger. Well, Hannah, I've enjoyed taking care of your grave, and I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can. If we wind up moving to another part of Texas, I'll still come by here every so often and see you and put flowers here. And if we move to another part of the country, I'll try to get a friend of mine that lives here to still come out here and bring a few flowers to you. But I don't want you to think you're forgotten and you lived a short life, but I'm sure you're doing great things now. If we come back, I don't know, and live other lives, or if you're in heaven. But Hannah Vandiver, just know that you're loved and your grave is being taken care of, and you're remembered. And I researched your life and wrote it down in a book and what I could find out, and just know you're cared about. But it's around Thanksgiving time, and the weather's nice, and I'll come back around Christmas time and see you. So take care, Miss Vandiver. I'm gonna look around. There's a grave here. There's some other graves here that are kind of remarkable, but it's hard for me to find them. There's one grave where this little kid died right around the turn of the century, right around 1900, and it says, something like I think it's what does it say? Born, I think it says born 1901, died 1802, and it's like because they we're so used to chiseling 1800s, and when it changed over to the 1900s, they started chiseling in the 18 for the death date and realized, oh no, we have him dying 100 years before he was born. And I guess they didn't fix it because they'd already chiseled in the stone. Didn't have any more. Is this the one? No. Narcissa, wife of I am Massey. You know, some of the names I see names of people I went to like junior high and high school with, and they're probably their ancestors because, you know, they were old Arlington people, maybe. Let's see. Okay, here's another one of these internet graves. Born and died April 24th, 1899. Herbaceous with the Angels. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Born May 14th, 1880. Died November 10th, 1881. Somewhere around here was a gravestone made out of wood. And there's one from 1918. Could be from the Spanish flu. Blonde. These ones look real tiny. Born March 5th, 1895, died July 20th, 1901. Precious child Edna. Sweet little Edna, Papa and Mama, too loves you yet. Sad. Rachel Elizabeth, wife of S.B. Klasner, born 1826, died 1893. Age 91 years, 7 months, 8 days. We're a Mason. Right over here are a bunch of people. People live over here, and they've got a wall here. I don't know. I guess if you're backed up to a cemetery, at least it's quiet, except when sad people come in the middle of the night to get drunk, maybe. Thomas Edward Trigg, 1853-1926, Early Trigg. Man, I wish I could find, there's another Mason. I wish I could, 1835 to 1894. I wish I could find that grave of that kid whose tombstone was so badly botched. I know it's here. Oh boy. That's a beautiful tombstone there, that lamb. Another lamb. 1885 to 1940. see in the distance that grave I take care of. It stands out with those flowers. Um, it's something you could do. Just some grave that's long forgotten. All of a sudden, there's flowers on it. Then the caretakers of the cemetery realize, oh, someone's watching this grave, and maybe we better take better care of it. Just psychologically, they get a little worried that someone might complain. So it doesn't take but a few dollars, like a Dollar Tree. I only spent just $3 at Dollar Tree to get those flowers, and I added them to what I had put there before. And usually they'll let them stay there for a few years. And if you do that with some grave in your community, or several, you can maybe help out, make sure the graves are taken care of. May 28, 1895. These are the classic old tombstones. So that's what I was talking about. See, this one is just made of wood. And yet it's been here for well over 100 years, just a piece of wood. And you wouldn't think it would last that long. There's no writing on it, or if there was, it's long since gone. But it's a wooden stone lasts that long. Unless it's like petrified wood or something. I always found that interesting. Okay, we've been over there. The whole cemetery is fascinating. It's just, this is the oldest part. I think there's actually two cemeteries that kind of grew together. I'm not sure. Just fascinated with history, and I like people to be remembered. 1879 to 1909. His record is on high. And there are the pearly gates. The dove there flying. That's cool. I don't like the newer style tombstones. I like the older style. But just like me not liking the new comic books, I like the old ones. Maybe this isn't an old tombstone. What do I know? I just like that classic style. Oh, this is a real cool crab tree. Excellent. Okay, this one, G.C. Crabtree, born 1850, died 1900. An honest man is the noblest work of God. This one's had repair done to it, so they fall down from the elements, or scum come in and knock them down. There's Finger. The Finger family. Butler. Moses O. Bledsoe. 1837 to 1901. Yeah, I really like that they used to have the little miniature Confederate flags by the graves of people that served, because then you knew who did. But now everyone's afraid to do that. Okay, over here is one ditto, and there's one that's kind of reddish. Ditto is the name of an elementary school around here. So there's a lot of ditto family members here. So yeah, this is the ditto plot. That's cool. Look at those sculpted hands. Mrs. Dealey, wife of J.P. Rose. 1848 to 1901. Arlington was a tiny town then. Tiny. James ditto. Look at the hand pointing up. Another hand pointing up. That's another little baby that only lived a year. There's that baby grave. Someone's put a little spinner there. 1894. It's from the Collins family. Collins is one of the busiest streets in the town. All these people are a lot of Collins family. Zena Tatum. Ernest Lee Collins, Texas. Okay, December 26, 1940. Well, that was before World War II. But, let's see. Manzingo is a Sonic symbol. Gray is Katie Birch. I think that star is an Eastern Star thing. That's like a wife of a Mason, I think. Thomas Manzingo. Manzingo, is that a Spanish name? What a name. That's an interesting name. I don't think I've ever heard it before. Sounds like something from a spaghetti western. Manzingo. Well, I love these. They're all through the cemetery. These tombstones that look like trees that have been cut down. They're people that cut down trees for a living. Woodmen of the world. They always make their memorials look like trees. These are kind of, I always think these are kind of creepy. These ones where it looks like a air raid bunker. Like, at least you know where the body actually is. You don't feel like you're walking on someone's grave. This one's had some damage done to it. Johnny Weems. These are very old trees. I don't know how old, but pretty old. There's the Davis family, and of course, South Dave. There's a Davis Street, and the elementary school I went to in 6th grade is named after the Davis families. South Davis Elementary. Yeah, the people that founded this town are remembered by street names, and I don't know. There's a little museum called the Fielder Museum. It's kind of down the street. Other than that, I doubt many people know much about Arlington history. Arlington's kind of becoming kind of horrible. I don't know. They're fixing up the downtown. I shouldn't knock it too much. Love to be somewhere else, though.
My father and mother and my oldest brother are buried over on the outskirts of Dallas at a veterans cemetery. My father was a veteran of the Korean and Vietnam War, and my oldest brother was served in the Army, later with the Homeland Security, and so they're buried over there, and that's a beautiful cemetery. Oh, here we go. This is a Corporal Thomas B. Collins, 5th Texas Cavalry, CSA, Confederate States of America. So they have the American flag, but obviously we respect the service of both sides, because they're all Americans. Just really bad internal squabble that happened in our history. But we need to remember these things, not tear down statues. In my humble opinion. I'm supposed to be related to Robert E. Lee somehow. Not exactly sure how. I just always heard had an ancestor named Lily Lee, and they would march her around in parades. It's like, oh, she's related to Robert E. Lee. But then, I don't know. My father tried. It's on my mom's side that I'm supposed to be related to Robert E. Lee. Can't. My father tried to do the research to establish that for sure back in the 1970s. And back then, before the internet, the church or two burned down, and you kind of lose the chain. But now I think with the internet, I could probably pretty firmly establish if I am related to Robert E. Lee or not. But it sounds good if I ever moved to Virginia, Maybe I'd get some respect from people for a change. Always been looked down on, Grottu Orloff. Orloff is a real family name on my father's side. It's a Russian, German, kind of, I don't know, name. Grottu I just stole from Stan Lee. There's a giant ant in those old Stan Lee, Jack Kirby monster comics from the 50s. So I want to name myself after one of those cool Stan Lee monsters. Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko monsters. So Grottu, I've been since the MySpace days because they didn't want to use my real name on there. Oh well. Marvel Comics ever gets excited at me for using the Grottu name, I'll just keep Dr. Orloff. And because Orloff, I kind of would like to just change my name to Orloff. That would be cool, but I think it would be too much trouble. But it's such a cool name. Sounds like Karloff. Well, this just looks like a piece of wood. Oh, this is where they get the water. So they just put the wood there so no one knocks that pipe over. Well, here's some more of those graves that look like they're really trying to make sure they keep them down. Looks like a tornado shelter. I got a few more over here. I guess this particular family liked that. Liked it that way. The Elliott family. And the Spruance family. God, I gotta come out and clean these tombstones a little better. Well, with that adventure, I didn't go back to this back part of the cemetery. Is there anything to see back here? It's weird. This is a part that has the newer graves, I think. And these must be people. Yeah, there's a new Davis. Or at least it looks new. I think the old
longtime families of Arlington still will sometimes vary in this historic part of the cemetery, but well, yeah, this person passed away about 14 years ago. And about 5 years ago, another Davis family member. But then back here are some really interesting looking. I remember there was something back here, 1934. It's really hard to tell what that tombstone was. This is a cool one that's made like a heart. I'm stepping in brand new dirt. Oh my gosh, this person was just buried May of 2020. So the ground hasn't settled and grass hasn't grown over it. So James Thomas Stone. So he was born. So Linda Gale, November 9th, 19. Oh, I see. He was born in 45 and died in 2020. And Linda is still alive. So it says 1948. So when she passes away, she'll be buried here, and they'll add the death date to that tombstone. So I get it. So this is all brand new. I wasn't here. I don't think the last time I visited. This one back here with the tile is kind of interesting. But I don't know if there's any information on it. And there's always chances there are graves around that kind of just disintegrated and you just don't even know that they're there. It used to be, let's see, Guadalupe S. Mendez, 1932. Oh, he was very young, 1921 to 1932. There was a grave over here that people used to just decorate with all these toys and all that. It was just like there was always a party at that. I think it was a grave of a child. And I guess people haven't been doing that lately. Here's more Davis family members. Mary Bell. Where was that? I guess they don't come on decorated anymore during the pandemic. But this is another visit to see Miss Vandiver. Bring her some more flowers, and I'll be back out here sometime around Christmas. Take care, everybody. It's the Grottu Orloff Show, special Friday the 13th edition. What a day it's been. Went to the Target earlier, and the people are panicking again. You know, they're already clearing out the shelves of water and paper toweling and toilet paper. You know, I don't smoke. I just thought that would be a funny gag to have the cigarette through the mask. And so I go downstairs and I take one of my masks and I poke a hole through it. I don't realize these are extra sharp scissors because my wife's a cosmetologist. They're meant for cutting hair. And I sliced my finger. So I had to run around finding a Band-Aid. So I really suffer for my art here, for your amazing laughs. Anyway, I don't smoke and I don't recommend smoking. In my opinion, it killed both my parents earlier than they should have. And so I don't like smoking, but I think cigarettes are funny props, Dean Martin style. So sometimes
I just have, I'll have this one cigarette. I may use it as props for, smoking through my ear and things like that. Well, earlier today, what excitement happened? I did some station IDs because I'm going to start having myself talking in between the music. What I do is I broadcast throughout the house and the yard with a little device called a whole house transmitter. You can go to wholehousetransmitter.com and find them, and they're less than $100, and you can broadcast 150 feet any direction. That's about as much as you can broadcast legally by the FCC. I think some people know how to modify them where they broadcast further, but anyway, so basically it'll broadcast throughout my house and probably to several neighbors' houses around. So I did some little station IDs, and then I'll put those in between the records, and then any radio that I listen to in the house, tuned to that frequency that I set it on, will hear my radio with me as the DJ, and so that's what that was about. So I did that. Let's see. What else did I do? Other important thing. I ran by the cemetery to put some flowers on the grave of a young lady that passed away over 120 years ago, named Hannah Vandiver. I take care of her grave. She's not a relative of mine. I just kind of adopted her, just like I adopt all kinds of people, like this lady here. I showed you this a few episodes back. I just found this photograph somewhere, and now she's a member of family, and she's up here in an honored spot. But that's not why you tune into the Grottu Orloff television network. You want to see hauls and key issues and slabs. Actually, you know that Grottu never would slab a comic, but let's see. What have I hauled in lately? What the hell is this? Oh, well, I got this. It's a fake copy of the Fantastic Four first appearance of Black Panther. I actually have the original comic, but I thought, well, I'll just buy this because it's $1. And if they can charge $1 for this, they could probably charge $1 for all comics instead of $4 or $5. And if they would go and just start charge $1 for comics, maybe they could actually sell them to some people that aren't over 35, 40 years of age, and maybe they could build up a new market for comics. I mean, they've got the movies, but they're not bringing in the kids, because kids don't even know that comics exist. Seriously, they don't. What else? This is from today's Friday. I got this stuff on Wednesday at Cosmic Comics. It was New Comics Day, so I went there and got old comics because I couldn't find many new comics. Well, that was a new comic, that Fantastic Four True Believers reprint. I went through the dollar bin and picked up a bunch of dollar comics, like this is The Defenders, number 7. It's not really number 7 because it looks like they started the numbering over again. Well, for $1, that'll entertain me during the next lockdown. Looks like, everyone thinks there's going to be another lockdown because Joe Biden wants to do that. And some people are thinking he's going to be the next president. We don't really know what's going to happen at this point. I got USA Agent number 2. I know I have USA Agent number 1 that I bought off the stands when it was new. I don't know. Maybe he's gonna be a character, I think, in this new TV show. Got this for $1. Jim Steranko cover. God damn, that's loud. Oh, and then I picked up a bunch of copies of Warlord issues I don't think I already own. Warlord is a great DC comic from the 70s and early 80s. It was by Mike Grell. I'm going to turn this volume down a little bit. It was DC's attempt to be, do Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's very Edgar Rice Burroughs-like. God damn it. And it's fun. Where's the volume? The volume. Ah, yes, the volume. I need some tuner cleaner. That volume button's a little Makes a little bit of noise when you turn it. I've got a friend that's an expert in restoring old stereos and TVs. He could fix that up for me real quick. He's actually coming by tonight. So usually comes by on Friday nights and visits. His name is Gerald. He's a wizard at repairing stereos. There's a local vintage stereo store that sells vintage stereos. People take their old vintage equipment in and think they're going to fix it. They actually farm it out to my friend Gerald. A lot of people do that. They pretend they're the ones fixing it. God damn it. But it's really good old Gerald. One of the nicest people in the world, Gerald is. All right, so other entertainment. This garbage. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Still going through the stuff I got from Cosmic Comics in Grand Prairie. What else did I get? Mostly, like I said, I hit the dollar bin. Okay, Warlord 67. Warlord, oh, this one says 50 cents, number 36. I think I already have this, but for $1, I'm not going to pass it up. It's Harvey's attempt to do superheroes. Like I said, I think I already have this issue, but now I have another copy of it. And I have this original issue of the Avengers, but here's a reprint from Marvel Triple Action. I think these reprints in the 70s, I think they had a lower page count, so they would alter the story and cut out a few panels or maybe one page from the original story. So the reprints aren't really a good substitute for owning the originals, unfortunately. Warlord 64. So it says. Yeah. All right. I have this original issue of Fantastic Four, but the Marvel's Greatest Comics reprint had kind of a cool cover, and I was just going through the discount bin. Shit. This was also in the dollar bin. I think I have it, but I wasn't sure, so I got it again. Almost done with this. Oh, this was one of the ones on the wall back behind the counter, and it's a really sharp copy of From Beyond the Unknown, number 25. Very good quality copy. And a not so good quality copy of Sergeant Fury number 11, which is okay as a reading copy. Got a 10-cent sad sack comic. Cool ad on the back. Teen Titans spotlight on the 1960s Teen Titans. And last but not least, from Cosmic Comics, got this Warlord number 100. And you can see what I mean. It's just straight Edgar Rice Burroughs kind of entertainment. For those of you into these Japanese robots, it's got this Voltron ad on the back that might entertain somebody out there. God damn it. Shit. Got this in an estate sale a few weeks ago. It's Lady of the Lake. Miss Mary J. Hetzel, 106 Burgard Boulevard, Buffalo, New York, school number 9, room 24. Where are my glasses when I do them? I think this is 1909, ladies and gentlemen. So, Lady of the Lake. Got this for a couple of bucks. Mad about superheroes. It's later period mad. From got this at Half Price Books. You know, it's got the like Tobey Maguire kind of time period, Watchmen, that kind of stuff. Oh, and this comic, this book, Baby Boomer Comics, was real cheap there in the closeout bin of half-price books. And this is pretty damn cool. This is showing up at half-price books. The Atomic Age Superman. And it features the Sunday strips from 56 to 59. So, looks like that. Sunday strips reprinted. So, that was real cheap also. Half price bookstore. If you have them in your area. Not all states have half price books. It'll be hard to move to a state that doesn't have half price books, but but a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, motherfucker. Sometimes a man has to move to a place where there are no half price books. And you can't take it, you just fucking push it. Alright. Done. Oh, I had to go to the fucking doctor yesterday. First I went to a emergency clinic because I couldn't hear a thing out of my ears. My ears had become completely compacted with wax. And I was trying to use these over-the-counter drops you put in your ear and then flush out. Got real bad yesterday morning, so I went to this little emergency clinic. And he said, I can't do anything here. You have to go to an ear, nose, and throat doctor because I can't even see the... Can't even see. I can do this though. Can't even see the eardrum. See, now I can smoke my ear. Anyway, so I go to the Dr. Christopher Lee. Seriously, the guy's name is Christopher Lee, and but he's out of town. So a nurse practitioner was there, and she used some kind of suction vacuum cleaner kind of thing to suck huge amounts of earwax out of my ears. This is disgusting. In fact, it clogged up her machine. And then on this side, was actually an ear infection. Because what happens, you have earwax, then there's a little bit of a hole in the water when you're showering, it gets back behind the earwax and it's trapped back there. And that's what caused the ear infection. It was horrible. So I'd lay on that side to go to sleep, and it'd be like a suction pop. When I looked at my head, it was there. I knew something was wrong. Anyway, she cleared out my ears. She kind of hit the eardrum once. Oh, it was, and then that when I flinched, it caused her to, I think, cut the side wall of my ear. I don't know. She said I may get some brown crust coming out the next few days because there was some blood. So that was fun. Oh, then while I was waiting for my 3 o'clock appointment, I had some time to kill, and I went by this antique mall, and they had some Golden Age comics there for super cheap, and so I picked them up. Like those Dell Looney Tunes. I'll open them up on the next visit. This is great. It's Bugs Bunny letting you buy a lucky rabbit's foot. It's kind of like if Tom Mix said, "Howdy, partner. How would you like to have a real human hand or a severed human foot, partner? How long has it been since you had one?" Something like that. So that's Looney Tunes, and here's another Looney Tunes. Great ad on the back. Back in my day, the comic book collectors would go apeshit over purple covers, especially on DC. Those were what people considered key issues back then. Here's Tip Top number 174 with Nancy and Sluggo, and a really creepy looking ad on the back. I mean, it's just, especially that kind of creepy there, I think. It's a smoking cowboy doll. Nancy and Sluggo number 97. And hey, kids, you get yourself a Brainstorm beanie on the back. Duck album, great art. Oh, and look at this. Is that art great? Beautiful. Beautiful. Man, you could frame that. And Rudy Kazudi, I swear I already own this. I'm not sure. But now I have a 3D Rudy Kazudi. It's like, well, am I recording? Sure enough. Well, this is part 2. The thing about the low-tech nature of the Grottu Orloff program is I record this with an iPhone, and if someone calls, like my wife just called, it ends the program. So that's what happened. But now it's going to be 2 parts to this, and that's okay. So most people can't sit through a whole hour video. I notice most people don't. I also noticed that we got the neighbor's gas bill, so I walked the gas bill over to the neighbor. I noticed they took their flag down. They put it up last Saturday when Biden was elected, and well, they took it down now, and so did the people about 3 or 4 houses down on the other side of the street. Now I'm the only person that has flags up. I have those kind of circular banners, whatever you call them. I've had them up for years. So some people love the country, and some people are just happy that their guy won. And we'll see if he won. Probably. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I sure hope that Trump pulls it out, but oh well. I lost a subscriber. I had 113. It went down to 112. I think it's because I mentioned liking Trump, or maybe it's because of my new cigarette habit. Maybe I've I don't really smoke. I just think it's funny. I like to make fun of cigarette smokers, or really just, I guess I'm just envious that it looks so cool. Really, cigars and pipes look even cooler. But I could never be a smoker. It just seems so incredibly stupid to do it with all that science knows. Oh well, so there's sure a lot of Democrats that smoke. I thought they relied on science. All right, so at Duncanville Books, which is my favorite of the local comic book shops, I believe that people call them LCSs, local comic shops. Well, it's not really that local. I have to drive quite a ways to get there, about half an hour. It's real close to Oak Cliff, which was a bad neighborhood even when Lee Harvey Oswald lived there. And it's, questionable area, but it seems somewhat safe around Duncanville Books. Anyway, picked up a bunch of stuff. They have $2. They have a whole room full of $2 comics and magazines, right? And then they've got collector's comics that are 25% off. Then they got collector's comics that are 50% off the marked price. Then they got the whole back of the store are $5 comics. And then they've got the super deluxe collector's comics that are the actual price marked. And then they got another room full of current comics, like the new stuff that comes out now, and it's marked whatever, and you pay that. But I first was looking at the $2 bin, and I remember picking up from DC Comics back in 5th grade or 4th grade, the first issue of Tor, Joe Kubert's Caveman Tor. But I know I don't have issue number 2, and this is issue number 2, and it was for $2. I picked it up. And a Charlton comic, Timmy the Timid Ghost, number 14. So that's obviously a Casper knockoff. I don't think you need to know that. Tippy Terry, obviously a Dennis the Menace knockoff. and it's from Super Comics. I don't think I have this particular issue of Atlas Seaboard's Tiger Man #3. And the clerk knows it's $2 comic because of the blue sticker. It's all color coded. Pick this up. This is when Jack Kirby was doing, in his later period after he came back to Marvel, was doing the covers for just about every Marvel comic, but just cool to see a Kirby back to Thor cover. That Wilkin boy, that goddamn Wilkin boy, what will he do next? And it's number 7 for those of you that can't wait to go to mycomicshop.com and order a copy. And the Three Musketeers, which goddamn, this is one of the things that got me into comic books. That right about 1970, they started reprinting this title. And I got a Super DC Giant reprinting of the Three Musketeers, which is really a 50s comic. And I loved it. I didn't know it was old. I didn't know it was from the 50s. This is an actual shit. Well, this is actually part of the reprints. Actually, I'm fooled. It's 15 cents. So this is when they were reprinting the 50s stuff. Because if it was the 50s stuff, it would be 10 cents. So this is just an issue I don't have. It's a reprint, original. I still enjoy the Three Musketeers. Great art, great fun. And Spooky, the tough little ghost. Audience likes that one. And goddamn, 91. See what they do when you get old. Comics aren't really meant for old people like me. See, when you have that color background and then you put black ink on it, it's really hard to read that number when you get to be old and decrepit. I was just reading about Rima the Jungle Girl earlier today. I remember buying the first issue of Rima the Jungle Girl from DC, and I think I have a couple of issues of it. But these are something I don't have, and what I didn't realize is that Rima was actually an older creation that goes back to like 1907 or 1909. This is a character that is almost as old as Tarzan. I didn't realize that. I thought it was something that DC created in the 70s to, kind of be like Sheena or something. But apparently it's an older creation. Fascinating trivia that you can learn here on the Grottu Orloff program, ladies and gentlemen. I get so many ever since I joined Parler, I get all these notifications that keep popping up at the top of my screen, just nonstop. I got to figure out a way to turn them off. Here's Jughead number 217. Love the dress that she's wearing. Of course, Jughead is all about food of any type. Oh, but look at this cool psychedelic cover for Jughead number 179, the 15 center. Isn't that great? Get the DJ or the just controlling all the psychedelic lights. Put a tiger in your tank. They used to be the old SO, ESSO. That was the first word I learned how to read. So I'd be driving down the street and I would recognize SO. Now SO, they may still call it that in South America, but now here in this country they call it Exxon. But back when I was a little kid, it was SO, and that was their advertising campaign. Put a tiger in your tank. And then you could buy these little tiger tails to hang out of the little door of your gas input tank, and like tigers in there powering your car. Binky's Buddies. This is, of course, a DC Archie knockoff. Number 10. Here's number 11. Oh, I had to get this one. Archie's joke book from '93. Just such a great cover. It's just that outfit that she's wearing, even though there's a chipped corners missing there. What will CGC say about that when I slap it? Well, I don't know. Betty and Veronica, Archie's Girls, Betty and Veronica, number 140. When I alphabetized this, I used to alphabetize it under B. Then I started alphabetizing it Archie because Archie's Girls is really part of the title. And then that keeps all the Archie comics kind of together, and you're alphabetizing. Oh, and those are all $2. This is also $2. I may actually already have 2 copies of this, but this is something important to my childhood. I bought this was Mad. I bought from the rack back in April of '71. I would have been 6. I remember going up to my mom and asking her if I could buy this there in the little bookstore attached to the PX in Heidelberg, Germany. And I remember her being outraged at this cover. It just really upset her that she thought this was disrespectful to the United States. So, of course, it's very appropriate now with all the weird Democrat shenanigans going on. Yeah, what was it? Nancy Pelosi and Schumer came out yesterday and they said what did they say? It's an absurd circus. And then Schumer called it shenanigans, what the Republicans are up to, trying to make sure the Democrats are honest. Anyway, obviously, I guess she let me buy it, but she was pissed off. I don't know. So now I got it, and now I'm this $2 copy I'll put out in that magazine rack in the hall. That's that. There's more, though. Let's see what we got here. Trying to remember what things. Oh, this red or orange sticker means 50% off. So this was half the marked price, and it's Captain America number 128, where he's fighting a biker gang. And then, hold on a second. So, hold the phone. I got this in partnership with this, which I may already own, and this is Hulk 150, and this was from the $5 bin. That's why it's got a green sticker. But he's tearing these bikers apart, and then Captain America's beating up bikers. So, if I ever have a comic book wall, I could have like a biker, killing bikers section. So that was that. Okay, so out of the 25-cent off rack, I think, yeah, now this issue, I've never had it, but when I was in 3rd or 4th grade, I got a t-shirt with this cover on it. Marvel did some t-shirts, and they had this one. They had a Submariner where he's up against Dr. Doom. I had that one. I had this one, and I had one with the Hulk where it's kind of a light blue cover. He's kind of going like this, and there's all these villains or something all around him. I don't have that one either. And so anyway, I don't have the shirts anymore, but I'd like to have these original comics, which obviously is better. Anyway, the shirts obviously don't fit me anymore. And then I got a few issues of Fear Number 7 with a November 30th, 1971 date stamp. This was from the $5 bin. And then I had the first few issues of Adventure into Fear with Morbius, the living vampire. And look how small the name Morbius is. But the living vampire is giant. That's what he was more marketed as, is the living vampire. And this is 25. So, I don't know. Might as well. I saw him there and I figured maybe I better get him now, because if this movie comes out and it's successful, if we even have movie theaters when that's supposed to come out, then the prices may go up on these. And then I got number 26. And they're in okay condition. But again, they called them living vampires because they were still a little nervous about the comics code. Had been relaxed a little bit and allowed monsters in. And for years, they really weren't allowing vampires and zombies and mummies. They weren't allowing the undead. So Marvel was like, the living vampire. And then when they did the Mummy comics, it was the living mummy. Some lawyers thought, that's what we'll do, I guess. There's issue 28. This cover is kind of really cool and crazy. All right. So that's that. Then also, from the $2 bin, Wanted, number 1. Wanted is a comic that reprints supervillain stories from the 60s and 50s. Maybe Golden Age too, actually. Here's number 4. Here's number 7. Oh, tomorrow there's going to be 3 different marches going to Washington, D.C. of Republicans. I'm going to be getting the popcorn out to watch that. Wanted, number 8. Wanted, number 9. I remember picking up when I was a kid the first issue of War is Hell. And it had new stories, but it looks like then they this is the second issue. I never got the second issue. That's cool. Just a great cover. Oh, another issue of Wanted, number 3. War is Hell, number 6. Yeah, like I say, they're starting to buy up all the toilet paper and the paper towels. I didn't know if they were clearing out the water. I've already got about 8 big cases of water. And I bought another toilet paper, and I think we're stocked up. I don't know. What Trump was just on television saying that the vaccine's pretty much ready, and that it'll be going out for free to every state except for New York, because the governor of New York doesn't trust Trump's vaccine. So he said, when the governor says so, we'll send it to him, but he doesn't want it right now. So there's that, and he said he's not going to be doing any lockdown, that it's more dangerous than the actual virus. But I think that Biden may be leaning towards that, and actual mandating masks everywhere you go. Now they're talking about Thanksgiving, you better eat outside, and you can only have a certain number of members of family over, and this kind of thing. Ridiculous. Here's I have some of these Tandy Computer Whiz Kids. This is from Radio Shack. I didn't have this one. I'm sure Metarog's got all these. They're pretty plentiful around these parts because the Tandy Corporation is based out of Fort Worth. And, oh well. Wendy the Good Little Witch, number 62. Look for me on TV, although I never really see many cartoons that actually have Wendy in them. Usually when you see the Casper cartoons, they're the older ones, Paramount cartoons. But they did do cartoons with all the cast from the comics. Here's TV Casper and Company, number 28. Again, these are all that I'm showing you from the $2 bin. So is this. This is in condition I would normally turn up my nose at. I don't like the crease going down the center. I don't like the fact that the spine is not cut squarely. As far as the comics, it's not cut right. But I just figured for $2, I just want to read this. You know, you don't see that stuff that often. It looks like by issue number 7 of War is Hell, they started reprinting Sergeant Fury. And number 8, also reprinted Sergeant Fury. I just think it's kind of cool. Combination of the War is Hell logo with Sergeant Fury, the heads on the corner, making it look kind of Justice League-like. But that's the haul. It seems like when I put the word haul in the title of a video, I get more people viewing it. When I put key issue in, it doesn't get quite as many. I was listening to people in the other customers in Duncanville Books, and someone was saying, yes, of the key issues that I have, this and that. So people like to use that term, key issue. God damn! So, fuck. That's all right. I don't know. I've got 112 subscribers. Maybe I can get some more soon. But if not, I'll continue to provide entertaining content to you for the next generation or so. This guy that Biden's hired to head up his coronavirus task force is Rahm Emanuel's brother, and he's a eugenicist. He says people really shouldn't live past 75. He says, when I turn 75, I'm not going to get any more physicals or anything. He says, that's a good age to die. So he basically kind of Logan's Run. Well, it's not quite Logan's Run because Logan's Run was age 30. The original book of Logan's Run, I think it was age 20 that the government or the computers that ran the government forced everyone to die. But yeah, not really cool when someone that everyone's thinking might be the president is hiring eugenicists. But what would you expect from a Democrat? Filthy Democrat. You know what them Democrats are. Oh, look. Latest previews. Oh, no, it's August 1999. I'm sorry. I got all kinds of shit around here. What was popular in August 1999? I don't know. Comics were pretty shitty back then, too, it looks like. Oh, wait. Maybe this is the newest issue. No, it's November 1999. Oh, look. Chewbacca. Oh, my gosh. Imagine 1999, before 9/11, before the pandemic. People were worried about whether their computers would continue to work on New Year's Eve, which was coming up pretty soon. People were panicked about that back in November of 1999. I don't throw anything away. Eventually, everything becomes cool. Even I found a receipt from bill of sale from an old record store and an old some of my brother's stuff, and it was he bought some 8-track tapes, and it was Disc Records from 1976. Now, that's cool now because enough time has passed that it becomes cool. Even an old can of Coke, it gets old enough. Wow, it's cool because it's old. And who would have thought an old issue of Previews would be cool? But I guess it is. They're like cool cigarettes. They're refreshing, man. Refreshing. People that smoke are motherfucking idiots. Don't smoke. Smoking is for motherfucking fools. Okay. Now, it's so hard to say goodbye. It's a Friday night, so that means my friend Gerald usually comes by on Friday nights. Sometimes we get pizza from this. It's weird. It's like this. It's called New York Pizzeria, but it's not really New York style pizza. The people that run it are Albanian, and it's like this bizarre hybrid of cultures. And the pizza is really exquisite. We oftentimes order from there. Okay. Shut this down. Okay, then I shut down that, and I shut down my DVD player. Okay, then the lighting system. That goes, let's see, the charger for the cell phone. Starting to get a little bit hungry. I'm getting some hunger. Goddamn, getting hungry around here. Oh my gosh. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I get a big giant bag of this Burt Ward dog food. Burt Ward, Robin, in the 1966 Batman, produces this dog food that's very expensive, but it turns dogs into puppies. It's so nutritious and delicious that they love it, but it's like dog crack. They eat it and they start spinning around in circles and doing crazy stunts, and so it's supposed to make them live to be like 17 to 25 years old, supposedly. Yeah, but that's what Burt Ward is doing. I'll do a little review on that maybe next time, and I'll show my dog and how she acts after she eats it. Yes, indeed. Burt Ward. That's what he's doing nowadays. I don't know who sells it. I know they got it at Target. It's in these big, giant, really heavy bags, and it's like almost $40. What do you think of that, Rudolph? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, ladies and gentlemen. See you later. Hey, it's Grottu Orloff up here in the theater room. It's, I don't know, November 17th, 2020. I know it's a Tuesday, something like that. About a week until Thanksgiving. Things continue to be very weird in the news. According to the media, we have a new president-elect, Joe Biden, and really cool, giggly Vice President Kamala Harris. But there seems to be a lot of crooked stuff coming out that's going to courts. What'll happen? It's hard to tell. But our new president-elect, according to the media, promises us a dark winter. So you need to get prepared and buy lots of comic books now before your local comic book shop is shut right down again in the next amazing shutdown. And don't have any, we stocked up on water. I don't have any guns, though. I mean, I've got a gun. I don't know if it works. A friend of mine says, don't try to fire it. It's like a little bitty James Bond, like the James Bond gun that he had. But I do have, look at this. From my childhood, this is a squirt gun. It was kind of taped together, but it looks like I glued it at some point. It broke here. But this might frighten away all the evil people that might invade neighborhoods. I don't know. It at least squirts water, and that's scary. And this, it's got dust on it. This is a Junior Commando brand. This is quite spectacular. I think I need to mount these up on the wall. They look pretty spectacular. That's something I should do. Anyway, just going through things, organizing as usual. That seems to be a never-ending task. And as soon as everything gets somewhat organized, well, we may move. Now we're, there's a town called Eastland, Texas, that looks like it has a really cool house that's like over 4,000 square feet. And it costs less than the house I'm in. And it's got a guest house that I could set up as pinball machines and turn it into an arcade. And then any of you that would like to come visit could stay there. And the town has a really cool old-timey movie palace called the Majestic. And I don't know, it's a little town. I thought the property taxes would be less, but they're not much less than here. I don't know. I still got to go to the bank and see, could I qualify for a bridge loan so I could buy a house before I sell this one? And it's going to be hard to sell this one with some of the decorations. I'm going to probably have to make it more PG rated around here before people come in to view the home. But anyway, going through boxes, this is kind of cool. You ever seen a copy of the Electric Company magazine? I probably should get closer to this camera. What do you think? Gotta move some stuff here to do that. Well, look at this. It's a vintage Cyclops X-Men pillow. Is it dated? I'm sure it's from when the TV show was on. I hear that's back and viewable on Disney Plus, and I think there's even talk of reviving it. Talking about the really good Fox X-Men cartoon. There's a little hound dog. Got a bunch of stuffed animals here. Got to put them someplace. Oh, and this is an autograph hound. Damn it. They used to, at the end of the school year back in the 50s, you pass it around, people would autograph it. Yeah. Oh, here's another one. I got them all over the place. See, autograph puppy. There's still some autographs, so you look really carefully. Yeah. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Well, let's see what we got here in this box, shall we? It's the Electric Company magazine from the people that bring you Sesame Street. It's actually, I need better lighting, I thought this would be nice mood lighting, but I think I need a little more. So, I'm pretty sure of that. Let me get some more lighting going here. How's that, folks? More light? Okay. The Electric Company magazine has some cool art design. I bought this like in third grade. This was a show they forced us to watch in school. Back then, they didn't have cable TV. They didn't have VCRs. They would wheel a TV on, a TV set, big TV set would be wheeled into the room, the classroom. and they knew the times that the local PBS station would be broadcasting the electric company, and the teachers wrote it into their lesson plans and what skills that episode was going to be teaching us. Usually it was phonics. Phonics became very unpopular there for a while because then all the liberal establishment that controls the teaching field said, no, kids don't learn from phonics isolated, just learn from, just set them down, read, they'll figure it all out. And it didn't work too well. And then that's why you'd hear during all the conservative talk shows like Rush Limbaugh, they'd have all these ads for Hooked on Phonics. We need to get the kids back reading the way they learned to read back in the old days. And they were mainly right. Although, you know, there is something to said about, you know, to be said about just sitting down reading, you know, just, but some kid, they call it the whole language approach. But yeah. It even has mad artists like Al Jaffe here. There's Morgan Freeman when he was Easy Reader. And it's a fold-in. It's the word break. And then, and of course, he would break it open. And then you'd see he has bread inside that. And it's just filled with cool stuff. It was a magazine based on that TV show they forced us to watch, which is basically you start with Sesame Street, then you move on to Electric Company when you're like in second grade, right? And then you're ready to learn really how to read other than just recognizing letters and numbers. But yeah, it's a cool magazine. Still has the original subscription format, Electric Company. Later in the run, there's an issue. No, that's Sesame Street. There's a Sesame Street magazine too. And one of those issues in the 70s has Cookie Monster, like eating the World Trade, holding on to the World Trade Center, taking a big bite out of one of the towers, right about where the plane hit. And that's kind of creepy. Here's another one with the little band that was on that show, The Short Circus. Yeah, see, it has another one of those Al Jaffe mad type fold-ins. It's Clown, and it unfolds to a clock. How about that? This is issue number. It must be issue 2. How would I have missed? Look at this cool stuff. What issue is this? Now this is number 5, man. So I thought I was picking up all of these. They might just be in another box. There's some cool artwork in here. There seems to be a box here of just random stuff. I've been kind of dismayed. There's not a lot of comic book people putting shows up on YouTube recently. Most of the big names aren't posting, and I can imagine it's just out of being busy and probably depression, what's going on in the world right now. Because if Trump doesn't pull this out, there are going to be some dark times, I think. But who knows? Maybe it'll be wonderful. The big reset, they're calling it. Listen for those words. The big reset. You'll be hearing them more and more. Oh, look, here's a Toys R Us catalog. You don't even know what I'm looking at. I'm just flipping through something. You're like, show us. I guess this is from when the Batman movies got shitty. Yeah, Batman Forever. Yeah. Oh, what do we have here? A beat-up copy of a Marvel Comics index for the Avengers. Oh, look at this artwork on the back. It's kind of weird stuff. Very, very off-model. Look at those. It's not bad. It's just weird. Look at the Scarlet Witch, man. I guess that show should be starting pretty soon. I don't know about the Wonder Woman movie. If it's going to be playing in theaters for Christmas, or if it's going straight to HBO Max or what. I don't know what's going on. So, yeah, this is okay. Yeah, it has tracks all the issues of the Avengers. Let's see, where does my collection start with? Yeah, a friend of mine gave me, that's my eyesight. Um, yeah, my friend gave me everything Avengers 13 up through the mid 1970s, just about this time last year, just a whole box of them. And I already had some of them, but then I had an almost complete run of the Silver Age and through mid 70s. He was just downsizing, and and he thought they'd go to a good home. He had a complete run of X-Men from issue 1 through the good years in the 70s, the even better years. Well, they're all good. But anyway, he sent them to Heritage to auction for him, and then he swore that that what he saw in the catalog were not the issues he gave them. Like maybe they'd swapped them out and kept the good ones. He wouldn't. I don't want. He wasn't happy with his experience regardless. And so he said, "Here, you'll be a good home for these Avengers comics." And then he said, "I'm keeping the Spider-Mans." He had Spider-Man going all the way back to the early days, not Spider-Man #1. And he kept his Captain Marvel Captain Marvel. When Captain Marvel was a guy, he kept his Kirby New God stuff too. Anyway, this is just an index. I remember buying this on the newsstand at a drugstore in Pantego, Texas. It's right when the Hulk was came on television, and this is from July of '78. So when I bought this, my wife was 2 months old because she was born May of '78. Ooh, this is a movie everyone's forgotten. But I love this movie when it came out. Heaven Can Wait with Warren Beatty. It's a remake of Here Comes Mr. Jordan. And there was another similar movie in the 40s called Heaven Can Wait. They took the title from that and the plot from the other one. What the hell is this? Chris Christopherson starring in the movie Convoy. Oh boy. Oh, an old comics journal. Remember the comics journal? This was great journalism, seriously. This was a very well written magazine. And as I recall, the writing was very small even then, but now it's, damn. And I used to have reading glasses everywhere, and several of them had been eaten by our dog. So I need to run by the dollar store and pick up another pair of reading glasses, especially if I'm going to be reading the good old comics journal. And I have a whole box of them, but this somehow didn't get into that box. But they're really good interviews in here, and it's just very good stuff. This guy, Gary Groth, was the editor or publisher of this. And he started as like a teenage assistant to Jim Steranko. And there's some pretty good interviews with Gary Groth that are on YouTube that people have done in the last few months. Here's another magazine, Comics Collector. It's not as good as Comics Journal, but it's fun to read. The Monsters Shall Rise. Look at that. That's, I'm sure, why I bought this issue. How about that? How about that one? And there was another magazine called Comics Feature. It's got a Johnny Quest back cover. No, this one's got slick paper. This must be when it's an interview with John I used to pronounce Buscema, but is it Buscema? I think it's Buscema. But to me, it's always been John Buscema because I didn't know how to pronounce it. You see the name, and however you pronounced it when you were a kid is kind of what sticks. I keep forgetting if Stephanie Buscema is his daughter or granddaughter, but whatever she is, she's an amazing artist. But she does cutesy stuff and children's books, and I think she does some comic book art, maybe covers. But yeah, he was the master. I really loved Conan the Barbarian comics. Anyway, when did this thing? Oh, William Stout passed away not too long ago, a couple months ago. There was some of this pre-production art for some movies. Yeah, man, this is a great magazine. There used to be all these comic book magazines. What happened to them all? Well, there aren't magazines anymore. That's what I've been meaning to do a whole segment about this. I'm still conditioned. Whenever I go into a drugstore, any kind of store, a supermarket, the first place I go is the magazine rack. And now the magazine rack is about this wide. And there aren't any interesting magazines anymore. And sometimes there are magazines that are made like little miniature books. Like right now, there's one on, I guess it's on Bruce Lee. This must have been, I guess he would have turned 80 this month or something, because there's a big Bruce Lee magazine. Then there was one about Jaws a couple months ago. And it's like there's, but any magazine costs about $10. And sometimes they'll see like Atomic Ranch about 50s houses, but there's just, used to be, I would go to the newsstand. Is there a new Mad? Okay, is there a new Cracked? Is there a new Famous Monsters? Monster Times, Castle of Frankenstein. Sometimes it would be over a year between issues of Castle of Frankenstein. It was very spotty in its publication, but that's where I went, was the magazine rack and the comic book spinner rack. And now magazines aren't a thing. And of course, it's because the internet provides this. It used to be when Starlog magazine came out, it'd have, upcoming movies, and you'd find out about what movies are going to be made. And you thought, wow, I have the inside scoop before anyone. But you now realize that what the inside scoop you were getting back then was months old. Now, within minutes of news being released by Hollywood, you know about it on the internet. And so, but there's just something about a magazine. If I want to go back 15 years ago and read a review that was on, say, like I used to read Ain't It Cool? I better put this up because it looks like there's inappropriate stuff on the screen behind me. You're not seeing that. On, let's say, Ain't It Cool News used to be a website I looked at every day. I don't do that anymore. But I don't know why. It's just one of those things. But it used to be every day I look at it. Several times a day I look at Ain't It Cool News out of Austin. And if I wanted to go back and just look at a given day of Ain't It Cool News to see what they were saying about the production of the first X-Men movie or Spider-Man, that would be real hard to do. But now if I want to go back in time to September of 1993, I just pick up this magazine and I'm magically transported to that time period. I better hold this up high because I don't know what's going on behind me. This is a disc I made for the drive-in movie screen in the backyard, so I don't think I put anything too horrible on it because I wouldn't want the neighbors next door that voted for Biden to be upset about it. Well, here's another issue of Comic Values Monthly. Boy, did I love that Batman series. That's really the best adaptation of Batman ever. January 1994. Ah, yes. And they have like the price guide for what comics were worth in that particular month. So it's like a little snapshot of a month and year in comic collecting. Some of you, maybe before you were born, I think, when you look at on YouTube, you can manage your account, and you can look at the age of people that and it looks like most of the people who watch this channel are like 45 to maybe 60, not Not that I get that many viewers. This guy Tim Pool, this guy built some mansion, looks like a spaceship up in the Colorado mountains. And he's this guy that he kind of is like a Ben Shapiro type. He talks real intellectual and really fast. But yeah, he's kind of started with Vice, but he's kind of conservative. I mean, like, anyway, Tim Pool is with YouTube money. In other words, he's some people become rich off of this, but they have 3 million subscribers, and I have 112. I had 113, but I lost one. It's so terrible. I've got these video game magazines. I'm not sure. I think I might have been dreaming about what video game system will I get. And, well, I never got one. This was a magazine they would give away free at the movie theater. Moviegoers from April of '83. Yeah, what was going on back then? I guess an article about Margot Kidder, Lois Lane. But this was after Lois Lane by '83. '83, those movies had played out. I think Superman 3 was the death knell of that series. But she's toning it down. She's toning down her wild image, yeah, because she started dating Richard Pryor and probably smoking, doing however you smoke cocaine with them. Oh, okay. It's an article about National Lampoon. One of the next issues, I'm going to go through a National Lampoon collection. National Lampoon made, as far as I'm concerned, one movie, Animal House. Vacation, not quite. It was based on a story that was printed in a short story that was in National Lampoon. It had that guy that wrote that story wrote the script, and it had Chevy Chase, who started with the National Lampoon Radio Hour, but it was not really to me a National Lampoon movie. Animal House had the spirit. It was the National Lampoon. Here's an issue of Soldier of Fortune when Rambo came out. Rambo 2. Yeah. How about that? Let's see. Game Pro Magazine. Game Pro Magazine. Why the hell do I own this? I always thought I need to get into video games, but I never could have afforded that, and it would have been a horrible addiction. I would buy a system like I got what do you call that damn thing? I would buy the video game system right as it's about to be done away with. That's what would always happen with me. Oh, here's Omni. Omni was this if you were around in 1978 when Battlestar Galactica premiered on, I think, ABC TV, it seemed like every station break there was a commercial for Omni Magazine, the new music magazine of science fact. And this is done by Bob Guccione of Penthouse Magazine. He thought he would, and inside, I don't know if you know what Penthouse looks like, but the type set, everything in this magazine, it looks like you're looking at a copy of Penthouse. There's no nudie pictures, but it's like an intellectual Penthouse that doesn't have girls in it. It just has pictures about outer space and stuff. So this was out this is from June '79. This is a pretty early issue. Yeah. And that was Omni Magazine. I don't think people collect that. Who knows? Maybe they do. I just got a bunch of general stuff in here. I used to buy all kinds of shit, didn't I? Oof. Oh, look at this fancy high-tech watch you could have gotten back then in the year April 79. I was April 79, I turned 14. How about that? How about that? Oh, comic shop news. Does anyone save these? I mean, I save them. Here's an ad for Suicide Squad. I hear today that Sylvester Stallone's being added to Suicide Squad. Of course, he's also seems like being added to Guardians of the Galaxy if that movie ever gets made, Part 3. They had him as heading up the original Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, I took a pretty extended break from comics, and when the Guardians of the Galaxy movie was coming out, you know, my idea of what the Guardians of the Galaxy was the old Guardians of the Galaxy from the late 60s and 70s, the one that started in Marvel superheroes. So I kind of read a few issues to try to catch up for the movie to see what it was like, and it's an issue of Red Book. And it seems like the movie was better than the comics I was looking at, but maybe I was looking at the wrong run, the wrong artist. Oh, look at that delicious food. Red Book. Yeah, magazines used to be the thing. Red Book. I don't know if they still publish it. My mom used to read this. Red Book. This is from a long time ago. Kim Novak. She was in some Hitchcock movies. Look at the women. This model. God damn it. Back then. Hold on. This magazine does not seem like it's like I'm maybe. Oh, it's March 1959. Yes, indeed. Indeed. What else I got in here? Kit Builders. This was spring 2001. This is a magazine for people that would make model kits. These resin garage kits. And I used to like to look at that, but I never had the skill to build these. But well, I feel like this is a real filler episode. Like, I don't really have a whole lot to say. I just kind of was getting thinking I should do another episode to catch up with you guys. And sliding's kind of better. I've been making my own radio station. So what I do is I got a DVD recorder box, right? So I get a DVD-R, I put it in there, set it on the 6-hour speed, and I just use YouTube. So what I'll do is I'll use a jingle from WFUN in Florida, put the jingle on, because it's right there on, I saved it on YouTube. And then I did a bunch of station identifications where Dr. Grottu Orloff is saying, no, the next great record. And I put that on, and then I'll put on like Black Sabbath, and then I'll put on the Carpenters, and then I'll do another station ID, and then I'll just record until I have 6 hours. And right now I'm broadcast. So once I get a 6-hour disc, I put it into a DVD recorder attached to a whole house transmitter, FM transmitter. It'll transmit 150 feet or more in every direction. And then I can tune to 106.9 on any radio in the house and hear myself DJing all these records. So always kind of wanted to be a DJ. Now I can kind of do that virtually. Old friend of mine does DJ on KNON in Dallas on Saturday nights at midnight, and I tried putting that on. I don't want to be mean, but my wife makes me turn it off pretty quickly because it's some of the music is kind of hard, but hard to take. I mean, not too good. But I'm being mean, so I'm going to be quiet. But anyway, he does a good job DJing. Let's see. Well, just on so late, that nobody can. Hold on one. Set you guys down for a moment. Okay, I'm back. Well, I think I'm gonna draw a close to this particular installment of the Grottu Orloff program. Because I've locked the cats out of their room to do this, and they're going to be upset with me. So, gosh darn. Ugh. Always a vacuum cleaner in the way. Horrible. Alright. Oh, fucking shit, motherfucker. Goddamn. With your love, don't know what's happened since I met you. Feel like I'm falling in love since I met you. I got to know what you do to me with your love. What you do to me with your love. What you do to me with your love. What you do, baby, feels so good for me. You from the start had to be. You got my heart. I don't know what I'm gonna do with your love. Sweet baby. Every 3 days, a brand new Holiday Inn opens up.
Oh, good morning, girls. You look fine. Ready for a big day? Big opening, huh? Oh, that's there. Okay. Don't forget to check the television every morning to make sure it's working. And above all, courtesy, promptness, and a big smile.
And when it does, you can be sure that we're ready to serve you.
Please. Fine. Everybody ready now? Left, face. Forward, part. So who you represent, that uniform stands for something. Dress it up now. Come on. This is the biggest day of our lives. And now for that moment we've all been expecting and waiting for patiently. The unveiling.
More than 1,200 Holiday Inns have opened up all around the world. And everyone does more to make you welcome. Because our sign stands for a warm welcome. Or it doesn't stand at all.
Hey, it's Grottu Orloff. Thought I'd show you the state of the community that I live in. Take a look at this. How about that? How about that? Yeah, it's nice. Some convenience store here by the Mexican restaurant we like to go to, Taco Pionero, which is a delicious restaurant. They've apparently this new C store, people that named this store aren't very creative. I was driving by and noticed there's all this broken glass there in front, and it's like someone looks like they drove right through the front. Whether that was an accident or a robbery attempt, who knows? Incredible, astounding stuff going on. Unbelievable, astounding. Well, I'm going to do another video soon. Looks like we're going into a dark winter, is what I hear. There was a great press conference this morning with Rudy Giuliani and the other lawyers. They made a pretty good case, I think. But I'm sure the only thing that anyone will report on is that Rudy Giuliani's hair dye was rolling down the side of his head from all the heat of the lights. Whenever Rudy Giuliani would dab his forehead and his cheeks with this little Kleenex he had, then you could hear a flurry of cameras, shutters clicking because they wanted to get the picture of Rudy Giuliani sweating, of him being nervous, wiping his brow, and then this blonde lawyer, I forget her name, but she's really good. That was behind Giuliani. When she got up to speak, she pointed out, I could see what you guys are photographing. You know, it just was sick. You know, it's just like all this. And when this one reporter said they were from CNN, they just all laughed hysterically. Oh, it's great. But for the grace of God, go I, says this local church. Hopefully, for the grace of God, go I is not through the door of your local convenience store. I've got to put my camera down because I'm going through a school zone and you're not supposed to have a cell phone going. So I'll put it down in my lap and I'll be back with you once I get through the school zone. This school, whenever I drive by it, you know what I think of? I think of the paperback Son of Mad, which was a paperback that reprinted EC Comics Mad Stories. And for some reason, I was just real excited about getting that paperback, Son of Mad, one day when I was in 6th grade at this particular school. And so when I think of it, when I drive by, I think I'm out of the school zone, so I can turn my camera back on. Hey, this guy's got all his flags flying. It's great. I think it's great. Look at this guy. He had him flying for, not this guy. It's the next, where is he? Come on, where? Oh, yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's got his Trump flag, his POW missing in action flag. He's got his American flag. He's got a Confederate flag. He's got to be. He's going to give Democrats conniption fit. Oh my goodness! It's fall here in Grottuville, and crime is apparently rampant. All night I hear sirens going, and if Trump actually does pull it out and prove election fraud and becomes the president, then people are going to flip out and start throwing squirrel. I always break for squirrels. Yeesh. People are going to flip out, and if Trump doesn't pull it out, well, looks like we're going to be wearing masks everywhere we go. I just heard Biden was just talking, and I said once, mask mandate countrywide, all times outside of your home. Gotta wear that mask, which apparently does nothing. Oh well. During the showing of Black Blood Beast. In fact, there will be a policeman on duty at the box office to make sure they do not enter the theater. Yeah, I just picked up some Mexican food from good old Taco Pionero. We strongly recommend that you not let
tip to see this picture.
A
nurse will be on duty during the showing.
I've got 112 subscribers now, and that's great.
Because she may very well be needed.
I lost 2 and then I gained 1, but it's really hard to get up. You gotta to get monetized. You gotta have 1,000 subscribers, and I think you gotta have what is it like? You gotta have a certain number of hours that people have watched your videos in the last 6 months. I'll never be monetized. I don't think it's possible. I just don't think that I'm an interesting enough content provider. But apparently YouTube's changed their terms and services where even if you're not monetized, they can still put commercials during your videos. So who knows? There might be a video popping up in the middle of my video or before my video, and then I get no money for it because they can do whatever they want. Well, one thing you can get, I don't know if you can get it all over the country, is this Coke. We call it Mexican Coke. It's in a bottle, and it's imported from Mexico, and it still tastes like Coca-Cola did 40, 50 years ago here in the U.S. because they don't use high fructose corn syrup. They use real sugar, so it just more of the original formula. And so I got to take this food in, so I got to have my hands free. So I will sign off, and I will talk to you real soon. Take care. This is Fry's Electronics in Grottuville. I'm not sure how the store stays open. It has been basically filled with empty shelves for at least a year. Something's going on with the store. I asked someone and they said, well, they can't get all their stuff from China, but I don't know how they're staying open because there's just nothing in here. Hi. Perfumeria, $5 perfume, which is weird. These empty shelves. Why they have a whole section of perfume in an electronics store, I don't know. Okay, so I came here to get some little shells for CDs. See if I can find them. See. Office supplies. No, that's not what I need. Wait, maybe this is it. DVD cases. Okay, there's CD cases. 6 other sleeves. Actual plastic. Well, oh, here we go. $5 for 20. I've never seen Blu-ray cases before. Interesting. Oh, they have a bunch more here. A 50 pack.
expensive. And I don't really need that many. I think I'm going to go into Be Cheap and get 20 for $5. And then I'm going to explore. In the back section, there's nothing back there. And wow, this is where we used to have all the computers. It's just a ghost town in here. Here it's like this at Fry's all over the country, but I don't understand. I don't know why I'm keeping my voice down. It's not like there's anyone in here. Let's see. The weird thing is, the DVD, the Blu-ray section, doesn't have much, but everything, almost every title is some weird, obscure exploitation horror movie. So it's like they've given up and some relatively cool person is taking over ordering, and it's just ordering all this weird, obscure stuff. I'll show you. Here's where all the big screen TVs used to be. Here at the Fry's in Grottu, and just was commenting that the movie selection is here's Death Dream. We've got Color Me Blood Red coming at you. What is that called? Doberman Con. The Crazies. Yeah, just like a very obscure lineup. Dillinger, oh, that's a great movie. And the prices all over the map. Some movies will be just $5. Some will be much more expensive. Just doing Asylum, Thriller Killer. It's almost all exploitation. Go to hell, bastards. Final Countdown. I remember loving that movie when it came out in the late 70s. I got Blood Feast and all kinds of stuff. Like that, Dead and Buried, Contamination. There's God Told Me To. That's pretty good. Giant Spider Invasion. Maniac. What else we got? So whoever's ordering these movies is not ordering movies aimed at the average person. There's Mutilator. And I got Flash Gordon 4K. Cool. Slugs. Sold 2,000 Maniacs. Microwave Massacre. It's like going Massacre again. It's like going back to the 80s. What is this? Ed Woods. Something we will take out and trade. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of that. Spider Baby.
Oh, he's already recovered.
I think we got enough copies of Mad Max Fury Road.
Because the living room is, unless the family wants to go through the living room, he's not going to pass it. He should be in the book.
Okay, let's continue looking at movies. There's an idiot that was walking around talking into his cell phone, interrupting my video. Let's see. Yeesh. Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, do I already have Brainiac? I don't know. I think I do. Anyway, this is their whole selection of DVDs and Blu-rays, other than this family section here, which is like the only normal section of movies for normal humans. And I think I'm going to get Brainiac even if I already have it. I think if I have it, it's not on this label. All right, well, let's take a look around a little bit more. I had to break this into two segments, this tour of fries, because my friend called me and interrupted the recording. This is where they used to have DVD recorders. This section back there is closed off. Yeah, this store is running on fumes. But what I did notice the last time I was here is they still have a pretty substantial magazine selection, including things like Juxtapose, which I didn't even know they still published that, an underground art magazine. Let's take a look at that. And then let's head on out. Fry's Electronics, How the Mighty Have Fallen. This used to be a store called Incredible Universe, which I think was started by the Candy Corporation. And it was this huge store, huge, with laser discs. You know, back when laser discs were a thing. Well, they did have a whole lot more magazines last time I was here. Now they've cleared out these sections. Let's see, they got Revolver and lots of gun magazines. Still more gun magazines. Starburst. Oh, that's Comic Artist. juxtaposed. No, those are still being published. Always crossword magazines for old people. Well, I guess I am an old person now. Yeah, do crosswords. Yeah. There is some big garage electronics. The Grottu location. Indeed. Motherfucker. Welcome to the Grottu. Let's see what they're saying here.
I'm not happy.
Don't worry.
It's scary.
See enhancement in within. So, the safest thing that you can do is just find your safe spot. And I know
See, we're
might be new to the area. You're not used to doing a severe weather.
we'll be out of it soon. See.
But as I say, as long as conditions are favorable, and if it acts
Yeah,
like
see.
springtime, you can have springtime.
We'll be out of it real soon.
It says take shelter now.
And temperatures.
Well, I mean, we're about as sheltered as we can be unless we get in this closet under the stairs.
once you come forward in this, that's when the threats start. Not just from the progressive, crazy left, but all around. People, in your businesses and everything say, hey, isn't it just easier to let Leah go? Isn't it just easier not to promote Leah? Isn't it just, not to have morale? Because of this intense pressure, this is a profound courage. This is what's contagious. You step forward and get his word on the 25th of November. And that is why today we have some momentum. Because of an American citizen like Leah Hoops. This is what the fourth turning is all about. Remember, all these people that are totally obscure all now start to come onto the world stage, right? Because when it's your moment, you're going to have a decision. I can either, wave off, or I can step forward. And fortune favors boldness. That was the motto of the Romans, of the Republic. Fortune favors the bold. I want to bring in now Leah Hoops from Bethel Township in Pennsylvania. Thank you. We're very honored to have you on. Tell us about what you saw and what happened that day.
Well, first and foremost, it's quite humbling just to hear those words from you. So thank you so very much for bringing me on today. By no means is this easy. So where it all started was I was a poll watcher in my precinct, and from 7 o'clock in the morning and then on, there was nothing but issues with our scanners. One of them was actually broken down, and the other one, it would take 4 or 5 times to actually scan a ballot. And what had transpired was I was getting phone calls all day from my watchdog group and others in the county that they too were also having issues with their scanners as well across the county. And we couldn't get a hold of anyone on the election board to come and help us for hours. And then finally, when they did come, the problems were not resolved, and their statement from the voting warehouse supervisor was that there was an issue with the barcode, and that the barcodes were deformed. So it was never resolved, and they actually had a sheriff show up to our precinct with a new stack of ballots. It was about 500 ballots. And then from then on, it was craziness all day long. And then later on, there was a few of the other poll watchers who ended up at the counting center in Chester, Pennsylvania, and that's where it really just it went downhill from there.
When you say it went downhill, what do you mean?
So there's so much more for me to tell you.
And lots of shenanigans in Michigan and Georgia. A lot of people are downplaying what's currently going on. A couple days ago, a Pennsylvania judge delayed the certification of the electoral votes. Nobody's talking about it. And nobody's talking about this massive bombshell that's coming out. They're saying, oh, it has typos. typos. But they're not actually looking at what's in the 2 100-page legal complaints by attorney Sidney Powell. Did you know that Sidney Powell is like a military class lawyer? Basically, she has the power to charge somebody with treason. I didn't know that, but I do now. And she says the Kraken is released. Now, you have 2 massive legal documents. One's 104 pages.
feeling bored? Yes. What ratings did we got? So yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Guys, please continue.
It's the Grottu Orloff Show, November 29th, 2020. Haven't been on in a while. I've been spending a lot of time just kind of trying to figure out what's going on in the world. We've got a disputed election right now. We're really in a moment of unprecedented history, and I don't think a lot of people even realize it because it's all being covered up by the media and the tech giants. But you've got most elections, not many people vote. Usually it's about, most elections are decided by 50-60% of the population, if even that. And now we've got all these swing states where in some cases more than 300-400% of the population voted, meaning that everyone voted, and then there were people that apparently that came back from the dead that voted, and some people that voted many times, and so it's a big, huge mess, and it looks like the voting machines themselves were developed in communist countries and are created for fraud. But so anyway, all this is getting hashed out. They've got Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis working primarily as Trump's lawyers, and then you've got this other lawyer, Sidney Powell, who's working out on her own, not directly employed by Trump, but she's going after the voting machine fraud, and I think Juliana and Jenna Ellis are going after the problems with mail-in ballots that were necessitated by people being too afraid, supposedly, to go to the polls, so they had to vote by mail. Anyway, that's all a mess. So I've been watching that on television and kind of a lot. And YouTube is what I call television. Basically, we got rid of cable and satellite, I guess, a few years ago, and now I mainly get my entertainment from YouTube. And we have, I think, a lifetime subscription to HBO Max, but we didn't know how to access it because you can't get it on the Roku device. You have to have an Apple. So my wife just figured out over Thanksgiving how to beam it from her Apple phone to the television. So now we can watch, because we only watched the first episode of Doom Patrol of the second season. We watched the whole first season, and then we tried to watch the first episode of the second season. We had a visitor over, in the first few minutes, shows some guy getting fucked up. Shows a lot of inappropriate imagery, and it's like, okay, maybe you could tone that down a little bit, DC Universe. It's really important for DC to make their heroes dark and edgy and sexually weird and violent, to show that they're adult. It's like the old HBO syndrome. If a show's on HBO, well, you've got to put the F word in it constantly, and you've got to have all this unnecessary everything just to make people realize, hey, you're getting something you can't get on the regular networks. So they put that in there, or kind of like Warren magazines would do that, or we're going to show you this other stuff, because we're almost R-rated here at Warren Publishing Company, so we'll show you a little bit of nipple here and there and violence that it's like the Tales from the Crypt TV shows based on comic books from the 1950s. And so they had an HBO TV series that was well made. And the comic books were very violent, and they portrayed the violence that way, but then they added in all this language and nudity that weren't in the comics. And it would have been better if they just adapted those comics straight the way they were. Now, I know, and I'm sure in the EC comics, people cursed, and it was just $, asterisk, how they do it in comic books, the little symbols they put instead of cursing. So he said, well, of course, we're going to actually fill that in for the show, but it was done unnecessarily, I think. And then, in EC Comics, okay, someone's having an affair, and then someone gets killed, and they come back from the dead. Well, you don't necessarily have to show it. And I would have set it in 1950s suburbia. I would have set all the episodes of Tales from the Crypt. I wouldn't have updated it to modern day 1980s or early 90s, whenever that was made. I would have set it all in the 50s. Because when you've got it in the 50s and you got a Hugh Beaumont type guy and a Jim Cleaver type guy, and then all of a sudden one of them has an axe and is burying it in the other's forehead, then that gives you the actual feel of EC Comics. And EC Comics were great. EC Comics were, talked about them before. There was a company called Educational Comics, and they put out the Innocent Comics, picture stories. They had picture stories from the Bible, where they would have Bible story adaptations in comics. And the man that ran that company went out on a motorboat and crashed and died. And his son, who was just out of college, inherited this comic book business, and he had no interest in comic books. His dad had been the guy that had first published Wonder Woman and all that, and he'd been in comics since he's the guy that kind of started them. And now he inherits this comic book empire and has no interest in it. So he decides, okay, I'm going to take all these titles and I'm going to switch them and to make them more interesting for me. I'm going to change it from, the name of the company was EC. I'm going to change it from educational comics to entertaining comics. And I'll have horror comics, and crime comics, and science fiction, because he was really into science fiction and horror. And then what he did is he came up with these great stories along with his associates, Hal Feldstein and William Gaines was the guy doing it, and his father was Max Gaines that died. But anyway, so they start creating these great stories. They always had these tremendous twist endings. They were, it was as good as the Twilight Zone, but they did have violence that was pretty much, in some cases, R-rated kind of violence. But other than that, the comics, the R-rated violence was pretty much what pushed them over the edge. But they were so literate and so well drawn. The artists were the greatest artists in the field. And they were really the best comics really ever produced. And then they put out a humor title. Oh, they had war comics too. And they put out a humor title called Mad that Harvey Kurtzman worked on. And that comic was so brilliant. And, when I was a kid, I just finished second grade, and we were about to get to travel from Hampton, Virginia, where I'd lived for all of second grade, and we were moving back to San Antonio. I went down to the 7-Eleven where I went all the time to buy comic books, and there it was. I'd seen all these house ads in DC Comics for the longest time about this new comic that was coming called Plop, and there it was on the newsstand. I picked it up, that red cover with that Basil Wolverton freak with the long arms, and I flipped through it, and it was just like a DC horror comic, but with humor. And it was the EC, some of the EC Mad artists, and it was like a combination of EC and DC, It was the greatest thing one of the greatest things I'd ever seen. Plop #1. I picked it up, paid my 20 cents, and then put it in my little suitcase, and then we were off to San Antonio. And I picked up every issue of Plop, and I've since met someone who's a fellow record collector, and he had his letter published in the last issue of Plop. And I'll show you that. I'm going to go through my Plop collection in a video this week. I finally got a little bit of room here. This is the guest bedroom I'm in now. And this room had a queen-size bed in it. And I took that queen-size bed downstairs and put it next to the queen-size bed in the master bedroom. So now there's 2 queen-size beds together, so I can lay out any direction in bed. And it just kind of got to the point where my wife, our beagle, and myself, sometimes I was like almost falling off the bed. There wasn't enough room. So I'll bring the other one down and we'll have twice the room. Because our dog is nuts. And when she's awakened, she just lashes out at whatever. She doesn't know what's going on, and she'll just kind of nip at whatever. So you're in deep sleep, and you kind of shift and turn in your sleep, and the dog, all of a sudden you hear this sound like the little Zuni warrior in Trilogy of Terrors. You know, she doesn't bite hard, but you don't like to be awakened by the little warrior doll with the spear from Trilogy of Terror. If you're my age, you know what I'm talking about. You can look it up on YouTube. Look up Trilogy of Terror. The dog is a little bit like that. I just put a couple of videos up that probably you think I'm out of my mind, but the Drusilla, our dog, was getting Thanksgiving leftovers, so I filmed it and put it on YouTube. That's mainly for the family that went back down to Houston because they cooked all this great ham and chicken. I wanted them to see that, dog was getting some appreciation out of it too. And some of the videos that I put up are more for myself or family, and so if you get entertainment out of them, great. So EC Comics and Plop. So, I know what those kids who are now in their 70s that were there in the early 50s for EC Comics that were 10 years old, 8 years old, the joy that they went when they went to the store, the drugstore or whatever store, the spinner rack or however they displayed the comics, when they saw that first issue of Mad or an issue of Mad, the color EC Comics Mad before it turned into a black and white magazine, seeing that first Plop, I know how they felt. And of course now Mad is pretty much, I think it's in its final death throes. They just put out a Christmas issue. It had the same cover as last year's Christmas issue. And of course, the Christmas issue costs like $10, $11 because all magazines are ridiculously priced now. So Plop was if you don't have a collection of Plop, you need to get on that because Plop was wonderful. Anyway, so this is a guest bedroom, and I've kind of got some storage and junk over to this side, and over here I've kind of made it into a nice little place where I can come and read, and I can put out long boxes and start organizing better than I could in that comic room because I almost just given up all of that, but I've got to get everything organized. And still, I'll show you kind of what it looks like. Of course, I don't know. I've got the camera in. Let's see. I've got these weird things. I used to buy a bunch of these at estate sales. They're They're like these. You ever see these things? They're like from the 50s. I'll show you. They're like macrame poodles, right? But what they really are for. Okay, there you go. They're for booze. See, it's got like this. There are the eyes, there's the nose. you take its head off, and it's for booze. And I got a million. I got a few of these. I think I bought them all at one time. This is apparently a thing back in the 50s. You know, when poodle skirts were in. Little poodles that actually contained booze. So, you know, I got my 50s lamp here, and this is my radio that plays. This is my radio station. You saw me doing those those little radio announcements. I mix this music in with my. I want to get a copyright strike. I mix this music in with my own voice, and then I beam it all through the house. Okay, I just picked up this book, yellow book stand. It's got monkeys painted on the side of it. So let's see. I don't know really what you're seeing because those are autographed by Tempest Storm. I mounted those squirt machine guns up there. Found a way to do that. Let's see. This is a wax figure of Hedy Lamarr. Got that years ago, about 20 years ago in Longview, Texas. She's dressed out as Cleopatra. They had Hedy Lamarr. And I guess she never played Cleopatra in a movie, but I guess they must have re-outfitted her in the early 60s when Cleopatra was in theaters with Elizabeth Taylor. And but Hedy Lamarr invented the device I'm talking to you on right now. She pretty much invented the basic concept for cell phones and radar. She was brilliant. I mean, she was just a brilliant genius. You know, it's like Nikola Tesla was also a beautiful movie star, if that you can imagine that. But a lot of people don't know that about Hedy Lamarr. She's responsible for everyone walking around the mall now looking down at their hands. I'm going to head on over to Duncanville Books tomorrow and spend a little bit. I don't have much money, but the pandemic's kind of rough. I had intended to make some extra money, but I can't do that until this scare is over. Really. Let's see. What do I have to entertain you here? Oh, this is a book that this is the sequel to. I believe this is the sequel to All in Color for a Dime, which was one of the first of the big books about comic book heroes. There was the book called The Comic Book Heroes by Jules Pfeiffer that reprinted a bunch of stories. I think they came out in the late 60s. And then this, Don Thompson and Dick Lupov, they had put out a book called All in Color for a Dime. I've got that, I guess, in the other room in hardcover, but this was the sequel. So, it's got, I don't know, I assume all of you, I don't know how many of you, where you are in your collecting. You might be a new collector, and sometimes I'll stop and explain things to people that might just be new into comic collecting. And sometimes I won't know what's going on as far as new comics. And I'm seeing interesting things, watching other people's feeds. I started to, wasn't able to get out right before Thanksgiving and get the new Fantastic Four Antithesis with the Neil Adams art. I think it's issue 4. I don't know how many issues are in that series, but I've got to get that tomorrow when I get paid. That looks good. I still haven't read the first 3, but I've got them there ready to be read. And so I'm accepting. I'm going to try to see if I can't find new comics that entertain me and So I don't want to be a total curmudgeon and just completely say that no new comics are good. Although I sure don't like the social justice warrior bullshit that I hear that Marvel's apparently doing with a lot of their titles. What else is entertaining in here? Just looking for something that might be comic book related that might be obscure. Gotta be something. Oh, this is that's the back because it's Japan. It's Japanese adaptations of Batman. They did their own Batman comics over in Japan, and so it's called Bat Manga. But you have to read it backwards. The cover's on the back because Japan they read this way, and so it's converted into English. This is volume 2. I guess I don't have volume 1. Oh, this is kind of neat. This is I believe this is before Bram Stoker's Dracula, Varney the Vampire, or The Feast of Blood. If it wasn't before, then it's right around the same time. Anyway, it's pulp stuff, the pulp penny dreadfuls they called them. It's reprinted with original typeface and original ghastly pictures. It's two volumes of this Varney the Vampire. Well, shit, put that up later. So we're in a scary time. Some people think that Biden's going to be the next president, and they may not. It may not be, and then there's going to be some people freaking out. And if he does become president, there's going to be like 100 million or more people that aren't going to accept him as president. So either way, we're in for a little bit of a mess coming up. And so I've been glued to the television and trying to figure it all out. And had the family over. They came up from Houston, my wife's mom and her sister and her 2 sons. And they came and visited for a few days, and they cooked before they came here and brought all this chicken like I've never had. It had oranges. Apparently, it says oranges underneath it as a bed, and then it's cooked on that, and this ham, and it's all a lot of Cuban recipes from my wife's family, and because her mom is from Honduras and also has a lot of Cuban influence, and she has her sister is half Cuban, and so they it was very great food, and we had mashed potatoes and all this. We didn't have turkey. They don't like turkey, but it was tremendous food, and and we had a visitor staying here. We had a visitor that came from California, that an old friend of my wife's from like high school, and he was homeless over in LA, and he came and stayed for about a month back in May, and then but at the time then he left, and then he was staying with someone else, and then he was having problems with that person because they were kind of mean to him. So my wife said, well, you can come back and stay here for a few days until you find a better place. And he wound up coming back here and staying another month. And that was the bed that was in this room. And that was cramping my style because I was wanting to use this room to start organizing. And I'm going to do an organization video tomorrow, and you can see how it's all coming along. But anyway, as long as he was here, it was just driving me crazy. He doesn't watch these videos, but it's just little things. Like every time I went in the bathroom, everything was just because I'm used to this bathroom here is the bathroom I use. My wife hardly ever comes upstairs, so the shower curtain's on the wrong side. The toilet seat's left up. I always like it down because the cats will jump, or kids used to, might jump up on top, and then they wind up in the water because they expect the flat surface there. And then just things you don't even want to know about. It's like, it's this guy left all this horrible, slimy, pubic hair kind of stuff in the drainer for I had to get that out. Horrible, I'm just glad it's back to normal, where I can organize my records and my comic books. And I've got this new bookshelf that I got for just a few dollars at a garage. So let me show you the side of this thing. The top of it says something around like don't monkey around, read. But I've covered that up with all these toys. But here, you see, it's got monkeys on the side. So in theory, at some point, I'll make sure all my Planet of the Apes stuff is on this bookshelf. But I haven't done that yet. Right now, I'm just getting things organized. I'm going to bring in a little TV on a little wheeled stand with an Atari 2600, set it over here. I've got a bunch of Atari 2600 games up there. I don't know if you can see them next to that bootleg Samantha from Bewitched. I bought that at some store years ago. They claimed it was a Bewitched doll, but it isn't. They just made some fake dress and had put it on there, but I got it for a few bucks, so I feel horribly ripped off. It kind of looked cool, but it's not a real Samantha Bewitched doll. Well, since I last spoke with you, I had a problem with my other eye. I was having a problem over here with this little floater moving around. This is something that comes with age, I guess. Then on this side, I was starting, in my peripheral vision, I'd see like a flash of lightning, and shit. And I thought when I was in traffic and I looked to the left, I thought maybe light was reflecting on the side of my sunglasses, but apparently it's something that comes with old age. I guess the round part of your eyeball, I don't know, becomes detached from the back, and it's kind of, and these are little floating, I don't know, I had a bunch in this eye, now I think it's just one, but it's an annoying one that floats, and you try to focus on it, it moves over there, it moves here, and then now I've got one kind of moving around here. So I went to the eye doctor again, and says, and then, you can do some eye surgery real easy, but then you'll get cataracts, like definitely get cataracts, and you'll have to have the surgery eventually. Well, I'll just live with this. He says, not going to affect, it's just annoying. But it's apparently most people, your brain learns to just filter out the unnecessary information. I don't know. I don't want to accept that I'm getting old, but I'm retired. I guess I'm getting old. I don't know. One of those things. But it's damned annoying because, I see that one. I got one in this eye. Then they're like fucking floating around. So once you turn 50, guys, I'm 55. That's something to look forward to. I don't know. But, oh man. It was great. The comic Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills did a fantastic video about a week and a half ago, where he was showing that during this pandemic, what he's been picking up, comic book wise, because apparently, he was showing how on YouTube there are videos showing this is the hot comic book now. These are the hot comics. Everyone's going after these hot comics or these key issues, right? And he's been able to go and snipe and pick up all these great comics that aren't on people's radar because people aren't talking about them. And I just couldn't believe the great stuff he's picked up. He's got one of the Fantastic Fours that I have a 85% of the first 100 Fantastic Fours, but I don't have the early issues. And then I have the second issue of the Galactus trilogy, not the first, but we got the one with Black Bolt kind of going like this, one of the early Inhumans issues, and he's gotten all these EC comics, and I thought EC comics were thousands and thousands of dollars. I always thought they're just completely unreachable. And I look on mycomicshop.com, and you can get the issues that aren't graded by the CGC for relatively affordable prices, and if you just pick up one or two a month, you could develop a kind of a cool EC Comics collection. I had no idea that I just always thought they were way out of my reach. But some things change in collecting. Like big little books used to be incredibly expensive. But unfortunately, people aren't immortal, and the people that were little kids in the 1930s that read those big little books have passed on to the next world, and people today don't even know what those are, and they're not as interesting. So there's like a prime window for collectibles, I think, and once people are real interested in things from their childhood, and once it gets to be past a certain time, people don't know who Tom Mix was, or it gets to the point where I think the prices go down. I mean, obviously, but it seems like what's going on right now in the comic book collecting field is people are really into key issues. A lot of them are. So, they'll want certain Fantastic Four issues, the one with the first Black Panther, which luckily I already have, and they'll want the Galactus trilogy, and they'll want Doctor Doom stuff. That's a Doctor Doom from the mid-90s there, from when that cartoon was on the air. That cartoon was interesting in that the first season I thought was terrible, and the second season was really well done, and I think it's on the Disney Channel if you want to see that. I noticed looking at the Disney Channel, the Marvel movies, they don't have any of the Spider-Man movies on there because I guess they're not really Disney owned. Spider-Man was loaned to Disney by Columbia or Sony or whatever they're called now. So I guess they'll be on a different streaming channel. My nephew, who's 3 and is just a toddler, is apparently one of the things that keeps him calm is Spider-Man. If you put on Spider-Man, so I put on the 1967 Spider-Man, and that kind of, they looked at it, but apparently what gets him is that computer animated movie that has Miles Morales in it, and the real Spider-Man is kind of a middle-aged kind of doofus, but that's a good movie. I'm not knocking it, but and apparently it looks like they're, from what I'm seeing, the new Spider-Man movie that they're making will have Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, the older Spider-Man guys, and I'm hearing rumors that Dr. Octopus, Alfred Molina from the best Spider-Man 2 from the best one, is going to be in this, and they've got J. Jonah Jameson from that first series, and then they've got, unfortunately, they're bringing Electro from that shitty Amazing Spider-Man 2. But they're apparently changing them up. So they're getting into the multiverse, and they're bringing in all these characters from past movies. I don't know exactly what's going on. Like in this Wanda, this Scarlet Witch TV show. I guess that's called WandaVision. They're going to have the Quicksilver from the X-Men movies, that actor that's in American Horror Story. That was, I'm telling you, Days of Future Past, the movie, the scene where Quicksilver, it's all slowed down, and it's Quicksilver Vision with Jim Croce's song Time in a Bottle playing. That was one of the greatest superhero scenes I've ever seen, because it showed the joy of having superpowers, the fun of it, instead of just being like Superman, as far as Zack Snyder, just kind of somber and these humans, and I have so much responsibility, and just that's an interesting thing. Zack Snyder was making Justice League, and the studio looked at him and said, "Holy shit, what's he? Superman's a bad guy. This movie's dark. Wonder Woman goes in to save these people, and they all get blown up." It's like, what the fuck is this guy doing? He's making this Ayn Rand objectivist, dark, depressing bullshit. And then Zack Snyder's daughter, unfortunately, committed suicide. So the studio said, "Oh, we'll use that." And they came in and said, "Look, why don't you you're grieving, your daughter passed away. Why don't you just go and deal with that, and we'll get someone to finish the movie. No big deal." So they bring in the Buffy the Vampire Slayer guy that made the first two Avengers movies, right? Man, I don't know why my old age, it'll come to me in a second, his name. But anyway, so he comes, he comes in and finishes up Justice League and changes the coloring of the whole final battle in Russia and makes it red, because in the DC Comics it's red. And he brings the actors back and films new scenes to try to make it lighter in tone, less depressing. It has scenes at the beginning where Superman's a good guy. He's not this dark guy dressed in a black suit. And of course, Superman, whatever this British guy that plays Superman, was off filming Man from U.N.C.L.E., or I think, or some I Spy, or some modern ripoff of an old TV show, and he had a mustache. So he said, "Well, yeah, I'll come back and film some new Superman scenes for you." And the studio said, "You can't shave your mustache because we need it to match with the scenes we're filming." So they said, "Okay, we'll film you with the mustache on. We'll just CGI it out." It made him look like some weird. It didn't work. So that was one of the but anyway, so you wound up with this movie that was okay. It was entertaining, but it was this weird mixture of two different styles. And really would have been better if Zack Snyder had just finished it out in his style, and then it would have been the work of one person, and then we could have complained about what one guy did. But anyway, it wound up being what it was, and people kept clamoring, saying, "We want to see what Zack Snyder would have done." So now HBO Max is throwing some money at him and said, "Okay, finish your movie. We'll run it on cable, on our streaming channel." And so he's filming like a 4 or 5 hour long movie with the way he originally intended it to be, or supposedly how he originally intended it to be. And now, what is the Buffy the Vampire Slayer? What's his name? Anyway, I hear that director's being canceled because he was making some show for HBO that actually sounds interesting. I don't know what it's called, but it's some superhero show set in the Victorian age or something. And he says, well, I'm going to bow out with all this stuff going on with the Wuhan virus and everything. I think I just better, it's too much pressure. So he says, I'm stepping down. I'll let someone else finish the show. They say it's really because I need to read more about this, but supposedly Warner Brothers was investigating complaints about how he acted on the set of Justice League when he was finishing up Zack Snyder's movie. And apparently the guy that played Cyborg had a big role in the original Justice League. Even though, as far as when I was reading comics, Cyborg was never in Justice League. He was in the Teen Titans, and maybe he's been in the Justice League at some point, but he didn't really seem to fit, at least at the formation stage of Justice League, but he was thrown in. But anyway, apparently you could see from the original trailer that there was a lot of Cyborg story left out, because him playing football as a high schooler and everything, and all his regret and angst at being turned into a cyborg, android, whatever. So he apparently has been very vocal and complaining about the guy whose name I can't remember, that he was supposedly wanting to change the tint of his skin, the color of his skin in post-production or something like that, and now and he was rude to people, or I don't know. But, with the current cancel culture, apparently they're going after him. Josh Whedon. See, it takes a while when you're 55 sometimes these names come back to you. Yeah, that's what I was hearing about the new Justice League. The next Marvel movie apparently is going to be around Christmas. Apparently it's going to be the TV show WandaVision, and I guess Black Widow still May, and whether that'll be in theaters or just on Disney Plus or Disney Now or whatever they call it. I still haven't finished Mandalorian. I've only saw a few episodes of the first season. They seem pretty good, although nothing new. It was all stuff from the original trilogy. It seemed to be there to please fans. It was cool that they decided to go with a spaghetti western approach. Apparently everyone's upset here in the second season that baby Yoda ate some eggs. Everyone's flipping out that was so wrong for this baby to eat some eggs of some living creature or something. People are going fucking nuts with this pandemic. Absolutely nuts. On the highway, people drive like maniacs. We can't allow this to ever happen again. This is just a bunch of bullshit, and it's just not. Someday it'll all come out what really happened. Maybe sooner. Maybe it won't happen until we're all gone. But there's a lot more under the surface to all of this. And let's just hope everything, you really need to pray, and you need to pray, if you're a praying person, that things will turn out all right, because regardless of what you think of Trump, he's there. He's what's keeping some really bad people from getting at you. He's there as a bulwark against them coming in and getting at you. If he's not there, oh brother, you're going to have a lot less money. You're going to have a lot less freedom. You're not going to be happy. And so at least I'll have a president that's not nice and doesn't cuss. Biden cusses. Biden's not a nice man. Biden's son is not a nice man. And he's also, you need to understand what the CCP, the Chinese government's really like. And you don't want them to get more inroads into this country, because they have a tendency of removing your organs and giving them to other people. And and this social credit score stuff that they do over there. If you post things that are bad on the computer, if you don't recycle, your social credit score is going to go down. The new thing they're doing is, if you buy too many video games or you play too many video games, your social credit score goes down. And then what happens is you can't get on an airplane, you can't buy a house, a lot of you lose more and more rights, and they're trying to bring that in this country. You got to be careful of the tech giants and people that run Facebook. That guy doesn't even look like a human being that runs Facebook. And I'd say he looks like Data from Star Trek, but no, he looks like he just looks really, there's something really wrong. And then the idiot that runs Twitter, is it the Twitter guy with the long beard? Thinks he's in the Civil War. And then the guy that runs this YouTube, I think he's, I forget his name. But they don't want a lot of information getting out about what's really going on. And but you got to look for the information. You got to be aware that things are going on. Look at this. COBOL, Logic and Programming, 3rd edition. Yeah, I don't know. This is a college textbook. Not one of mine. This must have been my older brother. What year is this from? Oh, man. 3rd printing, November 1976. I think this is when the computers ran with these punch cards. They were about this big. And because I remember going up to the University of Texas, Arlington with my brother, probably when he was taking this class, and he'd feed these cards in with the computer programming. And that was some. Here's Bullwinkle. Just picked this up for about $1. You gotta like Bullwinkle. Sometimes things like this will take your mind off the fact that we're this close to moving into communism. We gotta be careful. We can't let this level of corruption ever happen again. I mean, if Biden gets in, really, after this massive fraud, I don't know that I would ever even want to vote again. Oh, man. This is weird. Animal Train. But look at what it says in here. Love, Uncle Jay and Aunt Becky, Christmas 1979. They're that's tricky. This is a book not from 1979. Or is it? No, it can't be. See, there's no UBC code. This is a book from the 50s, and someone just re-gifted it. It's like, I'll just give you this. I won't spend any money. I'll just give you this book from when I was a kid. I don't know. It's kind of cool. Although, during talking about all this politics and how it affects us in our hobby, a book like this, right? during Obama's presidency, they passed a law. You can look this up. That it's illegal to sell books like this to children. Books made prior to 1990 or 1980, you could not sell to children. If you have a garage sale and you sell it, you better make sure you can sell it to collectors, but you're not supposed to sell it to little kids. Why? Because back then, in the 50s, they had lead in the paint, in the coloring on the pages, and that it could poison the kids. Is that really the reason they don't want kids to have older books? Or is it because they might see how things used to be? If you only want kids to accept your current reality of what the world is supposed to be like, if you only want them to see books about the rainforest, if you only want them to see books about how horrible it is that we breathe carbon dioxide out and ruin the planet, then you only want them to see new books, that are have the proper level of programming and everything that they want in books. So it's like a 1984 kind of thing where they try to get rid of the older books and keep them out of the hands of the kids. But I collect. That's another thing. I collect this old children's books. I found this at a garage sale. 365 bedtime stories. This thing. Oh man, see, this was regifted too. To Ivan from Agnes, December 25th, 1939. And then it says Henry J. Litzman Jr., February 10th, 1967. So this was given as a gift in the 30s and then as a gift in the latter 60s. But, yep. Depression era bedtime stories. I get this shit all the time when I go to garage sales. Tomorrow I will show you comics. I promise. I promise. I promise. Oh, there's the 10-cent plague, the great comic book scare. Now it changed America. If you're interested in those horror comics that I was talking about earlier, this is something you can look up. Unfortunately, we have to enrich Amazon because what they're trying to do with all this closing on everything is they're trying to run all the small businesses out and make it where only Amazon is making billions of dollars. This is a book that you used to be able to get at half price books. It's a real thick thing. It's got all kinds. It's got reprints from the Erie publications. It's got 50s. It's got all kinds of shit. It's it's all black and white comic book reprints. What else? Tales to Astonish. Jack Kirby Stanley of the American Comic Book Revolution. Oh man, cool stuff. What else do we have? Star Trek, Mission to Uranus. No, Mission to Horatius. It must be Horatius. How about that? How about that one? Oh, what else do I got here? How to take better home movies. I probably need to read this. People are complaining about my camera work. The Lone Ranger Rides North. How about that? Written by Franz Stryker in 1946. Oh, this one's got a dust jacket. I didn't even know I own this. I mean, it's like, when did I buy this? I have no fucking idea. Lone Ranger by Franz Stryker. How about that? It's cool. You run out of money, you're forced to go back to the bookshelf and say, wow, I've got all this cool stuff. I didn't even know I had it. Great thing about pandemics, huh? This is from 1936. This is in great condition. The Lone Ranger. Yes, indeed. I won't keep you too much longer. How about Space Monsters? Other books in the Eerie series. This used to be in a library. Yes. Yeah, man. This is from, I would say, I would guess about 75, 76. Let's see if I'm right. 77. See, I know my typeface. I know my Flash Gordon. You can see this whole damn serial on YouTube. You need to watch it. Flash Gordon. Sometimes they'll call it Space Soldiers because they called it that on television when it first came out on television in the 50s, 60s. You got to watch the original Flash Gordon. It's just awesome. I'm going to close out. I will be back about this time tomorrow with amazingness. This video, it's been a while since I talked to you guys, so I thought I'd say hi. I'm going to go from here into the bathroom stall. Oh, that sounds bad. I'm going to go into the shower stall, and I'm going to film some radio voiceovers so I can see what's going on my radio station now. Some bubblegum music. Yes, indeed. Oh, that's my catch. I guess that's my catchphrase. Yes. God damn it. Son of a bitch. That was a disaster. Not too bad. Hopefully not. Oh, shit. It is a disaster. Fuck. I had the camera mounted in a precarious place. So now this toy, oh shit, this toy is broken. Can I fix it? Maybe. Shit. Let me try to fix this. I will sign off and I'll see you later. Hey, it's Grottu Orloff. This is just a quick addendum to the last video. Right when I was signing off for the last video, this toy fell about 3 feet onto the floor, and a little thing broke on the door here. So I tried to fix it with tape, and I put new batteries in. This thing hasn't operated in 20 years, and let's see if it's working now. Oh man, I just had it working. It used to be light activated. It's kind of like a, damn man, what is the secret? I had to rob batteries from the Roku downstairs. Okay. There we go. There's got to be a better way to make it work than pounding it on the top. That's not how it's supposed to work. And these lights, as I recall, lit up, and I think these eyes lit up. At least those did. I've got to have a friend of mine look at it that knows how to fix things. Damn.
Disappointing. Well, these Japanese toys aren't made to last this long, gee, what is the secret to this? Come on, just one more time. This. Shit. And it also makes noise. I don't know if you remember, did it just make noise? Did it just growl like it? Or was it just the mechanical noise? God damn it. Oof. I don't know about this. It's the hazards of making YouTube videos. You wind up dropping toys. This thing was what I was using to keep my camera, my telephone mounted. I had it leaning against this thing, and it was up higher than this. Alright. I think I bought this in Austin at Atomic Toys back in the 80s. Pretty sure. I don't know. This reminds me of the old carnival horror haunted house rides. But I'm gonna have to have my friend look at it. He probably can fix it. Take care. Well, we're going to do some more radio station IDs for WFUN 106.9 FM. Let me get into the echo chamber here. Okay. Merry Christmas from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network, WFUN 106.9 FM. The music of your motherfucking life. 106.7 FM, WFUN. Well, what a great song that was. You know, you can hear beautiful music like that 24 hours a day here on 106.9 Radio Grottu. Rocketing up to number 4 on the amazing Grottu Orloff hit parade, here's one of your all-time favorite motherfucking songs. Support Donald Trump by listening to WFUN, Weird Fucked Up Noise, 106.9 FM. So what else I got here? Yes. Oh, now, the top 10 records in the motherfucking USA. Here's number 10 on Grottu Radio 106.9 motherfucking FM. Only the very best music coming to you. Grottu Orloff Radio. Grottu Radio 106.9 FM, spinning the fucking shit for you.
Grottu Radio, spinning the most popular records in America, 106.9 FM. You're listening to Radio Grottu, 106.9 FM. You are listening to Radio Grottu, 106.9 FM. Fuck you! The greatest music of all time, here on Radio Grottu. God bless you, Donald Trump. More Middlefield music on Radio Grottu 106.9 FM, broadcasting from Grottuville. This is Dr. Grottu Orloff, spinning some of our favorite records for you here on Radio Grottu 106.9 FM, 24 hours a day. God bless you, Donald Trump, and all of your children. Resist the lizard people and their energy weapons by listening to Grottu Orloff 24 hours a day on the Grottu Orloff broadcasting system, 106.9 FM on your radio dial, WFUN. Make America great again by listening to Grottu Orloff Radio, 106.9 FM on your radio dial. Making America great again, Grottu Radio, 106.9 FM. 106.9 FM, coming to you from Grottuville, here in Grottuville, Tennessee. We're playing lots of great records for you here in Grottuville on 106.9 WFUN. Weird, fucked up music noise here on the number one station in the fucking U.S. Goodbye. You're listening to the Grottu Orloff Radio Network, 24 hours a day. Broadcasting from the hidden bunker below Castle Grottu, you're listening to Radio Grottu, 106.9 FM, WFUN. Now, here's the number one song in the nation, here on Grottu Radio, 106.9 FM. WFUN, more fun for the Donald Trump lover. 106.9 FM, Donald Trump Radio. Ah, memories, old comic books, ice cold Dr. Pepper, and great music blasting from the speakers of Grottu Radio. It's what makes America great here on 106.9 FM. I'm your host, Dr. Grottu Orloff, playing some of the greatest music ever recorded. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here on Radio Grottu 106.9 FM. Making radio great again, Radio Grottu 106.9 FM. Make America great again by listening to Grottu Orloff Radio, 106.9 FM on your FM fucking dial. What a great song that was. Shit. Fuck it. WFUN. Everybody's kung fu fighting here on the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network, right here, 106.9 FM. A very Merry Christmas to you from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. The music of your life, 106.9 FM, Grottu Radio. The music of your life, 106.9 FM. Well, what a great song that was. You know, you can hear beautiful music like this 24 hours. Well, what a great song that was. You know, you can hear beautiful music like this 24 hours a day here on 106.9 FM, Radio Grottu. God damn, I'm fat. Rocketing up to number 4 on the Grottu Orloff Hit Parade, here's one of your all-time favorite songs. I don't know about you assholes, but this one's one of my favorite songs here on 106.9 FM. Resist the goddamn lizard people and their energy weapons by listening to Grottu Orloff 24 hours a day on the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting System, WFUN 106.9 FM. Radio 106.9, the voice of the Pleiadians. Here you can hear the voices of the 9 magical alien angels that command us to play music 24 hours a day. They choose the music, we spin it. That's the music of the Pleiadians here on Grottu Radio 106.9 FM. Broadcasting Pleiadian music from the hidden bunker below Castle Grottu. You're listening to 106.9 FM. WFUN. Here on 106.9, we put the FU in WFUN. 106.9. I'm your host, Dr. Grottu Orloff, playing some of the greatest music ever recorded. Radio Grottu 106.7. You're listening to Radio Grottu 106.7 FM, WFUN. The greatest music of all time here on Radio Grottu. More beautiful music on Radio Grottu 106.9 FM. Grottu Radio, spinning the most popular records in the world, 106.9 FM. Your favorite music 24 hours a day from Grottu Orloff on 106.9 FM. Only the very best music coming to you. Grottu Orloff Radio 106.9 FM. Fuck you if you don't like Donald Trump. Making radio great again. Radio Grottu 106.9 FM. We'll be back to more great music after this word from our motherfucking sponsor on 106.9 FM. And now, we need to pay a few bills. So let's please patronize our sponsors here on WFUNF. Fuck you, fucking the greatest music of all time here on the radio Grottu 106.9 FM. 106.9 FM. It's 106.9 FM. Fuck. Grottu Radio spinning the most popular records in America, 106.9 FM. God bless you, Donald Trump. More beautiful Donald Trump music on Radio Grottu 106.9. Now here's Donald Trump's favorite song here on Grottu Radio 106.9 FM. Comic books, ice cold Coca-Cola, and great music blasting from Grottu Radio. It's what makes America great. Merry Christmas from the Grottu Orloff Broadcasting Network. A Merry fucking Christmas for you and all of your fucking loved ones. Here on 106.9 Grottu Orloff, WFUN. Hey, it's Grottu Orloff again. It's December 4th, 2020, and this is episode 31. Thought I'd make an appearance. I haven't been on much because it's just been weird times, and I notice a lot of my favorite YouTube channels haven't posted in a month or 2 months. I haven't, the big time comic book people like Captain Strangelife and Soul Rage Dave, just you don't see many of videos from anybody, and that's kind of depressing. but these are depressing times. And yesterday I've been watching all these hearings where the president's lawyers. Getting rid of there, Pete. Pete's my cat. I don't want to miss him. I don't move this bag over here so you enjoy it over there. All right. I've been watching these hearings where the president's lawyers appear, and all of these people that were witnesses to weird incidents during voting on November 3rd and after. And yesterday they had a big bombshell in Georgia where they actually had surveillance footage that they didn't know was on. It was the convention center or whatever had their own cameras, and there's clear footage of, they told all the Republican observers and everyone, we're going to stop counting now. There's been a water break. In fact, you heard about the water break on November 3rd. It was on the news. Apparently it was just a leaky toilet. It was like nothing that was going to endanger anything, but it was all a pretense. And so they said, everyone get out. It's about 10 o'clock. We're going to stop voting for the night. So everyone left except 4 people. And once everyone left, about 11 o'clock, they start wheeling these suitcases full of votes from under a table that had a black tablecloth, and they immediately start scanning them in, and they go until 1 o'clock, and then apparently at that point, the people that had been there observing get the word that they're still counting over there, so they go over there to try to catch them, and they get there right after they all left, and it's all there on tape. But they say every one of those, they pull out 4 suitcases from under this black tablecloth that had been hidden there all day. And they say you can have about 3,000 votes in every one of them. And there were 4 machines that were feeding these into. And so that means that so if you got 4 machines times 3, you imagine you got a lot of votes there just in those 2 hours that could have swung the election. But it's just unbelievable what's been going on. Now, we'll see what happens. If this may have to go to the Supreme Court, if Trump gets in, there's going to be great wailing and gnashing of teeth. And if Biden gets in, we'll all be wailing and gnashing teeth because, it's Biden that says, about the Chinese government, they're not bad folks. Well, tell that to the Falun Gong, the religious it's a religious group in China. Well, they've rounded them up since 1999, and they torture them, but usually they give them weird experiments where they test their blood and they see how healthy they are, and then they put them in dungeons if they got really healthy organs, and if some important person in China needs an organ transplant, or someone coming in from another country with a lot of money comes in and wants an organ transplant, well, they just pull in this live person and start pulling out their organs and selling them to you. So China has given tons of money to Biden's son, and Biden's son then filters it to his whole family, and then gives a certain percentage to his father, so that he doesn't look like he's been getting any money. And anyway, there's footage. You probably don't want to go there because it's conservative, but the Parler channel, it's me being old, the Parler website, which is like a Twitter, which has become really popular lately, shows you, that this son of Biden left a laptop because he was so cracked out, smoking crack and screwing everything that moves. He took this Apple computer to be repaired and then just forgot to ever pick it up, and it's got footage of him, just unbelievable Pornhub looking footage of him doing everything you can imagine. And apparently the Chinese government appreciated him so much that, this Disney remade Mulan. I never even saw the original cartoon, but they made a live action Mulan. They just tried to release it. I don't think anyone cared, or because the pandemic, it never got a proper theatrical release. I think it's on Disney Plus. But anyway, the star of that, the lady that played Mulan, was given to Hunter Biden as a prize. So, they even have sex slavery there. If they're, just, and they very well could take over. We'll see. Maybe it's not going to happen. I could not talk about this, I'm just going to show you comic books, but this is very depressing. And I see what my wife's going through, having to deal with this. And it's really a battle between good and evil. And that's what it is. And there's a lot of people that are just kind of dopes, and they don't realize, and they're just going along with it. They just think, well, this mask is great. It shows that I'm such a great person, and I'm so wonderful. I'm a great patriot by wearing this mask. And I keep forgetting. I get out of my car and I start walking about 20 feet towards the store, and I realize, oh, we're in pandemic, so I have to go back and put the mask on. It's a very humiliating. I'm not enough of a rebel that I go into stores without a mask. I hear about people that do that. There's some guy on the internet yesterday that was in a checkout line, didn't have a mask on. And people are yelling at him, "You motherfucker, put on your mask." And then some guy comes with a giant bin of water. I mean, a big, like it would, a lot of water. And he comes up from behind and dumps it on the guy, and then lets the big giant plastic bin hit him on the head. And so there's people that want to virtue signal. These masks are so important, and it's become a war. Some people say, I'll never wear a goddamn mask, and there's some people that say, no, it's the greatest thing in the world to wear this mask. All I know is I put them on, I can't breathe, and my eyes start heating up, and I've been having trouble with my eyes lately. It's driving me crazy. So, I don't like it. I don't even know about this virus. I know a person that got it. I haven't seen her in 10 years. I saw her. She was in the hospital this several months ago on Facebook, and she's fine now. And I'm trying to think. There's some people near us that this guy that my wife knows, and I think he and his wife got it. He was very ill, but as far as I know, he's still, he was very ill, before. So he got it, and if he's still, I don't know. These are the only people, it's almost like I don't know. Do you know people that have had this? I'm not denying that it exists. I'm sure a lot of people are getting it. It seems like if this was the way CNN portrays it, there'd be all kinds of people I know that are getting this, but it almost seems like an urban legend, but for the fact that it's all over, and you can't say anything bad about the election or about the V. It's like we're not in a free country already. All this social media censors, it's all horrible. And so, people retreat to the world of their childhood and or before all of this, to try to escape. And a good friend of ours and his family has just sold their home, and they're moving to another state where a very safe area, where they can be away from, out in the country, where they're not going to deal with any of the, what's going to happen. Well, if Trump remains president, it's going to be bad in the cities, with flame and weird wimpy people running around hitting people with bats, purple hair. But a bat even wielded by some Starbucks customer. It hurts. So, we'll see. But he escaped. He got out. He just made it. He's going to be there in his new home by Christmas. And I'm still sitting here, and I want to move out into the country too, and haven't yet done it. And so I'm trying to get things organized, but I really should be getting things organized and packing. And so we can get this house sold and move into an even bigger house. And I've seen some that are twice as much square footage, and then they've got a guest house, and I could turn the guest house into an arcade, and I could put a lot of my collection in the guest house, and then it could be more livable for my wife. And I've seen houses built before the Civil War where they've got huge, beautiful houses in the South, and then they've got a carriage house. Before they had garages, they had a carriage house where the horses would stay and the carriage would be put. And the carriage house is beautiful, but it's just as big as the house I'm in. And that could be converted into being kind of living space or an arcade. But anyway, I just don't know. I got to get out of here. Horrible. Thinking back to 1976-77 school year, I was in 6th grade at South Davis Elementary School in Arlington, Texas. And we had to write about a profession, a job, something we wanted to be. Now, I remember when I was a real little one living in Germany, living at Landstuhl, or then we lived in Heidelberg. They had these big, tall trees right there by the base housing that we lived in. And I'd see the guys cutting some trees down occasionally. And I thought, that's what I want to be when I get older, as a lumberjack. But that faded, and I wanted to become a cartoonist. And of course, you've seen some of my cartoons that I was drawing back then. But I could draw enough to impress a middle schooler, but I'm not a great artist. I like to paint sometimes, but I never made my goal of becoming a comic book artist or comic strip artist, but I wanted to be one. But the trick is, what the teacher wanted us to do is come up with a job we wanted to be someday, and then we needed to interview someone that is in that profession, and then we had to write a report. It's like, shit, I don't know any comic book artist or comic strip artist. Well, the teacher said, my son is a comic that draws comics. So I called up this guy, there I am, a 6th grader, 12 years old. This is just a few months before the original Star Wars comes out, to put it into context for you. And I call him up and interview him and take notes and write this report and then turn it into his mom. So, of course, I'm going to get a good grade. And then he sends me a letter with a cool little illustration that he did. And I framed it back then, and I've had it framed ever since then. And this is it. And it says, Bill Stokes. It says, to my friend, Kenneth Weinert, thanks for the call, and I hope to see you soon. Keep on cartooning. I was just looking at this lately and thinking, I wonder whatever happened to this guy. If he was in his 20s or about 30 in the 70s, well, he's probably in his 70s now, I guess. So I thought, maybe I can find him. So I looked for him on Facebook, and that's a very common name. There's a million Bill Stokes out there. And I search on I try not to use Google. I keep doing it out of habit, but there's DuckDuckGo is what my wife tells me to use. But anyway, so I can't find anything about him. So I guess he never made it and what he was doing. And I don't know if he worked for some small town newspaper. Maybe some of you know something about this guy, because I thought it would be cool to take a picture of this. Like if I could find him on Facebook, take a picture of it and send, put it on his Facebook to say, thank you, here, 40-something what is it, 40 years later, something like that. I thought that would be cool. But that's something I was thinking about. So if you got any information on a guy named Bill Stokes, let me know. So lots of depression, horrible stuff going on, and it's kind of exciting. According to people that seem to be in the know, they say this has all been decided already. This is all we already know how this is going to turn out. Trump is going to remain president. You're just watching a movie. This is already, all these people on the internet, and there's all these people. There's soothsayers and psychics and people that post that seem to know. There's a great guy named David Wilcock. Look up that name, David Wilcock. He has some great videos on YouTube. He's got all of these shows about ancient aliens on Gaia. Stupid name. There's some channel called Gaia that I think you can get through Amazon. I don't know. But David Wilcock is a really cool guy, and he knows a lot about weird arcane stuff, and he's really on Trump's side. I think a lot of comic book people are conservative. I don't know. Whenever I get real political in my videos, I tend to lose a subscriber or two, and then I'll gain a couple. But like I'm right between 113, then I'll go up to 114, then I'll lose somebody. Right now, I think I'm at 113. It's really hard to break, to get higher than that. Oh, listen to this. Oh, shit, you missed it. This is my radio station that you can't hear it. Yeah. Let's see if you can hear it. Anyway, I use these old jingles that I get off the internet, and then I have my little station ID things. Let's see if it pops up. Oh, well. So I put on cool records. I make my own radio station. I program the radio station. What I do is I record it on a 6-side. Let me turn this down so I don't get a copyright strike. I have a DVD-R. DVD-R. I have an old DVD recorder. I had one that lasted 10 years. I had to buy another one, but anyway. So I'll record a song off YouTube, just because that makes it easy. I mean, I could pull the records and CDs out, but it's much easier just to pull it off YouTube. So I put a song on. Then I'll put a couple songs on. Then I'll put a jingle for. I use jingles for WFUN out of Miami from the 60s. So I use a WFUN jingle, and then I'll go to my. I have 2 videos that I put up where I'm I'm in the shower doing DJing. You probably thought I was out of my mind, but what I do is I'll put myself talking, and then I'll have another jingle. Then maybe I'll have some radio commercials, like an ad for Beneath the Planet of the Apes or something. And then I'll go into another jingle, and then I'll go into a few more songs. And then when I play it, so what I'm doing is I'm broadcasting. You can get something from there's a website called Whole House Transmitter. I think wholehousetransmitter.com. The brand is Whole House Transmitter. So you can use, they have much more up-to-date models than the one I've had for over 10 years. But what I'm doing is I'm broadcasting to every radio in the house on 106.9 FM. And it goes a little bit farther than the house. It goes to the neighbor's house, the guy that put out the flag when Biden was elected. And all of this is all like this radio for people that love Donald Trump, and it's like he's never gonna hear it. Whoever turns the dial on a radio station anymore? Now it's all push button. But but I just dreamed that someone would tune in and actually hear this. It goes a little bit, and it goes to the backyard. It goes it goes about 100 feet in theory. I can drive about a house and a half down the street and still pick up a signal before it goes to static. But it's FCC compliant. I think their new model, you can rig it to broadcast further, but I don't know how to do that, and that would be illegal. There's my magnifying glass. Oh yeah. Anyway, so. What else was I going to tell you? Oh, you know, in the early days of this pandemic, everyone was watching Tiger King, and that was fun, I have to admit. But people are looking for escape. And there's different TV shows that will appear on different streaming services like Netflix and whatever. And a lot of people into The Mandalorian on Disney Plus. And now HBO Max is trying to become a big player, and now they're going to dump all the Warner Brothers movies slated for next year onto HBO Max, I'm hearing, starting with Wonder Woman 1984, which I'm looking forward to, even though it obviously has an anti-Trump bias. You can see it from the commercial. This guy that becomes president looks a little like Trump, that's a billionaire. It's like, okay. And then the filmmaker, Patsy Lord, or whatever her name is, Patsy Walker, right? Whatever the director is that made Wonder Woman, said, "Oh yes, we're making this as an anti-Trump statement." So, yeah, I don't really like these statements in movies. You know, I mean, well. My point is, people get addicted to these shows to get their minds off all the shit in the world. Well, we started watching a couple of weeks ago a show called The Queen's Gambit, and I never thought it would be interesting. It's a show set in the 1960s, and it's about a lady that it shows her growing up, and it starts in the 50s as she's a little girl, and she learns to play chess and becomes this, you know, like the biggest chess player in the world, champion. And so, but the movie makes chess tournaments exciting, believe it or not, and it has really good period detail, and that's something I've always been very particular about. When I watch a movie set in ancient Rome and there's a guy wearing a wristwatch, you know, then you realize, oh, okay, this. Let's listen. So anyway, I have commercials on my station. This is one of my favorite commercials in the 60s. Philadelphia. Anyway, so it's really great. The Queen's Gambit is great, and the lady, the actress in this is great. And apparently she was in the New Mutants, which I haven't seen yet, and I kind of hear it's good. And the New Mutants just came out on disc, and it was a movie that was held up for like 4 years. And but it looks like maybe it's good. I don't know. I just realized that I own the first like 10 New Mutants comics, and I read them back when they came out, but they didn't make a great impression where I still really remember them well. It was one of the first of the X-Men spinoffs, and before they start spinning off all these X-Men titles. There's an ad for Superman, and then I just got, it was just too much. It was like X-Men became Richie Rich or Sad Sack. You know, there were so many titles you couldn't buy them all, and I just, that was like when it started getting depressing. But then you Mutants, you know, I should get the movie. And this actress is great. I really like her. But it had great period detail. I'm listening to Radio Grottu 106.9 FM. You are listening to Radio Grottu 106.9 FM. Fuck you. WFG there. It's not perfect. Let's see what I go into here. I started learning about this old reggae music from my wife, you know. I never knew about, reggae, you know, I thought Bob Marley and I Shot the Sheriff and that stuff from the 70s, but I didn't know in the 60s reggae was amazing, and they would have all these songs about James Bond, and they would do it about all spaghetti western songs, and they would do songs. These Jamaicans were crazy. They would do songs about. There's a Batman reggae song. It's before. Yeah, apparently the height of reggae is like 1969 with a label called Trojan Records, and there's even documentaries about it, and all these collections of the music. But my wife really knows a lot about this, so this is something I've learned about from her. So anyway, that's reggae music. But anyway, so turn it down a little bit. Period detail in movies is important to me. American Graffiti as a kid, it brought me in, and it was like this ancient world. And little did I know came out in '73, and it took place in 1962. It seemed like it took place 100 years before. The music and the culture, everything changed so much from '62 to the early '70s. And I love the cars and the music and everything about it. And when you make a movie, that's historical, make it look right. That's why I couldn't get into the MASH TV show, because this is how much I'm into this. The guys that's doctors, okay, so they're doctors and they're military, but okay, so doctors, do they have to have military haircuts? Maybe not, but in the 50s, nobody had 1970s hair. And the TV show Happy Days, I really liked it the first two seasons. First season, maybe it was only the first season where they shot it on film, and you'd see exterior scenes of the drive-in restaurant where they hung out. You'd see the cars, and you'd see people outdoors in the sunlight, and it was shot on film, and they had short hair or hair like they did in the 50s. And then after a few seasons, then they start shooting on a videotape, and then it's like it was the 70s, late 70s, and these guys didn't want to wear 50s hair, because in the 70s, if you didn't have the current hairstyle, you were mercilessly attacked. And and these guys were now big stars, and they wanted to have their 70s hair, so they had their feathered 70s hair. And then when they brought in Chachi, the little nephew or whatever of cousin or whatever of Fonzie, and he had like this stupid feathered 70s hair, that every guy in the 70s when I was in junior high school had it parted in the middle, like Sean Cassidy or whatever the frickin' hell was popular then. God, that makes me realize how much I want to get out of this town, because junior high school, I went back to vote a few elections back in the library of Bailey Junior High was like my sanctuary in junior high school. If you got good enough grades, you get a little honor card, and then after lunch you get to go and hang out in the library and read magazines and read books, and you wouldn't have to hang out. They had a prison yard. You weren't really out. You were outside after lunch, but you had walls all around you and cement. It was literally a prison yard. And it was horrible, And so I really, if I could get that card, go to the library. That's great. So anyway, here I am back in the library, almost 40, however many years later, 35 years later. And it's like, wow, I have great memories of the school. And then I realized, no, I didn't. This was a horror. This school was a horror. The kids were assholes. Some of the teachers were nice, but the administrators were assholes. It was a horrible place, at least back then. Let's see. That's Esther Phillips. Esther Phillips, or look up Little Esther. Oh boy, she's great. It was a horrible place, but it's like years pass and you forget all the horrible and you remember the good. It's weird how that happens, but so. Bailey Junior High. Why was I talking about that? Oh, okay. I was talking about period detail in movies. It's super important, very important. And so I see a movie, it looks right. I love it. And, okay, so this movie, this TV series, it's like, I think there's 7 or 8
episodes, so you're going to be in it for 7-8 hours. You could binge it in a day. The Queen's Gambit is the show on Netflix, and so the period details just great. It really kind of looks like that time period. Anyway, she's growing up and she gets adopted, and she's living in this bigger town. I don't know. She goes. I think it all takes place in Kentucky, or it starts in Kentucky. She's going towards a little small convenience store, kind of small little store. Just walking towards the door, and I turned to my wife and said, "There's going to be a comic book rack." Because if you are paying attention to period detail, and you go into one of those stores, you would have to pass a comic book rack. They were always right near the door, or they were prominent in those stores. And they go in, and damned if there wasn't a comic book spinner rack. The Hey Kids comics. I mean, it was a real spinner rack. And we were at this point, we're in 1963, and I see there's a Spooky, I think, or something, or Richie Rich and a Casper. I don't know. I see a couple Harvey titles, and the logos of those comics didn't really change much over the years, so those could be period correct to 1963. But I had to stop the video and annoy my wife a little bit and go up and look next to the high definition TV and stand next to it and see, okay, what are the comics on this rack? And somewhere it was like the Spectacular Spider-Man from the 80s. I think it was an 80s issue, and there were some 70s and 80s stuff there, and I think there was some 90s comics in there. So what they did is someone was lazy in the production design, and they just thought, well, just get a bunch of old comics, put them in the rack. You don't really, if you're just watching it and you're not a comic book nerd, you just accept it. And it's like, oh, yeah, I remember there used to be comic book racks, but you're not supposed to freeze frame it. And so I did that and realized, okay, these comics I read didn't hurt the TV show. I loved the show. Oh, and then she goes over to the magazine rack. And you're supposed to focus on that she's looking at a magazine about chess. But, above there's some Newsweeks or Times that have John F. Kennedy on the cover, because that was during his presidency. And then there's a copy of Mad there that's not a real issue of Mad. It has the Mad logo, but it's not. I mean, I know every issue of Mad, the covers, and this was never a real Mad, at least not in this country. It might have been in some other country that had different, sometimes the foreign issues of Mad had different covers. It could have been that. Oh, I put her, this girl's great. On the internet, look up Allison Young. She's just some young girl, probably not even 20 years old. But during the pandemic and before, she has an album out, I think. But she's just been recording at home these old songs, and she has a really great voice, and just it's cool to see these really young people that are teenagers appreciating old music and the culture of the past and antiques. And at one point she talks about how dreamy Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, is, but I'll forgive her for that because, the Prime Minister of Canada is a fucking idiot. And apparently his mom had an affair with Fidel Castro, and my wife says that there's a lot of rumor that Justin Trudeau is actually the son of Fidel Castro. And if you look at a young Fidel Castro and Justin Trudeau, they look a lot alike. And my wife is a native Spanish speaker. And from what I understand, I see Fidel Castro, and I don't know what he's saying. And I just think, okay, he's this crazy, mad dictator. But apparently, if you know Spanish, he's very intelligent. I'm not saying he's not a bad guy. He's a horrible guy, right? But I'm saying this is how you draw people in. He's very intelligent. He's very charismatic. He's funny. Fidel Castro, that's how they drag in. I don't know how Joseph Biden has dragged people in, because that guy's just a moron.
just a complete moron. He's talking about how he's going to, when he gets to be president, we're going to have 100 days of masks, mandatory masks. Just as soon as you go out the door, you better have that mask on, your little face diaper to show. Oh, there's a great video. Look it up. I give a lot of homework assignments because I used to be a teacher, retired. Her name is, her name is What's Her Face. Yeah, type in YouTube, What's Her Face, and look at her video on masks. It's brilliant. I heard Alex Jones playing it, although I'm not supposed to mention his name because he's forbidden. You're not supposed to ever mention his name. On Facebook, you can mention his name only if you're insulting him. What kind of fucking 1984 Orwellian world are we living in? And this guy is like, yeah, he comes across as a little crazy because our founding fathers were crazy. They were out there yelling, the British are coming. They were fucking angry. Thomas Paine and everyone, it's like, so, you see this guy's crazy, he's yelling. At least, someday we'll realize who our real heroes are. And I don't know, my wife says she doesn't quite trust him, but maybe he's really on the other side. I don't know. I've enjoyed him for years. I like he makes her nervous because of his yelling but I like him. Okay, so I've ranted about so the Queen's Gambit. So I thought I'm going to talk about this on my famous radio show, my TV show here that you're watching. I'm going to talk about that spinner rack and how those comics weren't right. And then, so I get on the internet because I want to get a picture of that spinner rack. So maybe I could put it in my little thumbnail for this video. And people have been talking about it since it aired. All that good. Apparently, it I love this song, Sergio Mendes, "Pretty World." Anyway, so this people of apparently ETA Nick already has a video about the how it's anachronistic. It's anachronistic. They didn't get real comics. They would have spent hundreds or thousands of dollars to actually fill that rack with 1963 comics. If you think about what was coming out in 1963 from Marvel, what I would have done is, because you see it so briefly, I would have gotten some color copies, color Xeroxes of the front covers of early 60s comics, just to please, it wouldn't take that long. But anyway, it's not really meant to be stopped and lingered on. And I mention it only because this is a comic book channel, and maybe you'll watch that show. You should watch the show. As far as objectionable material, as far as I don't like propaganda put into my shows, I was talking about that earlier. There's a one brief moment where she's being funded by this religious group, and they ask her to make some religious statement. She says she won't do it. They always have to throw the anti-religion in because it's good that they always like to insult Christians in shows. It's always something against Christians, and there's certain groups that they like to needle. Hollywood, and but Hollywood, it's going down. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with them? You probably came here to see a haul, and here at 39 minutes and a half into my video, I'll show you a haul. So, got a 2-for-1 sale at, they had a buy 2, get 1 free sale at Duncanville Books in Duncanville, Texas. Duncanville Bookstore, comics, toys, and games. So anyway, I got this The Amazing Spider-Man 32. I've been wanting this comic since I was in 4th grade. So that's 40 something years. I've been wanting this comic when I went to my friend's house, and I remember he had a few comics from his older brother, and I remember that image of Aunt May in the hospital bed, and Spider-Man going crazy, and I thought, well, and finally I got it, all right, and I was looking at Journey into Mystery, early Thor comics, and I couldn't remember which ones I owned, so I had to get my phone out and watch my video I shot last summer where I show all my Thor comics. And so I'm watching as I pull out each Thor comic, and I realize, oh, I don't have these 2 issues. I don't have 106. So 106. Okay, where the light's not shining on it. So I got 106. And then this one would have been free, because you get, among the collector comics, you get 2, you get 1 free, right? So that was something I did because I wanted to, and probably shouldn't have. Got me in a lot of trouble with my wife. Spending money right now. We don't have a lot of money, and that's really foolish that I even went there, and I've gotten all kinds of trouble, and because I had intended, there's plans that I had, but if we can sell this house and get another house cheaper that's bigger, then we'll have this extra money. But we've got a lot of debts paid off, and now we're starting to, are we going to get any, if we could get another little stimulus, that would really help, but ain't gonna happen. Too much fighting. Well, I got this for $5. Hulk 176. Just a few issues away from from Wolverine showing up. I know it says $10, but see this sticker, the red sticker at Duncanville Books means it's half price. So that means that's $5. And then, it's for $7. It's Hulk number 183. It's the one after the big issue. 182 being the one where Wolverine, it's the one people want. 181 I have where Wolverine actually first appears, but some people say, well, it's a cameo, and anyway, the big 181 is real valuable, but 182 is the one everyone screams about, and 181 is 182. I just said 182 is the valuable one. 181 was my mom bought it for me when I was sick, when I was in 4th grade. She went out and bought some random comics. Here, if you're sick, this will give you something to do, and she picked well. Bought this real cheap. I think I already have this, but I don't think in this good a condition, and it's Christmas time, and I thought I'd make a poster from it. Or at some point I'll make a poster, because this should be up every year. It's one of the greatest images I've ever seen, and this issue looks pristine. I think at some point there was a warehouse find that they had they printed so many of those Monster Warren magazines in the 60s that they had. I remember it seems like about 20 years ago I'd go to conventions and there'd be stacks of every issue in perfect condition. Okay, this I wasn't able to find the week before at my closer comic store, and because it was sold out, and it's got such a great cover, and then the artwork inside is really shitty, and it looks like a real bad Saturday morning cartoon. And there's hardly any words in it. I remember how Stanley used to write. That's just boring composition. But in the back, there's a story that's well drawn. See, this is a different artist, and I like his art, or her art. I guess it's a him. I don't know. This looks better, and there's actual words that you can read. So I don't know who the artists are. I guess I should know. They don't have splash pages like in the old days. How's that for a splash page? Where's the damn splash page? Oh, is that the splash page? Shit, I don't know how to. I don't even understand these new comics. Nothing makes sense. So how do you fucking know the artist names if they aren't on? There should be a splash. I'm this Silver Age and the Bronze Age is what I know. And this anyway. I know the story in the back is different. It has a different artist and a better artist. I'm sure someone will tell me in the comments below what his name is. I got this for just a few dollars. And it's an issue of Supernatural Thrillers that I didn't have, and I think must be something important because they reprinted it. You know all those dollar comics that Marvel has reprints of key issues. I forget what they're called, but I know they did one of that. But it's an adaptation of a Robert E. Howard story, and then I love these Superman family. It's actually an issue of Jimmy Olsen. It's the Superman family, and it has old stories from the 50s and 60s, and they're fun. Sounds like I'm playing the theme to The Creature from the Black Lagoon on my radio station. There's another one. I may be buying these a second time for all I know. This is one I don't think I own. I don't. It's just the cover is real cool. It's like a issue of Ghosts or something. And I got this one to my wife's name is Cleopatra, and it's Cleopatra, Queen of America. Oh, here's the name of the artist is Lord Melody, and this is it's not reggae. What do you call it? Like the Banana Boat song, the Day-O song. What is that kind of music called? Calypso music. This is a song from the 50s about the creature from the Black Lagoon. The creature from the Black Lagoon is your mama. Because even back then they did the your mama jokes. The people always made fun of each other's moms, going back generations. Anyway, you can look that up. Got an issue of Adventure Comics. Don't think I own it. Watch me find out that I do. Casper and Nightmare. And I just love that cover. And sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between John Severin and his sister Marie Severin. Crypt of Shadows, number 14. Oh, this is from the $2 bin, and they're back. It's probably from about 1972, and I'm sure when I open it up, it'll be a reprint from the 60s. The Middleman. I love the heads. They would do that on Justice League in the early 70s, late 60s, have the heads on the side. And I love it here on Middlemen. They did it Justice League style. I just love that. Every one of those could be a t-shirt design. Also from the $2 bin from 1968, Dennis the Menace Spring Special. Oh, and this was also in the $2 bin, and I bought this off the stand when I was a kid, but I wasn't sure if this is better than my 4th grade copy, and this is Atlas Seaboard, the company that was formed to rip off Marvel, and it only lasted about 3 months. But that's all for that haul. That's probably going to be the last haul in a long time. So when I show you comics in upcoming videos, they're going to be stuff I already own, because I can't, unless we won the lottery or something, and even if we get a stimulus, that's all going to go to, that's already spent. So, and I shouldn't have bought this shit, because I really angered my wife. And so, just anything to cheer me up, because things are so depressing, and I got paid and I spent a little too much there. And there's a song about West Virginia. That may be where I wind up going. Virginia, West Virginia. I just gotta find lower property. Property tax is insane, and I'm paying for shit I don't care about. I don't care about the Dallas Cowboys stadium. I never even get to go there. I don't like football really at all. And if there's some concert there, do I want to see a concert in a huge state? The only band I know that's played there is U2, and I fucking hate U2. I don't hate you. I hate the band U2. Anyway, never liked them. Yeah, I don't like them. I just shut that down. So I'm going to be moving some furniture around. I may make other appearances later in the day to show you how I'm changing, because today is the day I'm going to make huge changes to the upstairs, and I'm just about to do it. And so I might want to get something to eat here, and that may be the first step. Okay, let's see. So, I really have had fun doing these YouTube videos, and I'm going to keep doing them, and I really enjoy, I should say, really been enjoying a lot of videos I watch. Comic Crypt of Castle Hills has put up a few videos lately. Just started watching, if you're watching your latest video, and I gotta watch that, where it's like an hour and a half of haul, and I'm gonna watch that. And I watched, there's a great, make sure you subscribe to the Comic Crypt of Castle Hills out of San Antonio. But there's another great, he only has about 200 subscribers, and he's much better than this channel that you're watching. His name is called the Classic Comic Collector, and he does this thing where he interviews people and talks about how they got into the comic book collecting habit. So he's great, and he just did 2 videos showing his collection of a Golden Age comic called Boy Comics. And then at one point, he just briefly shows how he was so into it that he kept going. It's like he started making his own issues of Boy Comics. Like he showed 2 issues that kind of looked real there, where he continued it on. And I just put a message underneath his videos, like, I want to see those. Make a video where you show your homemade comics. I would love for people to show their homemade comics. That would be a fun thing. But my beloved dog, Daisy, this is her Ashes, and I've got some of her favorite toys here. And this is my beloved cat. I need to dust their little coffins there. And this is Princess's Ashes. Facebook has been kind enough to show me memories of when my wife was out of town in Houston, helping her family after the big flood, Hurricane Harvey or whatever. I was left alone here because I had to work, and my dog Daisy was dying and was in a lot of pain. And at one point, she lost the use of her back legs, and then she was able to walk again. And then I would film like on live Facebook. I'd film, when I take her out for a walk, and she was so hard for her to walk. And the video today, it made me think maybe tomorrow is the anniversary of her death, because it just looks like she's almost there. So tomorrow, I'm sure Facebook will send me memories of. Well, I don't think I filmed that. I didn't film that when she was just in convulsions and so much pain. I had to take her to the vet, and my wife's mom lent me some money so that she could be put out of her pain. And the damn doctor was like weird. He's a nice guy, but when he came in, he was just kind of strange. It didn't take long. She didn't suffer. When she was, they gave her an injection, and I was holding her. But so he came in, and he's like a hunchback guy. But he came in and he said something like, what did he say? So the time has come, or something coolish, like out of a Universal horror movie. I don't remember what he said. It wasn't maybe that, but it was something close to that effect. I was like, what? But anyway, so Daisy was my beloved beagle that I had for many years. I adopted her in 2006, and she passed away 3 years ago. When I adopted her, she was supposed to be 6 years old, so she was a very older dog, but she was with me through some very hard times, and was such a great dog. And so I'm just remembering it's just a depressing time, and just realizing that our country's in great peril, and a lot of people just don't care. And I watched some comic book channel, and someone was saying, well, you should just give Biden a chance. You just use a chance. Like, this is some elementary school gay PE class where it's like, well, you should give this guy a chance. I mean, this guy has gotten millions, if not billions of dollars from enemies of the United States. And it's like all on record. And geez, people are so stupid. We'll see what happens. So I guess I'll be appearing later in the day. You'll be able to watch the transformation of the upstairs. This is my mom. Let's see if you can see her. That was my mom when she was young, probably high school. That's Lux Interior with the Cramps when he was in high school. Eric Perkaiser is his real name. I think every comic book collector should have a poster of Comic Book Confidential. It was such a great one sheet. Well, I guess I'll see you soon. Let's make sure we start building back better. Well, it's Grottu Orloff, and it's Friday. Friday, December 4th, 2020. World's falling apart, and I'm organizing comic books. Thought I'd bring you along with me as long as these comics are out of their bags and boards, so we can explore together the wonderful world of Silver and Bronze Age comics. What a fucking mess it is in here. But let's see what we got here. This is King Comics, The Phantom. If you like The Phantom, or if there's something about The Phantom you don't like, let us know about it. I can't answer every letter, but we read every one. Yeah. Ooh, that was a cool panel. Oh, shit. Look at this. Hey, kids. It's fun to make your own clothes. Yeah, that's a cool panel. Phew. Why, my ancestor and Kiyanga were great friends, not enemies, and here's a map showing the secret entrance to the village. There's no time to waste if I must save the Wambisi. Yes, indeed. Ooh, love these ads. Trick Black Soap. You gotta learn Ketsugo. Atomic Smoke Bomb. Don't let Antifa get a hold of products from that company. From Honor House Productions. They're very honorable, and they call themselves Honor House. Well, that's King, and then of course Gold Key got the license for the Phantom after that. And they have these beautiful painted covers, but usually the artwork inside does not match. But it's actually it's pretty damn good in this one. That's some good art. Gold Key usually lets you down on the interiors, unless you're reading Magnus Robot Fighter or something like that. Gold Key doesn't have many ads, really. There's the great Roman soldier ad. 132 of them. Gentlemen, here's my $1.98. Rush 132-piece Roman soldier is said to me. If not satisfied, I may return merchandise for a full refund. Amazing. Ah, yes. Yeah, we're listening to my radio station. Like that, 24 hours here on 106.9 Radio Grottu. Our planet may be doomed. Our Earth devastated. Yeah, see, I broadcast my own radio station. I was telling you that in the last episode of the great Grottu Orloff show. Yeah, if you live within 150 feet of Grottu, you can tune into my radio station 24 hours a day, hear all the great music I play, and on 106.9. Oh, yes. Great thing about these old records is they're all on YouTube. You can listen to all this great music for free on YouTube. YouTube's made it where you can listen to just about any record just immediately. There's no used to be a fun in the search for these rare records, these rare 45s. Now you can just type it in, and it's usually right there on YouTube. So then you can record it. I don't know. The internet's taken some of the fun out of the search. Why? It's Peter Panda. Yeah. Oh boy, do I love this art. Jumping Jupiter, you're sure sizzling the old rocket today, Ted, rather. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I'm in a hurry to get back to our Earth base, Penny. The mailman's bringing my new camera. Say, that camera sure is supersonic. You must have struck a uranium load. Didn't cost me a dime. Just got it for selling white cloverine brand salve. Hurry and get depressurized. Wow. Yeah, in between songs, sometimes I'll play. This is the greatest record ever recorded, even better than Sgt. Pepper. Chilling, thrilling sounds of the Haunted House, the great Disney Haunted House record. If you don't have it, shame on you. You need to purchase it. I have like 3 or 4 copies of it because I ran a childhood copies, you know. I listened to it so much, I just had to keep buying them. This artwork's just great. Stanley the Timid Scarecrow. Good morning, Mrs. Pig. Oh dear, it isn't a very good morning at all. I'm beginning to feel like the old woman who lived in the shoe. Hilarious. Oh, this song is playing on the radio. Is Billy Muir's Supersonic Guitars. You can get it off of YouTube. Billy Muir. Muir is spelled M-U-R-E. And there's a MGM had a line of children's records called Leo Records, and they put out a record that was the origin of Aquaman, the origin of the Golden Age Flash, and the origin of the Golden Age Green Lantern. And I got that record when I was like 4 or 5, and so this song took me years to track down what. You know, because I knew it was library music, and I took this song because it sounds kind of jazzed up like the Batman theme, and so in my mind, this is the Aquaman theme, and boy, wouldn't this have been a great song to use in an Aquaman movie. It'd be even better if the guy that played Aquaman looked something like Aquaman. Yeah, I guess the guy's personable and everything, and the ladies love him, but he doesn't look like Aquaman. Not the Aquaman I know, who was blonde and short-haired. And the movie was good. Man, we were coming back, I guess that was 2 years ago, the day after Christmas from Houston. We went down to visit my wife's family. And we came back, and it's like the second time, the day after Christmas, there's like horrible storms and tornadic activity. So we pulled over because we couldn't drive in the horrible rain, and we wound up in a drive-in movie theater in Ennis, Texas, called the Galaxy Drive-In. It's not an old drive-in. It was built about 10, 12 years ago. But it has 4 screens, and they make it. No, it actually has. You can actually use the old boxes that you can put on your window. They have it all tricked out where you can listen to it on the radio or on a speaker. And it's a really cool. It's a really great drive-in. But anyway, so we went and saw Aquaman, right? It was raining so hard we couldn't even. There was so much water on the windshield that we couldn't make out what was going on, and so I had to buy it on Blu-ray, and so now we can watch it and see what's actually going on. But actually, we watched Aquaman. We were almost underwater watching Aquaman. It was like a not 3D but 5D experience. He ascended to 5D. Why, what is this but an issue of Panic? This is an actual EC comic, guys. They had to hide the name Panic. They make it look like a box of Wheaties. The breakfast of chimpanzees. There's the EC label. I got it in my light, but when I bought this years ago, people didn't really even use boards back then. So I will remove the tape very carefully. I don't own a lot of EC comics, but this is one I own. They're not in bad shape. I'm going to put a board in and keep them out. Keep them out.
singing here on my radio station is Gene Moss, who did the voices of Roger Ramjet, you know, that old cartoon, and he also had an LA local kids show called Shrimpenstein. You can find that on YouTube. Ooh, the smell of this old comic. Ooh, boy. It smells like, immediately like I'm in an old school library. Shrimpenstein was little Frankenstein puppet, and he had monsters and stuff, and Gene Moss was like a mad scientist. And they ran cartoons. In fact, I have a VHS of it, or a DVD of it, of Shrimpenstein, of this episode that's on YouTube. And they show a Marvel Superheroes Thor cartoon, one of the 66 Thor cartoons. But I don't know if on YouTube, if they keep the Thor cartoon in there, because they may pull that for copyright reasons. But you can watch. People are weapons by listening to Grottu Orloff 24 hours a day on the Grottu Orloff broadcasting system. I fucked up and cut it off. I use old jingles. Too much silence.
It's a boy.
Oh well. I did my best. Actually, I didn't. But this is right after the Comics Code came out. Yeah. So EC was in its death throes then. It was a Mary Worth parody. Mary Worth was. Yeah. This has all the great EC artists, but unfortunately, it's not written by Harvey Kurtzman, so the humor's not quite mad quality. Ooh boy, the smell of this comic. Ooh, go older. I forgot what these older comics smelled like. They used to consider comics from the early mid 50s golden age. I think a lot of people maybe still do, but to me, I like what some people have done, and they call that era of the late 40s, early 50s, up until when the Flash came back to DC and the Silver Age started in '57. They call it. I like that people call it the Atomic Age. I like that because it is very distinct to me from the Golden Age when World War II and all that. All right, put this down while I rebag this. Hopefully this board will fit. These EC comics aren't super big like some of the older comics are. Too wide for these. It fits fine in a Silver Age bag. Shit. Hold on. All right, it's bagged. How about that? Amazing. This is cool. Look at this. Drag strip hot rodders. Thrilling high-speed action. King in the Terror Tube. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Bonus extra Melonhead featuring Scott Jackson. Yeah. Well, yeah, the ads in here are great. Yeah. Let's see what happens with Melonhead. Ooh, nice ad on the back too. This is a very uncommon ad. 200 piece set World War II soldiers. I need to get my magnifying glass. This is one of the coolest things I ever seen. It's a magnifying glass I got at the hardware store, but it also has these LED lights. So I turn it around like this, and I can get some pretty good lighting on this stuff. I should use this more often with these comic book videos.
relived the great battles of World War II, D-Day, Remagen, Battle of the Bulge. I don't remember Remagen. The Battle of France. Paris is recaptured. The drive into Germany. Made of unbreakable plastic. Scaled in full 3D. Each on its own base. The Americans in olive green, the Germans in field gray. Here's all the cool stuff you get. 200 pieces in all. 3-dimensional. Oh boy, that guy's getting bonked. Cool stuff. Gentlemen, herewith is my $1.98. Send me 200-piece set of World War II American and German armies. Not fully satisfied. I may return merchandise for full refund. Zowie. Shit. Astronaut tough. This government surplus. I flipped through this a second ago and saw some cool ads. Let's see. Ooh, look at that. I've never seen this ad before in my life. What does that say? Secret bat transmitter, $4.98. You get focused on this. Damn, that's cool. Can't focus. Now a cigarette pack spy transmitter that lets you interrupt radio programs even on cars, or lets you hear secret. Damn. Let me try it. This is too good. I gotta get this focused. Oh, there we go. Even on cars, or let you hear secret conversations as it transmits from hidden locations to your radio, wireless and transistorized. It sounds like what I'm doing now, where I broadcast to my radios in my house. I should call it, instead of the whole house transmitter, I should call it the secret bat transmitter. Oh, man, I always love this ad. Play guitar in 7 days, your money back. Why worry? Thrilling zodiac reading. Learn while you sleep. Yeah, that's what Biden was talking about. So you guys should let the record player run at night so your kids can hear words so they can learn. Yeah. Maybe he's a hipster that's realizes record players are actually coming back into vogue. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. King and the Terror Tube. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is definitely during Batmania. Let's see. Full color projector operates on AC or DC electric current. Needs no slides, no films, no batteries. Projects photographs, comic strips, your own drawings, family snapshots over 10 square feet in full actual color. Black and white pictures also. So basically, you get free Batman superhero photos. Penguin, Freeze Man, but Freeze Man. Oh, you actually order it from Charlton Comics. Russia Batman color projector. Saying Batman's a DC character, but Charlton's trying to cash in on it. How about that? Something else. Ooh, and I always love this ad too. Amazing. Incredible. Let's take a look at this. It's a talking monster from outer space. Okay, I'm trying to remember what was the scam with this one. Full of shivers of delight. Imagine the amazement and shock of your friends when they hear him talk. This is a lovable monster for you to command. To make him talk, just use the special design instrument. Special design instrument? What the fuck does that mean? He bounces on his big feet, wobbling. wobbling, teetering, bending in every direction. Colorful one-piece quality latex. So it's a plastic poster. I don't know what the talking instrument is. Oh, look at this, boys, girls. Here's a real conversation piece. It's new and different. Antique cigar band ring. Oh, she'll love it when you give her that. Only $1.98. The elegant cigar bands of the past served as inspiration for this exquisite beauty. Intricately tooled ring is antiqued. 18-karat heavy gold plate has tapered shank for wearing comfort. Wow. Medford products. Incredible. There's the other issues you can buy. Charlton Hot Rod Comics Group. Charlton definitely is amazing. Okay, so that needs to be. Yeah, man. Got a lot of work to do here. Well, there's got to be something else to entertain you guys. Let me see if there's anything else that needs to be bagged. Pat Boone, huh? I don't know. I think for right now, I'm going to sign out and talk to you soon. Grottu Orloff, I wanted to show you this tree here. This tree was cut in such a way that it really looks like, I've shown it to you before, but this time it's a Sunday afternoon. I can kind of stop and show you. I don't think they had any idea when they cut that tree. They were going to make it look like someone flipping you off. But I just think that's cool to have a tree that flips off every person that drives by. It's a beautiful fall. Looks like a battleground here. A bunch of dead inflatable Christmas figures. Yeah, it's December 6th. It was a big Trump rally last night in Georgia. Look at all these leaves falling here in Grottuville. Heading over to Maguitos. That's one of our favorite Mexican restaurants. Here's the house with all the flags, man. Oh, I love this house. Oh, there's one of those Amazon Prime vans. Oh my gosh. I remember the first time I saw one of those. It's like, oh no. We're going to squeeze out completely all the mom and pop businesses. Yes, indeed.
The most incredible drag race ever presented in the United States of America. And it's finally going to happen this Sunday. Fremont Raceway. The East versus West Funny Car Field Racer Wheel Standard Rocket Championship featuring a lineup of superstars that reach like the who's who of motorsports. First the Funny Police.
Let's see what this church says. God's love has no limits. I was like trees there. They have little fortune cookie kind of things on their marquee. Wow. Yellow, oh shit, I'm running a red light on YouTube. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Horrible. cheesesteak thing used to be a photo mat. You know, they used to, those of you that are older remember that you used to have to get your pictures developed. You didn't have everything digital, and this was a little photo mat in the middle of what used to be a nice shopping center, and they've converted it into a Philly cheesesteak kind of stand. And it was the first time I ever had a Philly cheesesteak was here at this stand. And it's really good. Oh, yes. Well, here we come to this delicious restaurant. Magnitos. Also, we also call it the Mean Lady Restaurant because the owner's a little bit mean. Yeah. Los Magnitos Restaurant. If you're ever in Grottu, they have gorditas and hamburguesa and al carbone and carne asada and quesadilla de chivo and tripias de al pastor and menudo gorditas and sopes tiacos and barbacoa de borrego and chorizo de cerdo and conchita pibil. Yes, I used to know someone named Conchita Hibble years ago. Well, I gotta put on my little face diaper because I have to be real not a slave. There's a guy, real nice guy, you know, he's a record collector and he has a YouTube channel and goes and shops and looks at little 45 records, rare ones, and then drives all around and tends to be going into an antique store on his channel, and he'll be putting on his mask. He likes to do that very, makes a big show of putting his mask on. And he'll say, well, putting on my mask, well, I guess that makes me a bad guy. Because he's real. He's very proud of his mask wearing. Wears a shirt that says science and all that, you know how that goes. But he's still a nice guy. Even though he's bought into the flu fad. Let's see. Yeah, this used to be a nice shop once upon a time. Now it's filled with all shoes, $6.97, Dollar Tree, and Lavanderia, which is Spanish for wash free. I'll take you on in. I'll put you in my pocket. I'll be back. Usually they have actual authentic Mexican music playing in there. Today they had some kind of horrible, sounds like New Kids on the Block kind of music playing. Probably getting a copyright strike for that. Well, shit. So I'm gonna, once I have this meal, I'm gonna go upstairs at the house and start getting these comics organized. I hope I can go along with that. And watch me alphabetize. Am I holding it upside down? Oh my gosh. It's like, I asked Comic Crypt of Castle Hills. You remember this because he grew up in San Antonio, and I was in San Antonio from 65 to 69, and then from 73 to 75. And in 1973, or thereabouts, in third grade, a local station in San Antonio brought Star Trek back. Right about the time, maybe it was 74, right about the time that the cartoon, the animated series started, they brought back the live action show. And right when they brought it back, the popularity of Star Trek exploded. I guess nationwide. So I guess there was a syndication package, and stations all over the U.S. must have started putting Star Trek on their local TV lineups. So anyway, and then the model kits were re-released, and they put out a Romulan bird of prey. I remember one of the local San Antonio hobby shops had a waiting list for these model kits that were coming out. I remember I got the Klingon battle cruiser and all that. It was molded in black plastic, which was kind of disappointing. So I didn't really know how to paint shit back then. So anyway, the cool thing is, I asked him, "Do you remember?" Just moving the camera upside down made me remember this. For about a month or so before they brought Star Trek back, they had ads on this local station. They said, "Star Trek is coming," and they had filmed a little commercial using a Star Trek model and a star field, and they had the Star Trek, they had the Enterprise coming towards you, and they'd film that. But the thing is, they had the Enterprise upside down, like whoever was filming it thought that they'd never seen Star Trek, so they filmed the model coming at you upside down. I guess there is no up or down in outer space, so in theory that's actually correct. But anyway, it was just, people were outraged. Just got the Enterprise upside down on your commercial, promoting Star Trek coming back in syndication. And so then they made a new commercial where the Enterprise is coming at you upside down, and then it turns around and it rights itself. And they said something, they made some little comment. I don't remember because it's been, 50 years. But I've been, if any of you grew up in San Antonio and are about my age, maybe you remember that. I don't know what channel it was that ran Star Trek, but what they would do is they would run Star Trek. Now, right when you got home, I guess I got out at 3:30 from Regency Place Elementary, and then Star Trek, I think, started at 4, probably with enough time for the news to come on at 5. And then they'd run Star Trek through probably the whole, they'd run it for a couple of months, and then they'd put on Lost in Space and run that for a couple of months. Then they'd put on Star Trek. They would alternate Star Trek and Lost in Space. And of course, I love Lost in Space too, but I like Star Trek more. And there were always the arguments on the playground about whether Star Trek or Lost in Space were better. And Lost in Space, had the potential to be something. It could have been something superbly great, but I think the over-reliance on Dr. Smith and in trying to make it more campy, a little too campy, like Batman that was on ABC, the rival network. I've returned. So now it's time to eat a ham and cheese quesadilla, and I'm sure what my wife ordered. She called in and ordered it. Let's see what we got. Put this sign here. Somebody's lost a cat named Archie. Last seen at home, October 5th, 2020. That's really sad. Hopefully they will find that cat. It's got these flags flying, but if Biden does get in, they may have to come down.
Oh, camera time.
Tom had the original art for the poster to this movie.
You watching?
I don't think I've ever seen that movie, but he had the artwork. It was done by a famous comic artist named Greg Morrow. Or am I thinking of Horror of the Blood Monsters? No, I think he had both. The original art for both of those. Always the one.
Oh, you made it the phone. You made it the phone, baby? You made it the phone? You made it. You made it. You made it. You made it. Vibe change, honey? Did the vibe change?
Just the phone board.
Oh, you know
how much longer do these go on?
Oh, this will be finishing in about a minute.
I was listening to this guy about levels of
Recording. Hey, this is Grottu Orloff, President-elect Grottu Orloff, December 8th, 2020. And I'm up here still after many eons organizing comics. And I thought I'd invite you along with me. So, welcome. Today is the 79th anniversary of when FDR went before the Senate and House of Representatives to declare war against the Empire of Japan. The day before, December 7th, we were attacked at Pearl Harbor, and 2,400 men were killed and I think 1,100 injured. So something that needs to be remembered. The president knew that was going to happen. They knew that the Japanese were coming, but they needed an incident to happen that would get the country around the idea of wanting to go to war. But that's a little bit of history that you may or may not know. Okay, so I got my Silver Age stuff laid out here. Let me show you in these boxes here. So I gotta file some new stuff in. So let's see what we got here. Moving all these boxes is a little rough on the back. What's in this box? This is Bronze Age shit. Is it all Bronze Age? Let's see. New Mutants. Yeah, this is all new stuff. New is a relative term when you exist outside of time. To me, the New Mutants is a new comic. It's an empty box. Shit, something's in there. Oh. Listening to my private radio station here. Okay, I got this new Captain America comic. And one of these fake True Believer comics that reprints old classic comics, which they sell for $1, and I think they ought to. That ought to be the way all these comics should cost $1. What did I pay for this Captain America goddamn thing? $5, and I bought it for the cover, really. I'm gonna have to change the lighting, I believe, here. At the Dragon Art Theater, U.S. 440 weapons mean a lot
Turn that off. Maybe turn this. Is it bulb burned out? Can't be. What the frickin'? Oh, it's unplugged. Nightmare is this. That's why it didn't come on, because it was unplugged. It's hard to believe. Oh, God. Okay, now will it turn on? Ah, yes. Gee, I don't know if that's helping. Where would be a good place to mount this camera? All experimentations, I'll have you know, should have been done earlier. Let's set it here. I'll just turn that down a little bit. Maybe that'll help. Got the camera mounted on a pillow, which is probably you're getting a crooked Batman angle. That's okay. See? Oh boy. Move this over. This is probably not an interesting enough video for you. You may want to come back for the next one, because this one I'm going to be organizing comic books, and that requires that's a dangerous business. So if you're willing to come along for that, you hear a lot of grunting and horrible groaning. Okay. All right. Let's see what I got. Okay. First step. I've got some A comics. They need to go into the first of the Silver Age Comics box. So that's Silver Age Comics box 1. It's pretty full. All right. So this is Action 315, 283, 286, 288, 7. We're getting close. 305. How many 305s do I have? I have 2 copies of 305. What amazing. Okay, so there's 317, which is a cool kryptonite cover. 317. And I've got 316, so let's see. And goddamn it, I already have 315. And this is why I'm organizing these comics, is because here I bought this comic twice. Okay. Then we've got Superman Dictator of Earth, number 381. Hopefully I don't have this one already. 381, come on. It's the 15th cent era. So it's arguable whether it's Silver Age or Bronze Age, but I'm putting it in the Silver Age. To me, Bronze Age kind of starts with 20 cents. That's just my personal
deal, and it doesn't. Don't argue with me because I'm always right. And I already have the comic, so I have doubles. This is not good. Just wasted money. Okay, so we've got Adventure 358. And I'm hoping I don't already have this. Watch me have it. Pick this box up. Adventures of Bob Hope. Okay, Adventure 371. Okay, this is this is the go-go check, so I need to go back a little bit. 57. Oh, I don't have it. I have 357, I have 359, but I don't have 358, so now that fills in a hole in my Adventure Comics run. Amazing Spider-Man, number 32, which gave me great joy to purchase. I mean, just the Marvel corner box. You can tell it's early. This is just the 33rd time that Spider-Man ever appeared in a comic. Okay. Oh, here we go. Let's see what we got. Okay, so my oldest issue is 22. That ought to be on my light. And then I've got 55. I don't have much of a Amazing Spider-Man run as much as I love the comic. So 32 goes in between. And then I go to 59. And then I have 62. 66. 68. 69. 86. Beware the Black Widow. 87. 88. 94. 96. This is the issue without the comics code because they took on, people dying of drug overdoses and comics code forbid drug use. So Stan Lee just said, fuck it, I'm going to publish it anyway. And it sold well. I wound up getting an award. Then move on to the specials. So the reason I don't have a better run of the Amazing Spider-Man is they were always really expensive when I was a kid. And so I thought, well, I'll just have all the Marvel Tales, which was a comic that reprinted the Amazing Spider-Man, and I'll be happy with that. But that was foolish on my part because now they're so pricey, it's almost impossible. But I spent my time back then buying Fantastic Four and Thor, which were in my price range in good and fine conditions. And Amazing Spider-Man was always just a little above my price range. So I don't have much, but I'm gonna work at that. Gives me something to look forward to. A friend of mine has issue 15 on to middle of the Bronze Age. He gave me his whole set of Avengers, but he's holding on to Spider-Man. He's a little bit older than me too. He was about 7 years older than me. He graduated high school in 76. I graduated in 83. Yeah, that's about 7 years. So he was older at the right time to be buying those comics through Robert Bell and all those people used to advertise in the ads in the comic books, back issue dealers. Anyway, I'm kind of ashamed of my Spider-Man run. My Fantastic Four is pretty good, and my Thor is pretty good, but that's kind of embarrassing. Okay, so we got Angel and the Ape, right? A couple of Angel and the Ape, so I'll put some tape on this. Captain Strangelove taught a really cool thing, but I can't. It's hard to master. He said, if you take the tape, and then bend the top over a little bit, and then put it onto the comic, that it makes it easy. You have a little tab where you can pull it back, and then, in theory, if it worked, then you don't have to worry about. You can reseal it with the same tape, and you don't have to worry about tape pulling off part of your cover image or something. That way you don't have to replace the tape. And it's hard to do. You have to do it just right. But he had that trick in one of his old videos. Glad to see. Saw an advertisement last night on YouTube. Night Tiger Comics has got a Christmas special coming up, and Captain Strangelife's going to be on it. A bunch of other cool people. I think that's this Saturday or Sunday. I have to look, 12th, 13th, something like that. So that's going to be fun, and I will tune in for that for sure. I'm going to do a Christmas special too, not to imitate him, but it won't be as good. Okay, so, all right, so now I got to put the Angel and the Ape and Archie's in. Jesus. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, Angel and the Ape's probably going to go in this first box. Okay. Okay. So Spider-Man Amazing AM. So Angel and Ape 2 and 4. This must be the only Angel and Apes. And then I've got an Aquaman 16. So Q comes after N. Yes, Aquaman. Okay, Archie. Trying to cash in on the superhero camp craze of 1966-67. Becomes a superhero. And this is Archie Pureheart the Powerful, number 3. So I'll file that right after my Archie's. Archie Annual, Archie's Girls. I'll put it after Archie's Girls. Pureheart the Powerful. I guess I'll put that after Madhouse. Archie's Madhouse. Archie's Madhouse was a kind of a humor thing. Almost, now that I look at it, it's a little bit almost what Plop would later become, DC. But they kept it going for a while. It started as their attempt to try to get a little bit of the Mad magazine market. Okay, Archie's Pals and Gals. Archie Giant series. Man, that's out of order. Okay, I'll just put it here in front of Adam. Archie's Medals. Number 60 was out of order. I got So-So Gas there. There used to be a chain called Esso. It's the first word I learned how to spell. The first word I learned how to read. ESSO. It was then it changed to Exxon. House. I was like the Sabrina cover. $1964 and calendar on the back. Okay. Yeah, see, Archie's Madhouse goes back to this is a 10-cent Madhouse. That's the earliest one I've got. This is cool. The magazine for teenage eggheads. Archie's Madhouse was just kind of a fantasy, weird comic, and it turned into more of a Mad magazine kind of weird thing.
Archie's Madhouse 60. Okay. This is so much fun for the back. 60, 44 to 60. Oh, I've got a lot of gaps in that collection. Okay, this is a older Archie that doesn't fit in any bags, and it's in trashed condition, but still readable. Boy, that feels like an old pulp. And it's got tears and pages missing. Jesus Christ. I got it real cheap. Holes in it, man. I probably need to put this in like a magazine box because I don't think they make. I think they make these boxes that I've seen for Golden Age comics, or for comics that have gotten stretched out, where they won't fit in these boxes. So I'm going to file that with, in a magazine-sized box. And I'll put in some Golden Age or Atom Age kind of stuff. Okay, so always love the Archie Christmas specials, or Archie's Christmas Love-In. This is actually Archie. It's actually called Archie Giant Series Magazine. So, Archie Giant, I just saw that. Come on. Archie. What a pain. They have so many different Archie titles. I try to just put all the Archies together. Giant side. Okay. Well, okay. So this is Archie Giant Series Magazine, number 34. And that Christmas special is number 15, so I'll put that in front of that. These are these two True Believers fake comics. Oh, more Giant Series. Okay, here's another Christmas special. I probably should turn that music down. Okay, this is 20, and I could have sworn this is the same comic we just saw, so I think I have doubles of that. Number 34, 20, 34. And then this is much later from the 70s, because it's 180, but this is one of those Christmas covers I was telling you about. Let me get a backing board for this. This is actually a song, Captain Groovy and his Bubblegum Army. That was actually going to be a Saturday morning cartoon, but it never happened. But it would have taken on the Archies, and the bubblegum craze, bubblegum music craze. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so maybe it'll be more entertaining if you actually saw what I was doing. But I have no idea what I'm actually filming because I can't see the screen. Okay, so this is 180. This is a 10-cent, number 27, and this is 30. Okay. This is Archie's Girls. Okay, this is what I wanted. Okay, 20, 34, 180. Actually, Archie's Girls bidding for like a 69. This is 27. Where was I in this box? Okay. Damn. This needs a board. Okay, well, holding the camera like that's probably not going to entertain any of you. So, December 6th is the third anniversary of my beloved dog, Daisy, the beagle, passing away, and I was reminded of that from my Facebook. They like to remind me of things like that. Oh, this is a cool ad. Look at this. Those of you into baseball. Mickey Mantle. This is a really good
in my opinion, pretty good condition Archie comic from the 10-cent era. Yes, indeed. Okay. Okay, so 27, 30, and then the first one in this box is 69. So I know I got a lot of Archie's comics to buy. Okay, so Archie Giant Series. We got 234s. Now I'll make sure I don't get a third copy of that because I did this video. Okay, so this Christmas special is 15, and then this Christmas stocking is 20, which tells me they put out 5 issues a year. And 180 until it's much later. Let's see. 34. Ooh, what a cool cover. Look at this. This Life with Archie. Look at that. This is when Archie became the man from Riverdale. He became a secret agent in order to cash in on the Man from U.N.C.L.E. TV show. Yeah, a lot of Christmas stuff there. Oh, a lot more Archies. Oh, I have more. Okay. It's just everything's coming together from different boxes and different sources. And then I'm filing it all into these boxes. My real downfall was the thought, well, I'm going to sort out Silver Age and before in separate boxes from my Bronze Age and after. And it's become an ordeal. Now, I know the king of comicdom also does that. He keeps his Silver Age separate. And it's just something I always wanted to do, so I'm doing it. It's just taking years. But, so Night Tiger had a video the other night. He said sometimes you just got to get in there and spend hours and hours and get it all done, and then it's over with. And that's really the philosophy. I just needed room. Now that I've cleared the bed out of this room, I can bring in these boxes and start getting things organized correctly. Isn't it fun to watch people put boards and just I'm sure it is. 57, 118. I'll show you the covers, don't worry. Old Justice League record. This one's on My Light. I did this a long time ago, so I've had this comic for a while. I really like the Archie covers where it shows the band playing and they're dancing, or just any dancing covers. It's another one in My Light, so I probably put it in this My Light in the 80s or something like that. But now people have boards too. See, I'm from the old school world of comic collecting. They didn't have boards back then, they just had bags. So I'm trying to update. As far as key issues were like issues that had origin stories, first appearances, purple covers, and gorillas on the cover. Oh, with dinosaurs on the cover fighting GIs, tanks. Those were key issues back in my day. Let's see. Archie's Girls, Betty and Veronica, 168, 171. I'll show you the covers. 169, 57, and 118. Oh, 118 I'll show you first because that cover is so amazing. God damn it. Is that incredible or what? That's worthy of a wall. If I had a comic wall, and maybe I will in my next, we're wanting to move to another. You hear the same shit coming out of me every video. But we're wanting to move to a bigger house, and maybe I'll have one of those cool comic walls like everybody seems to have but me. Some people seem to change it out a lot according to their moods. I just have a spinner rack that I kind of change a little bit. Not that often. Okay, Archie's Girls, number 27. There's 57, 30, 69. Okay, I promised I'd show you these covers. Here's 57. Don't call me Scarface. My name is Capone. I don't know. Is there this? Will I get copyright strikes for this? I better turn that down a little bit. Shit. Oh, there's more Madhouse. Okay, so this superhero with Super Teen. I guess Betty became Super Teen, kind of a Supergirl. So that's 118. Okay, there's 119, 107. And then this is January of 70. This one I showed you with the cover, the dancing. Let me put some tape on that. He's got the hiccups. My dog, Drusilla, had beagles do this. Used to happen with my old dog, Daisy, but I haven't seen Drew do this really before, but they'll do something called reverse sneezing, and it's like they have this weird snorting. And then the thing to do is you just reach over and pinch their nostrils closed, and then they stop because it forces them to breathe through their mouth. Something that beagles do. Okay, let's see. I'm going to be doing videos all through this. I'm going to find better angles. This is not good lighting. I'm going to figure out better ways. It's going to get better and better, but you're going to stick with me through this whole goddamn process. Because that's the only way I can hold myself accountable. You know, I don't think, I'll still probably get the same 20, 30 people watch it. Part of it. 69. I got 2 new subscribers. I'm up to 115. That's cool. I guess I'll eventually get to the point where I'm making millions from YouTube. 26. 169. Ooh, 168. Oh, this is one of those Maharishi type gurus on it too. Yeah, this box is getting a little full, so I'm gonna have to move some comics to the next box, which is the big. Now, Silver Age Dave, another YouTuber, famous YouTuber, has shown that he keeps blocks of styrofoam in these boxes so he can always add to them, which is brilliant. But I haven't done that, so when you get one full, then you got to pull some out and put them into the next box. And then that box gets too full, so you got to pull some out of that and put them into the next box. And when you don't have a lot of room, to stretch out, it becomes a real disaster and nightmare. And that's what I've been dealing with and why I haven't been organized. Okay, Archie's Girls, 171, 15 center. This will get filed. Okay, 20. No, that's Archie's joke book. Archie's joke book. Archie's girls. Yes. 169, 171. Okay. Fantastic. Now Archie's joke book. I like covers also that show old record players. This one has that, and it has the requisite dancing that I told you I also like. So Archie's joke book 85. Yeah. Archie's joke. Ooh, this is good. This has. I only paid $6 for this. Apparently, this is this has that more 50s style art. You can just tell. It's beautiful, beautiful. Thing of beauty. And the color is so red on that. It's great. It's 40. So this is 85. Okay. Okay, this is getting tough, so I'm going to pull some, like I said, out of the back. God damn it. Back of this box. All right, so I pulled. Damn. Look at that great cover. I pulled, by the end of this box, you get to the C's. So I have Casper and Nightmare coming out. Big room. Cool. This box has all my Avengers, Silver Age Avengers in it. Well, this is not the real thing, although it has some value. This is from the Golden, I think it was Golden Records did a record that you could buy, 33 RPM record, and this was this came with it, so you could read along. Voices were done very badly, worse than Power Records. My first real Avengers is 13. And that's courtesy of my friend who gave a huge collection of Avengers to me. Love the MMMS ad there at the bottom of the thing, pointing at you, wants you to join. Okay. Here's another Archie's Madhouse when it became more Mad magazine-like and not just the Archie characters in fantasy situations where they're mermaids or unicorns or centaurs. Then it became more of a mad thing and weird humor kind of comic, but more akin to what Plop later was, although Plop was much better, honestly. Archie's Madhouse, 48. Here's 64, a little bit of hippie-ish kind of humor there. All right. Here's 44. Okay, 48 would go between 44 and 60, according to my amazing math calculations. This is called Army War Heroes, featuring the Iron Corporal. Okay. So, that would go under AR. That would be before Avengers. Okay, between Archie and Adam. I have more Adams than this. There must be in another box. Look at this great cover. Someone was on YouTube the other day talking about how they collect the Atom because the Atom is so affordable to buy. Nobody collects it. I don't remember what this is actually This is a movie comic. I think it was called Movie Classics or something. Shit, why don't I just open it? What am I doing? So, I don't think I should file it under B for Beneath the Planet of the Apes, because that's not the name of the comic. Well, that's what they call it. Yeah, well, I'll show you the comic. I'll try to, at least. Look how they show buildings still existing back there. Now, the artwork's not bad for a Gold Key comic. Art's a step above most Gold Key. I was putting a Beneath the Planet of the Apes commercial on my radio channel, and I was surprised in the radio commercial for this that it was rated G. This is right after the ratings came in. But I remember Beneath the Planet of the Apes being pretty violent, pretty bloody when they were fighting with those, God damn it, those maces at the end, and there's blood everywhere. But I don't think that Charlton Heston, they play the beginning, they play the end of the first Planet of the Apes movie at the very end of Beneath the Planet of the Apes. And I think when he sees the Statue of Liberty, he doesn't say God and damn. The reason I was just saying God damn is I've got a little cut on my knuckle and I brushed it against the corrugated cardboard of the comic box. And it hurt. Yeah, I was trying to put my dog Drew in her little cage so we could go out and do some grocery shopping yesterday, and she kind of, her tooth accidentally grazed. She wasn't biting me, but it grazed my knuckle. So that's the story on that one. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so I'm going to go and file it under B, right after Bats Magazine, which, this was an Archie comic, and this was also a weird humor attempt, Bats. But I think Bats was supposed to be a little more horror-oriented, so I think Bats is probably more of a direct ancestor of plot, possibly. I don't know. Bats. So Bats, then Beneath the Planet of the Apes, and then a Harvey superhero, his big hero, that Jigsaw. Let me put some tape on that.
Here is a vampire victim can really get your teeth into the return of Count Yorga.
Okay, so Beneath the Planet of the Apes, then we got Big Hero, and then you got your Black Hawk. I got 3 copies of this Buccaneer that were saved from a fire. I got them free from Cosmic Comics, Grand Prix. But they don't fit in here because they're more Golden Age size. So, okay, so I've got Casper and a Casper and Nightmare to file in here. And let's see how this fits in. So, this, damn, these blue covers, I've got this room all kind of set up, man. I got the boxes, I got the bags, I've got I got to use this because 43. You got to see what I'm talking about. I know you're not probably as old as me, but this blue purple cover, the 43 is hard to read when you get to be 55. So 43, Casper 43. Well, that's a pretty early issue, man. I love that it has, if you look up there in the lettering of of the logo. It was Stephen, Wednesday, January 21st, 1962. It's not a date stamp like done by a store or a distributor. It's done by like a parent. Like, this is a gift to you. And they were obviously an obsessive compulsive type, and they wrote the date, the day, and probably because the comic was taken care of. It was a family where they took care of things. They wrote the date down. So let's get this file in my Caspers. And it doesn't look like many Caspers have made it into my Silver Age box yet, because they're probably still in those other boxes in the other room. Okay, so I've got 2 copies of this issue, because this is all, when I get my comic wall, this will probably be on there, because I have a childhood love for trains. Look at the wonderful bluish purple cover. I mean, it's a gorgeous cover. But I have 2 copies because obviously every time I saw it, I thought, I gotta get it. One time I paid $4, one time I paid $6. Actually, no. I might have paid half price. I don't remember what the red sticker. Yeah, that means half price. So I paid $2 and $3, because I think the red sticker at Duncanville Books means it's half of what it's marked. So looks like I got this also at Duncanville Books, and I must have paid $4 for it. But what I'm seeing at the corner is it has a toy section in it. So I'm opening it because we're going to share the tape. Just breaks perfectly. It's good. They put these collector ones in like highlight or something. Okay, let me see if I can finagle the camera. See, Casper had these eyelashes in this era, which make him look more cutesy. See, the later period, I don't know what we're seeing. See how he doesn't have the eyelashes as much, or at all here. But here, those eyelashes just make him look more adorable, I guess. But it actually makes him look more feminine. Okay, what are we going to find in here? What joy. Spooky. Okay, let's start at the beginning. Toy and hobby section. Okay, a sled. Okay, so AMT paint. I don't know what. Am I holding it right? Okay. Say, gang, see all the new birds, dogs, and animals of the world. Other than a racetrack, electric football. It's not a very big toy section. Look at those puppets. Oh, I have this game. I got this when I was when I was a real little kid. Isn't that cool? How about that? So this must have come out about Christmas time. So that's why they have a toy section in it. Sunday. Gotta be a certain age to remember those commercials. I enjoy having you guys with me. Is making this a little bit more of a fun procedure. Okay. This is number 69. Okay, so those are Caspers. And this is Casper and Nightmare number 37. So this is 23. So let me put some tape on this. My goodness gracious. see. So 2337. This is 25. Then I go to Challengers of the Unknown. Where 25. No, 23, 25, 37. Okay. Okay, Creatures on the Loose. Now, this is probably technically Bronze Age, but I'm filing it into the Silver Age because as long as the corner box is there, instead of the strip, to me, the strip going across is indication of Marble Bronze Age. So, Creatures on the Loose. Oh, there's more cast. Oh, let's go here. Or do they? Yes. Okay. So, in this stack, I've got some Classics Illustrated. Off on a Comet, The Buccaneer. This is an older one. Western Stories from Bret Hartes. Oh, important. I paid $9 for this, and I think I have another copy somewhere. But this was this. I don't have my original copy, but this was the very first comic book I ever owned. Choo Choo Charlie. It was actually the television advertising. They had little cartoon commercials on television advertising Good and Plenty candy. I don't even know if they still sell that candy, but Choo Choo Charlie. And I love trains because my older brother was a train collector, and I would see his model railroaders, and he'd build layouts and stuff. So this is the first comic I ever owned, man. And I think I bought it from eBay once. It looks like I got it from Duncanville comic store once. So I've got another copy somewhere. But this would be on my comic rack right next to that Casper with the train. Already planning out my comic wall here. Okay, so that's important. I'll show you that. And then this is not my shouldered copy because I would have remembered doing that scribble. But this is something I had when I was real little too. Let's see how far we're into this. We're about 51 and a half minutes in. I probably should stop, put this up on YouTube, and then come back once, because I don't think I've got enough memory on my camera to do more than an hour-long show, because I got so many damn photographs on it. A bunch of Challengers of the Unknown here. A lot of Challengers of the Unknown. There's a cool Chamber of Darkness. It looks like I'm going to need to get into the third box in order to file Creatures on the Loose. So while I'm doing that, I will bid fond farewell. We're going to keep building back better. Just build back better. We're going to make it even better or more funner. My comic collection, build back better, is one of the most stupid slogans since. Yes, we can build back better and make this comic collection more funner. So, I'll see you in about 30 minutes. Take down the CCP. All right. It's part 2 of Hanging Out, Organizing Comic Books with Grottu Orloff, Presidential-elect Grottu Orloff, Professor Dr. Orloff. Dr. Orloff, yes, I'm organizing Silver Age comics, you see. And let things get a little bit away from me, so I'm doing Let's see what you got here. Some more Action Comics. This is from Half Price Books. It's in a very nasty feeling bag, so I'm going to replace the bag. It's December the 8th, Tuesday, here in Grottu, Texas. Yeah, this is Action Comics number 310. Oh, with an amazing back cover. See, when I get a comic wall in my future dream home, I may have a few comics displayed backwards, so you can see them, especially with these DC these ads for Aurora model kits. I guess I could reuse the board. Got to be frugal. These are not good economic times. There's just a big press conference about the vaccine, and watched a little bit of that, and in between videos. And down there, I watched a little bit of that, and someone said, "Well, shouldn't you be coordinating with the next administration to distribute these valuable vaccinations?" And so let's see who the next administration is. I'm still holding out hope that heroes, modern heroes, that are, goddamn, that's just no good. People that were heroes in the past, like David Crockett. To me, that's what people like Jenna Ellis and Rudolph Giuliani are today. Hopefully, this will all get worked out. We won't have to worry about the nightmare of what could be a Kamala Harris administration. Okay, let's see. Shit, that fucking phone's too far away. Let me try zooming in. I believe this has a zoom. I better turn this music down so I don't get a copyright strike. Capital is what's that? Okay, so The Secret of Kryptonite 6. This bagged. Okay, so we've got an action copy of Adventures into the Unknown, the classic comic collector. I was doing a video earlier today about this comic label, publisher, record label, publisher, I should say. And just about every story was written by the guy that published the line, but he used all these different pseudonyms, and even had little fake personalities for all the different writers that were actually him, and different little cartoon pictures of the different writers of the stories, but they were all him. One was like this beatnik. I gotta look more into this. I know I'm a big fan of Herbie, this strange autistic superhero that's like gigantically overweight and is idolized by women, meets with John F. Kennedy and stuff. Okay, so this is a great cover, gotta admit. I don't think I've improved the lighting that much from the last episode. There's an issue of Aquaman. I've got to file that in, and then I thought I'd finish with the A box, but then I keep getting roped back in and find more A comics. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh. I'll have to bring the camera over. This time. See, look at this stuff.
Just an amazing cartoon ad on the back cover. I'll get a good shot of that. Archie's Girls, this is a 10-cent. God damn it, motherfucker. Oh boy. This is a massive failure, this episode. Stick with me. Get a little better. You can't get no worse. Right, boys. You should never use a pillow as a tripod. It doesn't work well. All right. They always warned me, never use a pillow as a tripod. I didn't listen. So, anyway, hopefully we'll have another 4 years of President Trump. But we'll see how history plays out. Then there's another Archie. Betty and Veronica, number, also from Half Price Books. I don't like their bags. I don't like their boards, man. I don't like anything about these bitches. That's a terrible board. It just feels awful. Oh, man. That's not too far. I need to get everything within arm reach because this is getting bad. See, that was in commercials back in the 60s. They always said, look how our laundry detergent competes, fares against brand X. They wouldn't mention the competitor's brand. They'd always call it brand X. So look how Jergens compares with brand X. And so it became a joke, running joke that people of the time would understand. And Marvel was always had this rivalry with DC, of course, and they called DC brand ECHH, which is the sound effect of vomiting or gagging. So when they did their little parody comic, which was done to make fun of their comics and other people's comics, and it was done like the old Mad, EC Mad, they called it not brand F. In other words, we're not DC. So if you ever wondered what that comic title meant, maybe you never really cared. It's one of those mysteries you don't really bother to solve, like, what does American Graffiti really mean anyway? The name American Graffiti doesn't really mean much of anything. I guess writing on the wall doesn't really mean much. But yeah, these Half Price Books bags and boards just feel, something about them just feels very, love that cover. Love that cover, man. Oh man, this has got some damage to it. Look, see, there's a cut to it that goes through. It's like someone cut it with an X-Acto blade. Damage that Half Price Books did not reveal to me. Oh, those bastards. It's okay. The cover is good and might be worthy of a comic book wall in some future. Oh, the cover's not even fucking attached. Did they write that on the fucking bag? No, they're right. No, that's number one. They better have written that. I must have written it. I don't know. Pictures. Yeah, no, they don't. The Antifa that work at Half Price Books don't, unless they're really smart. Sometimes they got smart employees there. They don't let you know about damage. Okay. All Archie's joke book. Okay. Oh, another cover with a band playing and girls dancing. And this is, I was talking in my last video about how I love that. So this Archie's joke book goes, that's, the last one was 58, this is 102. And this is my childhood copy of, one of my childhood copies of the Boris Karloff title. They did it. There was a TV show, Thriller, that Boris Karloff hosted. God damn it. So they did Thriller, and then when the show was taken off, was no longer on the air, they just went and started calling it Boris Karloff. And they kept publishing even after he passed away. And, that copy was definitely out. That's from the 70s, after he passed away. You know, whenever I hear Boris Karloff's voice, it makes me think of Christmas because of the Grinch. And another thing that whenever I think of Christmas, that comes to my head immediately, in Mad Magazine, on the letters page, in their Christmas issue, they always had this drawing of, looks like a drawing from A Christmas Carol, and the ghost of Christmas past, or one of the ghosts that visits Scrooge, is Alfred Newman with the chains on, I think. And it's done in that crosshatch pen and ink like they did in the 1800s. And that image is stuck in my head as Christmas. Okay, a really bad copy of Star Spangled War, but any of these comics where dinosaurs fight GIs, you've got to purchase. Especially when you got blue dinosaurs, can't beat that. Hear my radio station. Okay, so that's an S comic. I got to do some alphabetizing. I found 2 other boxes with Silver Age comics that. Oh shit. Okay, so okay. It's getting too hot up here. That light is fucking hot. I'm starting to get cranky. Creatures on the loose. Okay, great. Oh, I see what we got here. All right. Okay, so we'll put Creatures on the Loose. First, King Cole. Okay, an issue of Combat. Okay, Drag Strip Hot Rodders. I showed this to you in a past video. Dennis the Menace 1968 Christmas, spring special. Then special Steve Ditko issue. So, this. Oh, it's appropriate for Christmas. Frosty the Snowman. I don't have a Christmas box where I keep the Christmas issues, I guess. Okay. Ghost Manor, 15 cents. I'll consider this Silver Age. Okay, so FG. Okay. Some of this damn music is not obscure enough. Let me turn it down. I don't want it to be. Okay. Oh, I got Ghost Manor, another Ghost Manor. Shit.
stuff number 14. Very early hot stuff. It's a 10 center. And then this is 40, also a 10 center. So I'll file those. Okay. I'll probably hold off on, well, no, I won't. Okay, so we got Incredible Hulk 133. And 135. I'm sure they're technically Bronze Age, but as I said in my previous video, as long as it has the corner box and not the Marvel Comics group strip going across, I consider it Silver Age. I want everything with the corner box, which to me is just a cool thing. It's Steve Ditko's idea to have that corner box, from what I understand. And there's always something magical about it, because as a kid, growing up in the 70s, if I saw a Marvel comic and it had the corner box, it was like, wow, this is old, this is from the 60s, this is cool. So that's what that's about. Okay. So what I've got in this box. And from Uncle, definitely Silver Age. Ripley's Believe It or Not. Ripley is Believe It or Not. Okay. Sergeant Fury King Size Special number 5. Would this be cheating to put this in my Silver Age box? I'm going to do it anyway, even though it's a fake one. These were reproductions that were done, and they were sold, I think, in packs. They even had the original price. But you look at the back, oh, it's a reprint from, I think, the early 2000s, or maybe it was the 90s. Which it says second printing on it. But see, it's got, the thing about it that gives it away is the paper's a little too white, and you got this hideous Stridex ad that's modern, juxtaposed with that vintage splash page. But you know, you put them up on a comic wall and fool everybody to think we've got a pristine comic from 55 years ago. Yeah, I guess I'll put it with my Silver Age. Sergeant Fury, indeed. Okay. I'll turn this sound up. You know, the Captain Marvel film showed you the real reason that Sergeant Fury had an eye patch, but in honesty, this is the real reason. See, he did not get it. He had no contact with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel didn't teach him how to be tough. You know, back in the 70s, Captain Marvel would have been a good movie compared to all the superhero movies, well, with the exception of Superman and Superman 2. I mean, the other Captain, the TV shit. This thing's flaking inside my light. The board in here. Oh boy, am I stupid or not? Be really stupid here, motherfucker. Come on. This is not the right way to do it, is it? Problem is I got that piece of tape still there. I'm trying to fight against it. Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish, Grottu. Be patient. You gotta have patience. Alright. Okay. I like Sergeant Fury and Howling Commando. His Howling Commandos. So I see that guy I haven't seen him lately. For some reason, he pop up in my feed anymore. But there's this company that gets comics shipped to them, and they always open it with an X-Acto blade and show off the comics that they just paid lots of money for. And I forget what they're called, but they use an orange X-Acto blade, and they think it's famous. Now they're selling copies of their X-Acto blade. The guy that always opens the comics, he really hates Sergeant Fury. Probably because it doesn't have a lot of resale value. It's not a big ticket item. Sergeant Fury, you can buy pretty cheap. It's kind of like the Atom over at DC. It's just something that doesn't have a lot of collector value. Maybe it will someday. Even with Samuel L. Jackson playing him in the movies, it hasn't brought a lot of collector attention to those issues. Early issues, okay. 27, 38. Okay. Damn. Oh. So this music's definitely copyright problems. That's Roger Daltrey, and the Hoops back them up on some of the songs. That's from the Mick Vickers soundtrack. There's a movie in the 70s about a real life criminal. How about a new camera angle? How about that? Okay. Now it won't be falling all over the place. Shit, things falling all over the goddamn motherfucker. Like, look at this, look at this. That's what I can do here. Yeah, definitely Silver Age. Also, I'll be back with you momentarily. A whole bunch of Superman comics. Actually, this used to be an S box. Jeez. What a hassle. What a damn. Don't ever try to separate your Silver Age from your Bronze Age. That's a cool cover. White is obnoxious.
That's a Superman. Okay, I need to not touch that. Let me worry about the. Okay. That box. It's done for a while. So this over. Those are all S's, so I can hold on to those. Pen. Ooh, cool. All right. So that's what I've got to do. These came from separate boxes, so I've got the outer limits. Let's seal that up. Okay, so you got O, you got P for panic, P, O-P, so our Army at War, Mystery in Space, movie classic would go before O, Little Monsters goes before M, Lone Ranger. The LO comes after LI, just like being watching Sesame Street, isn't it? Then go tab, and then you got Peter Cannon Thunderbolt, so Ripley's would come after that. Whew. And then Sergeant Fury. Okay, there's 44, and this is 38. Okay, that goes there. And then there's one back. Okay. There's 68, 69, 72. Okay, there's that. The Shadow. Archie tried to bring back the Shadow. How about that? Okay. Spooky. Star Spangled War. I want to show you this one. Like I showed you earlier. See how this one has written up at the top. Steve was who this comic was given to. Friday, November 20th, 1959. And it even has the address. It has a toy special on it too. So it's probably the same one as before. Ooh, that's a good place to put the camera. Put the camera actually on a box instead of a pillow. That's smart. Now it's not going to move all the time. Okay, so I got some copies of Spooky. SP goes before ST. All right. And this is not Fireball XL5. It's actually Steve Zodiac. So I need to put that under S. Let's see. Technically, to me, Sergeant Fury goes under SE because that's the correct spelling of Sergeant. So. Oh, this is she and him. Hopefully you can't hear it, but look up she and him. It's that actress Zoe Deschanel and this guy. It's probably a record producer. I really like I like her singing. Even though she hosted the Democrat convention a few months ago, one of the hosts was very horrible, but I'll forgive her for that. Shadow. Because some people, just don't know any better. Don't pay attention, and they think Democrats actually care or about you instead of just about their pocketbooks, how much money they get from the Chinese Communist Party. Okay, now I've got to put this copy of Strange Adventures in there. Actually, that would okay, yes. Okay, Incredible Hulk, number 21. Okay, this is cool on Batman cover. It needs a board though. I forgot to put on deodorant this morning, and I'm glad this is not in smell-o-vision. Between this bright light and me moving all these boxes in here, it's been a hot and smelly day. The cover is detached. Terrible, terrible. Not my fault. Not my childhood copy. I don't take any responsibility for that, but I will bag and board it. Batman number 230. I'll have you know. That last one was 221. Here's 233. And the cool thing about this era, this giant 64-page era, see they've got some Golden Age reprints in the back. It's from 57. Yeah. They tell you what issue came from. This is from Batman number 89 and 55. Marvel was the first one, I think, that did that. They credited where they got these from. Oh, this whole thing is old Golden Age, man. This is The Murder of Bruce Wayne from World's Finest 58 from 1952. I didn't realize that the entire issue, look at that old Batmobile, entire issue is old, cool old stuff. Excellent, tremendous. All right. Amazing. I don't know why I go out and buy new comics when I still got all these comics that I haven't read. That's I've heard that from my wife before. I'm sure some of you have heard that before. So this is actually Batman number 233. This is I remember having this as a little kid, but maybe my older brother had it. But this is not my childhood copy. This is one I purchased at a later date, but shit, it's got some damage to it. It's not in very good condition, but it's a key issue. Key. I'm going on the key collector. On my app, on my phone, I don't buy comics that are key comics, man. Then I send them off to CGC to get a grade. Then I never look at them again. I put them up on my wall like a trophy. You know, like you let a comic book live. You let it stay open. What do they call them? Raw. So they can still be read. They can still be opened. It's kind of like letting that deer live. But if you kill the deer and mount it set up on your wall, well, that deer was a beautiful creature. It isn't anymore. Hopefully you had some deer meat and you just killed it for the trophy. But
you just buy a comic and just slab it and put it up on a wall. I don't know. I just have this problem with it, but I need to shut up because I'm just hurting people's feelings. 2, 3, 4. Who cares what I think? Nobody does. Okay. Looking for Silver Age. Oh, so fuck. What happened? More Silver Age. Okay. So, got your Daredevil number. Got your special number 1. And, Tales to Astonish 63. So, okay. Sergeant Fury number 11. Right as I said, Sergeant Fury number 11, this KC and the Sunshine Band record goes, whoa! I don't know if you hopefully didn't hear that. Okay, so, Tales to shit, my cat, so you're in the realize. Tales to Astonish. Tales to Astonish. We'll go after Steve Zodiac. Thriller-Rama. The Man in Black called Fate. Yes. This is from Harvey. Harvey attempted to do superhero comics for a brief while. Everybody did. Batman was such a hit on television. If you had a comic book company, you figured out how to make superhero comics. Let's try to rake in some of that money. Tales to Astonish, Thriller-Rama. A bunch of unbored motherfuckers. You are there as we find the enemy, fix the enemy, fight the enemy. Oh man, they're just sending those bullets right through that guy. Amazing. From Tower Comics. There's their ad for their superhero line. Like I said, everyone did a superhero line. Ooh, a life-size pinup of David McCallum. He was a huge heartthrob. You know, not that I would remember I was just being born or 1 year old when Man from U.N.C.L.E. was at its peak of popularity, but I become aware of things because I'm aware. I follow, I watch, I know, I see things. Oh, I don't know about that before I was born. No, that's kind of foolish way to look at things. All right. Fight the enemy. Well, fight the enemy would come after B of Batman. FGIGI. Jeez. I stepped on my cat's tail. She's got her tail. He's got his tail right out. Brazenly. Okay. Okay, Daredevil would come before Dennis the Menace after combat, before drag, strip Mott Rogers. Okay. Archie's Girls, Betty and Veronica. This was after Sabrina had joined the cast. Okay. Ooh, cool. There's a Ding-a-Ling's ad. But, look, Black Sabbath, right next to Donny Osmond. Okay, 194.
Those were the days. Black Sabbath and Donny Osmond. I saw someone was showing off some new comic. It was a new Strange Adventures with Adam Strange. It looked, the artwork inside looked abysmal. I wonder why they're showing it off on YouTube. It's good because they can warn you what not to buy. I think they liked it though. But I can tell this artwork in comics today, a lot of it looks like it's just done on a computer. They didn't use pen or ink or brush. It's just done like Photoshop, and the backgrounds and a lot of panels are just a solid color. Just very astonishing tales. This didn't used to have any value, but maybe it does now. I don't know, because everyone's loving Dr. Doom, and this one has Black Panther in it. So, ooh, look at this. It's got Barry Smith art. How about that one? How about that? It's a Khazar story. Or is it pronounced Khazar? We've had that discussion before. Apparently, my wife tells me that the Khazars or the Khazars were this tribe in the Bible. So the people that created these characters for pulp, well, Khazar was created for pulp magazines. He's probably the oldest Marvel character, I think. But you know, 95% or more of the artists and writers in the comic book and pulp industry were Jewish, and I think that maybe they remember that name from their religious teachings at their synagogue or something. A lot of that, the stuff with the double L's, the Superman, the L has this meaning. I'm not an expert. I should interview my wife on one of these videos. She can tell you all about that stuff. She knows a lot about different religions and things. Okay. Here's Astonishing Tales number 3. I'm gonna have to bag and board it. It's not, isn't that shameful? It's not bagged and boarded. Well, there's this damn, there's like a Wally Wood story in here of Dr. Doom, and yeah, man. Is this not super valuable to idiots? I mean, it's got Barry Smith and Wally Wood art, and I don't see, is this on your key collector? I think I should send it off to CGC and get it back, get it slabbed, man. Put it on my wall, never read it again. It's got to have some value. I'm going to speculate on that Khazar going to be in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's 3 cents. Oh, yes, indeed. This is a little bit of water damage. I'm sure I could press it. If I knew how to press things, yeah, it's got water damage. Someone was reading this in the bathroom, clearly in the bathtub, but boy, don't I love those floating Justice League and Justice Society heads. I told you about that before. My intoxication with the floating heads. You either understand or you have no idea what I'm talking about. But I am president-elect. I'll have you know. Okay, the Justice League would be under J, I think. More floating heads, just not as many. Number 97. Okay, that one was 91, this is 97. 99.
Golden Age Atom, Golden Age Sandman story, Kirby Unleashed. It's a portfolio of Jack Kirby art you can get. Um, and they have a new story of Justice League. I know this is Bronze Age, but until the 52 big pages era ended, where the comics were 25 cents, when DC stopped doing that, went back down to 20 cents, that's when I consider the Bronze Age started for DC. And to me, the Bronze Age for Marvel started when they started having the strip Marvel Comics group across the top instead of the block on the side. And you ever heard this song? Nobody Loves the Hulk. It's on. You can get it on YouTube. It's a very rare 45. I think I actually got a copy a few years ago. I'll have to check off of eBay. It's a song they used to advertise in comics. Nobody Loves the Hulk. I think it's by the Traits. Just type in Nobody Loves the Hulk into YouTube. It's a good song. It even mentions Rick Jones. Okay. So, I was in the middle of telling you a story. I forgot what it was. I was taking Veronica to a James Bond movie. Look at that poster. Okay. Archie's girls, Betty and Veronica. There. Okay, Astonishing Tales number 8. Do they still have the great artist? Ooh, you could get the first issue of Defenders back then. Well, you got Gene Colan drawing Dr. Doom, Catholic Dracula, this full page ad for a romance comic. Unlike the classic comic collector on YouTube, I like those romance comics too, but you can't find them. And and Kazar is done by Herb Trimp, or Trimpy, Trimp, I think is how it's pronounced. I hear people pronounce these names differently, and honestly, there's never really been a way for classic comic book collectors to kind of network until YouTube. This to me is fascinating. Before really couldn't do it. I got to turn this down because this is definitely going to flag some kind of copyright thing. All right. Astonishing Tales 8. Okay. Astonishing Tales 7. Yeah. Still the same team ups. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. 1971 was a very good year. Ooh, I'm up to 51 minutes, motherfucker. and Dr. Doom. And he even has a Red Skull in there. And you still have your Barry Smith doing Kazar. I mean, until these were very inexpensive comics. I don't know if they've gone up in value. Honestly, I need to look because it's just such great artists together. But Kazar is a character that not many people cared about. And Dr. Doom alone, I don't know that was that sellable either. At least maybe recently it is. Superboy 114. And, Aurora always bought back cover ads. It's an ad for the Superman model kit. Ooh, this is nice looking. This is number 114 from 1964. A bag. Another Justice League and Justice Society team up with the Floating Heads. I may wrap this up for the day here in a few minutes because I haven't spent much time with my wife. This is Justice League number 83. I just got to file some of this stuff a little bit. Maybe I'll just close the door so the cats can come in and start messing with these comics until I can file them. Okay, Justice League 83, and this one was 91. The Justice Society were on an alternate Earth, and they would team up with the Justice League every summer. I guess most of you know that. Jungle Adventures, but I like to explain about the assumption that not everyone has been collecting comics for as long as I have. Maybe somebody up there cares or will care at some point. Oh, Jungle Adventures is too big. It's more of an old style size. Okay, so. All right. Let's try filing these now. Let's get the Superboy in here with the Sergeant Furies. Space Family Robinson. Steve Zodiac. Strange. Okay, Superboy Tales to Astonish. Okay. So, get this action number 310 in here. $2.99. This light in my eyes, I feel like I'm in an interrogation. 309. 309 looks like I paid $12 for that. It was marked 24 and I paid 12. Okay, so that's Adventures into the Unknown. Oh shit. Okay, so Adventures into the Unknown will be after the DC adventure. Let me get this closer. Okay, Adventures of Bob Hope. Adventures of
Adventures into. I comes before O, so I probably would have Adventures into the Unknown here. There we go. Okay. Aquaman, number 20. Amazing Spider-Man. Aquaman. What is that? 77? 16. I know I have more Aquamans than this. What's wrong with me? Where are they? Okay. Where are the Archies there? Archie's correct. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. So Ridge Box 1 goes down. This is hard. I better stand up for this. Oh man, almost stepped on the damn cat's tail. That could have been a disaster. Okay. I'll bring you back into Grottu Vision. This, there's not even, oh yeah, number 22. Okay. This is 27, so I would say this goes here. Okay, this is 149. $73, $80, $5. Some of these don't have boards. Got to do that. 118, 119, 26, 169, 168. They made so many of these Archie comics, man. Archie's joke book, 58. Uh, 126. 58, 85. 40. Okay, there we go after that. Oh, I've got more Archie's joke books. Okay. 102. 40. Oh boy, this is hard on the back. 55. 126. Okay. 102 goes here. Then I got this Boris Karloff in. Avengers. Baby Huey. Baby Karloff. Baby Huey. Poor Batman. I can't reach. I'll move this up. Blast off with the 3 Rocketeers. Blazing 6 guns with the 6 Bad Plugs Bunny. Okay, Boris. Come on, Boris. Some of these bags I haven't sealed. It makes it hard to flip through. Brave and the Bold. Blazing. Bobby Gun. Oh, this is a great cover. Bobby Boris. Monster Mash, right? Okay. That's probably everything for that box. No, because I have these A's up here. What am I thinking? I got to get Astonishing Tales into that box. No, that would be going into this box. episode tomorrow, and I'll have some of this already done, and I won't be in such a cranky mood. But I will see you guys on the flip side. Take care. December 9th, 2020. It's President-elect Grottu Orloff here, and I'm once again inviting you along to watch as I organize comics. And then later, and this is part 3 of that, I had 2 parts yesterday, and then soon, when this is done, I'm going to invite you along as I organize 45 RPM records and albums and all of that. So I'm listening to my private radio station that broadcasts all through the house on 106.9 FM and to the neighbor's house. See that neighbor's house out there? If they ever knew to turn on 106.9, they'd hear all of this. And I wish they would, because they started flying an American flag on the day that Biden was elected. And then a couple days later, they took it down because they don't love America. They just love the new socialism, the new nightmare that's coming in. The Great Reset. They say no one will have any personal property by the year 2030. You got to listen to what these crackpots say. Well, I'm up here forgetting for a few moments that China's about to possibly take over. If Trump doesn't pull this out, and I think he will. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't want to jinx things. Okay, so I'm filing Astonishing Tales in my second box here. Okay, so it's going to be after Archie, obviously. Let's see. Little Archie is great. Buy Little Archie. It's surprisingly great. It's one of those things that's great, like Uncle Scrooge comics are great. Okay, astonishing. Okay. That was 4, then we have 7. Oh boy. So I appreciate the regular viewers. All of you guys that watch this, it's really kind of fun to do these videos. It holds me accountable for one thing. Otherwise, I may put this off forever. But if I know people are watching me, it's kind of like I know Santa Claus is watching me or Jesus or something. But it's you wonderful folks out there. I'm always getting nice comments from Chad Miller in San Antonio and Crypt Keeper in San Antonio. There's some people like Bo Rathbone are watching. There's all kinds of amazing people that are always commenting. Okay, so I've got an Archie. I got to file this. Kind of show you what I'm doing. I'm not going to have camera work as bad as that last episode. Okay, so Archie's Girls. Okay, so I got to get back into box 1 here for this. Okay. Archie 159. Oh man. 153. 157. Ooh, that's a big jump. What does that say? 191. 159. Okay. And then, this is a box of stuff I need to file into these boxes. So now, I'm at Archie's Girls 194. And this is definitely before 194. This is
January 56, number 22. Okay, so that's basically what I'm doing. Now I'll put you back in the position of honor. Hold on. It seemed like the video yesterday was a little blurry, so I'm going to wipe both camera part of, wonder if that makes it clearer. Actually, I have sunlight lighting me a little bit today, so maybe this video will not be as dark and mysterious as the last. Turn this music down a little bit. Okay, so we have to put tape on this. So we're living through very historical times. Supposedly, well, my wife tells me on December 21st there's going to be a big solar flash, and it's going to be like a reverse rapture. You know, you've heard the raptures where all the good people just disappear and float up into the heavens, right? Well, this is supposed to be where all the bad people just disappear. If you're not at least 51% good, you just like disappear, like Avengers Endgame. And a lot of Hollywood is actually, they kind of predict things that are going to happen. So my wife has watched a lot of videos that have informed her that this may happen. And I think I'm more than 51% good, so she'd be okay with that. But I think that in theory, that means that a lot of the people that stole the election will disappear, and then maybe Trump will remain president. I don't know. We'll see. You think I'm nuts? Just telling you the news that I hear. Okay, so this is 118, this is 194. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of Archie comics, man, I tell you. They were popular comics, and they still kind of publish them, but they look kind of like real people now, and they've added all this dark shit into them. Afterlife with Archie, and zombies. They're just trying to survive, I guess. And then they have this Archie TV show on a CW network called Riverdale, and first episode, he's like sleeping with Miss Weatherby, who's now no longer an old crone with a nose that comes out like that. It's like, what? Don't do that to Archie. And then the Sabrina show on Netflix is, we've watched, I think there's been 2 or 3 seasons. We watched every episode, but in a way, she kind of looks like Sabrina from the comics, and they've tried to give it a feeling like you're watching, but it's like a time, you don't know really what time period it's taking place. There's a lot of old cars. It kind of feels like in Sabrina's town that it's the 1960s, the way they dress. And actually, there's kind of a coffee shop that's got a horror theme and a kind of a retro theme, and they've got the same AMI jukebox that I've got downstairs is in the Sabrina's hangout. But they put they've gone a little bit too far with the perversion and Satanism element. They should have held that back a little bit. It's entertaining, even though I know what the New World Order is really trying to accomplish with these Netflix shows. I'm always aware that they're trying to indoctrinate me, so as long as I've got my antenna up, I feel like I can indulge in some of their evil filth for a little while, just for escape. But it's probably not wise, but yeah, Sabrina's okay. I think there's a new season that's going to start in a few weeks. Anyway, I'm building back better. I'm building my comic book collection back better. There's a Six Flags Over Texas started here in Arlington in 1961, I think, 62. So they were lined up to go in first day, and the first person in line was this little girl, right? She was the first person to walk into Six Flags, first customer. And so it was a big deal. She was in the paper and everything. she 10 years later, they're having the 10th anniversary of the opening of Six Flags. So they find this little girl who's now in her teens and probably about 17, 18, and they have her, they interview her, how has Six Flags changed since you were here on opening day? And you can see this. I'll show you, I'll tell you how to get it. There's a treasure trove of amazing video. If you go type in to YouTube, SMU, the college, SMU, WFAA. WFAA is our local ABC affiliate. And they've donated all their old film, news footage shot on film from the mostly 60s and 70s, might be a little bit from the 50s. They've donated all their film footage to SMU, it's all pristine, beautiful color. I mean, it only was shown like once on the news. Because they used to use film in the news, the nightly local news. You need to look this up because they have all kinds of great footage of the opening of Six Flags. They have footage of the Six Flags Mall, which I've talked about before. I've driven by where it used to be. You can see it. Actually, if you go to where my blogs, I have on my Grottu Orloff YouTube page, it says my blogs from the beginning. It's a playlist, and I have all my videos that I've done since I started on YouTube like a year and a half or however long ago. And then I even have some in there that are other people's broadcasts where they mention me or something, and I feel kind of like cool, proud about people mentioning me, talking about me. So I put them in there. So it's kind of like my diary. And when I did the Six Flags video, when I drove past it on Division Street, Highway 80, right after that, right before I had put that clip from SMU WFAA of the Six Flags Mall. Anyway, that's how you see the clip I'm about to tell you about. But whenever I hear the stupid Great Reset garbage that all these stupid, aristocratic, foolish leaders of countries are saying, look, you need to build back better. It sounds so stupid and so mentally challenged that it reminds me of this girl. Well, anyway, 10 years later, they bring her back and she's there at Six Flags chewing her gum. And so how has Six Flags changed in the 10 years since you were were here when it opened? She said, well, the trees are bigger. And a lot of the rides, and it's more funner. It's more funner, and I just think that I thought that was so funny. It's more funner, so that's why I kind of use that as we're gonna build back better. I'm gonna make my comic collection more funner. It's gonna be. I don't mean to make fun of her. She's actually passed away. She lived down the street. She was a good friend of a friend of mine who's also passed away. So I don't mean to speak disparagingly of the dead. It's just one of those Texas ways of talking. More funner, People in Texas, and then people just kind of learning English. I'll never forget a student that was so in despair. She's on the playground. He was like, her friend was upset with her. And she says, what did I did? What did I did? And I just thought that was hilarious. What did I did? But I shouldn't laugh at people that are challenged in the speaking of English. Not everyone can be a brilliant genius like Dr. Grottu Orloff. I'm not getting a lot of organization done when I'm talking to you guys. I should follow the words of this great commercial. And honey bees, no white turtle doves. Perfect harmony. They always played this during Charlie Brown Christmas every year. The ancient ones out there remember this. That and Dolly Madison commercials. I never saw Dolly Madison cakes. It was always hostage. Hostess cupcakes were what I saw in my local supermarket. Dolly Madison, I don't know whoever ate that shit. Yeah, I slipped and said, because I was so obsessed with wacky packages when I was a little kid. Hostess cupcakes were hostage cupcakes, and on the package of Hostess, they had a gun to some guy's head. Sergio Mendez, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna make a pretty world, hopefully with Trump as president. Let's see, astonishing tales. Where do you go, motherfucker? I don't know if I play this music in the background, will YouTube take my video down? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are because I see people all the time there's just about every record ever created is on YouTube. People put them up, and I don't know what. I don't really quite understand rules. Or is it just like if it's some super important? Just have a song playing in the background. It's not like, how does that hurt anybody? If anything, it helps promote that artist because what you do. I don't know if you know about this app. My wife taught me about this app called Shazam, and if you download it, whenever you're somewhere in a restaurant or you want to hear some song, you don't know who it is, you can press a little button on the Shazam app, and it knows, like, I guess, millions of songs, and will tell you who the artist is. Usually, sometimes they can't identify it. I had this childhood record, The Adventures of Aquaman, the Green Lantern, and the Flash, and they had theme songs for each one of them, and they were such great music. It was just stuff they had in their music library, apparently, at the MGM record library company. But I didn't know what it was. It took me years to find out that the theme they used for Aquaman was a song called Tiger Guitars by Billy Muir's Supersonic Guitars. And you should look up Tiger Guitars on YouTube and hear that great song, which to me I consider the Aquaman theme. But then the one that they used, this cool theme that they used for Green Lantern, it was the Golden Age Green Lantern. I didn't know what that was. Shazam got it for me, and it was, Shazam told me it was, what is his name? It was coming to me, it was some British guy. He had another bigger song called Spanish Armada. If I look up Spanish Armada, and you'll get the guy's name. But the actual name, that actual song's been pulled down from YouTube. This is like, I guess certain companies put up, they immediately will get you for that. I don't know. I can't think of his name, or it's something. Okay. Yeah, some kind of name. He had some kind of fucking name. I can't remember his fucking name. Oh, man. It's getting hot in here. Okay. This is 66. It's just all these bags. Right now what I'm doing is I've got a bunch of comics in here filed, but they're not sealed. And that is it's very difficult to thumb through. So I'm just going through and taping them up. That's my, that takes very little brain power. I don't even have to remember my alphabet or my gazentas. Let's see. 68. 66. So you gotta know my numbers. You gotta know your letters, and you gotta know your gazentas. 2 goes into 6 3 times. That was Jethro Clampett on the Beverly Hillbillies called them gazentas. I learned all my gazentas. Okay. '63, '64. Well, anyway. So, Archie's joke book and Archie's Madhouse. Oh, I just love this cover. I showed it to you yesterday, but I noticed watching the video I put up yesterday that I just say, "Hey, look at this one," and I would just flash it at you like that, and I didn't leave it. I need to learn to hold it up a little bit longer so you can focus. Okay. Damn it. Archie's Madhouse. Okay. February 61. God damn, what? Shit! You're okay. That was not. So, Cherish was my song playing here. My brother graduated in 1972. We were stationed in Heidelberg, Germany. My dad was in the Army. And so when he graduated, they all got to the little senior class, which weren't very many in the American school there in Heidelberg. They all went to London to, swing in London in 1972. And then they held their graduation ceremony in Heidelberg Castle, which is a beautiful castle, although it's kind of ruined. I don't know if just from age or from World War II. A lot of it's kind of been all tore up and confused and damaged, destroyed. I don't know. It wasn't in condition like that we got to see. Sometimes on weekends we'd go out, we'd go visit castles, that were around. We went to this castle that you see in the Disney Cinderella castles based on the one at Disneyland. And you see it in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. It's a real castle there. We went to see that. That was really cool. It's in Neuschwanstein, and it's the whole. It was built in the 1860s, I think. And, it's not as old as most of the castles. It was built by this crazy King Ludwig, who was obsessed with swans, and everything has a swan motif in that place. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, dude. 6, 42. Damn, 46, 48, 44. Okay. Back to Archie's joke book, number 85. Okay, so gotta get this in here. It's Archie's Girls, Archie's Madhouse. Now J is before M. So there's Archie's joke book. I don't have many of these. This is 58. That's 85. 102. We'll go here. Put it back. That's kind of one. Okay, so now she tells 6, 3, 8. yesterday I found that if I turn this lamp on, that does that help, or is that, I don't know. We'll try that for a little bit. Astonishing Tales. Okay, Archie, past Archie, but Astonishing Tales would be before Avengers. So number 3 goes before 4. Is number 6 goes before 7. Channeling the Count. Count died a few years ago. I'll have you know. So did Big Bird. Batman number 221. That great cover. I'm gonna build this Batman back better by putting it in this more funner box. Joseph Biden, what a great American. Oh, he's gonna make such a great president. Not. He's not gonna be president. Never happened. Never happened in 50 million years. Here's an Avengers that's not sealed. Okay. Yeah, just looking at this amazing cover. Just can't get enough of that. Stan Lee did not like these dark covers. He liked them more bright. Maurice Severin kept doing it this way, though. And then some new guy started it at Marvel, and he said, well, but Mr. Lee said to do it this way. She says, don't listen to him. They don't know what they're talking about. Do it this way. This is the right way. She had been the colorist at EC Comics. She knew what she was doing. But man alive. This one's not when is that Scarlet Witch TV show start? Is that like around Christmas? I know Wonder Woman 1984 is coming out at Christmas. Hopefully that'll be good. When a movie gets held, it wasn't just held back by the Wuhan Wiggle. I got two copies of that. Not because I stupidly bought 2 copies. I bought 1 copy, and the other one was given to me by my good friend that gave me his whole Avengers collection. So at least I don't feel dumb on that one. Here's another one that's not sealed. I'm pulling out the ones that aren't sealed, and I'm going to tape them up, and this will give me a chance to show you random covers. Because it looks a lot better when they're all sealed. You can't really flip through your collection too well. Okay, so it's 86. This is 67. 67. Got 2 copies of 70, 69, 68. Oh, I got 2 copies of 67. Oh, I know what this is. This is the copy my friend gave me, right? And this is a copy I got that's heavily fucked up. That came from one of Buddy Saunders at Lone Star Comics, now mycomicshop.com, at the old Lone Star Comic shops. When they got comics that were just too messed up to sell, they didn't have covers or they had stains. they'd put them into a stack about this high, and they'd seal it up where you couldn't really see what it was, except you kind of look at the spine. And they called it Wounded Wonders, and they charge you like $10 to get like a pound or a couple pounds of comics, and that's what that is. So it would look good in a spinner rack where you can't really see the damage at the bottom. But anyway, now it's sealed. All right, and this Avengers isn't sealed. 86. How about that? All right, so I think, all right. So 88, 7. Yeah, 87's 87's a Black Panther cover. So goes in there. 88. People think it's funny when I say indeed. Chad out there, Chad Miller, finds it very amusing. I don't know. I don't think I really say it in real life, but I do it on video. I'm not sure why. Shit, well, I do know why. It's from Dr. Smith of Lost in Space, but why do I want to act like him? I have no idea. Because I hated that guy on the show. I just hated him. It's like, I love Lost in Space, don't get me wrong, but I didn't like that character. And then years later, in college, I meet this group of friends. This friend of mine who's since passed away, Tom Renoni, he said, "Oh, he was the best character." It's like, how is he the best character? Like almost ruined the show. What he loved about him was that he was lazy and that he was always making up pains. And he just thought that was great. And I guess a lot of people did because they rewrote the show to because he was so popular. They started writing episodes to focus on him, and much to the chagrin of Guy Williams, who was the father of the family and thought he was, he signed on to be in Lost in Space. He thought the show was going to be around him. He was coming off Zorro, which was a super popular Disney TV show in ABC in the 50s. But no, it was, and then he's just barely got a few lines in every episode, and he was kind of bitter about it. But he moved off to where did he move to? Some country in South America where they treated him like he really was Zorro, and he lived like royalty for the rest of his years. I mean, they really treated him like he was the real Zorro. So sometimes it's not too bad to be typecast, I guess. Some of these black covers. But they show off spine ticks more. Fuck you and your spine ticks. Actually, this doesn't have that yet. I'm going to send it out to CGC, yes. Along with this Baby Huey and Popeye issue. Let's see, this one's, damn it, old age. I have to use my atomic magnifying glass. That's 24, that's 26. Okay, Baby Huey comes before Barbie. And then we have Batman. Oh, a 10-cent Batman. What is this one? Ooh, look at this cool cover. You see, when they made the Batman TV show, the producer, William Dozier, didn't have a great respect for comic books, but they went and they picked up some older Batman comics from the 50s and looked through them, and they basically turned what they saw in these comics into a TV show, and as he said, well, it can't be. They run every. That's actually the way that Batman is portrayed in that show. Batman was in the 50s. It was just so. It was records for you. It's a Martian brain disintegrator from Mars Attacks. I bought this in the 90s when that movie came out, and hope the batteries haven't corroded. But to replace the batteries, I have to get a little screwdriver. I need to do that because they're probably corroding in there. But when it lights up, it makes cool noises, and this brain throbs. Okay, so I'm going to put Batman 221 in here. See, the thing is, when the Batman TV show started in January of 1966, and my oldest brother that's passed away, he was 10 years older than me. And I mentioned that, Batman started in January of 66. He completely said, no, that's not true. It started at the beginning of September. But I know it started in January 66. He just didn't remember. And that's why, because I think the Batman merchandise started coming out when that show was so popular. And there's so much of it's marked 1966. So how is that possible if it came out in September? You only have a few months before the end of the year. It seems like most of the stuff would have been marked 1967, but it started mid-season in January of 66, so you had that whole year of 66 to have thousands of pieces of different kinds of merchandise to be put out with the 66 year on it. That's why there's so much Batman marked 66. It's the same thing with the Beatles. So much of the early Beatles is 1964. Well, they premiered on Ed Sullivan in the United States, January of 64. Only a short while, a month or a month and a half, about a month and a few days after Kennedy was killed. So people wanted something to take their minds off of that. And the Beatles came along, and they were that. Anyway, not that one. I know a lot about history. Oh, the thing that pissed comic collectors off is Batman had, see if I can find those actual issues. We'll see, Batman had been this silly thing for a long time. And then, here we go. This is 158. Okay. Here's 158. And you see Batman has just the black bat on his chest, right? And Batman had a dog, Ace the Bat Hound. I love that shit. That had a bat, the dog had a mask, a Batman cowl. So this is 158. And then a short while later, this is Batman 166. You see, now he has the yellow oval around the bat, and it looks a little more serious and dramatic. But what happened is they editorial shift. They changed about 65, I think, or was it 64? They tried to make Batman more serious, a detective, and less silly. And that's when they put the yellow oval. So when you see the yellow oval, that's when the change happened. So it obviously happened sometime between 158 and 166, somewhere in there. But when the Batman TV show came on, they took the yellow oval, but they portrayed Batman to be the silly Batman that he had been. And in order to cash in on that, DC reverted and started making Batman really silly with the big giant sound effects all over the front cover and everything. So people that were into Batman at the time, so the TV show caused Batman to move backwards until the Neil Adams, Denny O'Neil era around, 68, 69. when the show went off the air, they said, well, let's make it more serious. So they made it more serious than just about ever. Oh, here's Batman. Oh, this is a Batman song that he recorded in the 70s.
This fat whiskey is now being converted into a set rate of 20 incognito meter physiognomy. Right after this chorus, I'm going to take.
Weird synchronicity. You can get this song off YouTube. All the shit that's playing in the background on my radio station, I just pulled off YouTube. So I was too lazy to pull down the records, but I don't actually own this record.
Okay, stand by. Take this carefully. Bring the rest of the back observation aperture center level with your line of vision. Whoa! You've now become unrecognizable even from your closest friends. Camouflage, protected from perilous set rays. Only on average rituals, but
See, so this is after the TV show started. Got the change. Okay, so we've got your Batman 221, 205, 230, 233. Checking the time, I'm at 41 minutes, 24 seconds. Yeah. So, that off. Okay. So, let's file these Batman comics. I'll take you along with me. Oh, that's so fun. Okay, so first of all, I've got Batman 205. Oh, look at that. This blind guy who's got bullets coming right towards the heads of Batman and Robin. So maybe he's not really blind. Okay. 190. Okay, so this is after the go-go checker. There's 201. And yeah, 210. Okay, so it goes in here. Now, going. This is well, that's 80-page giant. That shouldn't be here. Oh well, that's okay. It should be. Technically, I guess it should be in the E's, or some people put ones that have numbers, like 80-page giant. They put that before the A's. They put numerical things, but this is 211. So then this is 218. So 221, 230. Technically, this might be Bronze Age, but it's going here. 233. And this is the first time. Oh, shit. Mother effer. This is the first time Two-Face had appeared since the Golden Age. They brought him back. You know, they made animated films. Two animated films using the voices of Adam West and Burt Ward. In the last few years, before Adam West passed away, and they did one where William Shatner played Two-Face. That's really cool. You should track that down. Okay, Black Hawk. The song Afternoon Delight. I know it's cheesy, but I always like the song. I don't know. It reminds me of that summer of '76, which was a very important time in my life, I think. Summer of '76. That's when we moved to this town. I can't wait to get out of this town. But, oh, no, my wife's telling me, well, I just got used to this town. She's, I don't know. She's afraid we move to another place and she'd have to start all over. And the whole idea of escaping before the big problems, I don't think that's going to happen because big problems, I think, are weeks away. And there's no way to sell a house and buy a new house in that amount of time. So I think we need to just hunker down for whatever is going to happen. I'm sealing my Blackhawks. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Blackhawk was an amazing Golden Age character. You could tell they were having trouble selling Blackhawk because they put the Justice League on the cover to try to sell it. That issue. There's a date stamp. People get excited like me about date stamps. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's where they stamp a date on there so they know how long to keep the comic on the racks. But this doesn't have a year. It says June 10th, mid C. But I love this cover. Lady Blackhawk. Yes, indeed. Yes. At least I'm not doing the, oh, my aching back. The pain. I think I saw that Jonathan Harris had children, and I just always just kind of assumed that he was not heterosexual, but I don't know. I think it's just this theatrical voice that some actors put on in a certain era. Let's see, Blackhawk. Ooh, that's terrible. What is going on there? Horrible. Oh, I see what it is. I must have got this at Cosmic Comics. It's in the shit. This is how comics were put. In the old days, you go to a comic store, they'd be bagged, but they would not be boarded. And I bought this, and it looks like I never took it out of the bag. This probably had sat on their racks for over 20 years. It looks like I paid $3 for it. So I'm taking it out of the bag. I'm gonna put it in a better bag. I'm gonna build back better and more funner. Build back socialist. I can't wait to get that vaccination. What about you? It's just going to be so much fun. It says, I hear that, I probably should talk about it, but I hear that it prevents a baby from getting nutrition through the placenta inside the mother. So it basically kills the baby. Like it basically sterilizes women for a time period after that. The funny old Billy boy, he's playing a practical joke on us. Remember how he said in his TED Talks, whatever that stupid thing is, he's up on stage. He says, "Yes, if we get the right vaccinations, we can reduce the population of the world." Yeah. Does that work? I like vaccinations would increase the population because people live. Yeah. Oh, I like vaccinations would increase the population because people live. Oh, I like vaccinations would Well, losing my mind. Okay. Silver Age comic bags. to watch the Comic Crypt of Castle Hills haul video that was an hour and a half, and got to see the cool comics magazines they got from Erie Publications. All the newer comics, some of which I didn't even know they existed. I really need some steering in a modern comic store because I don't know a lot of this stuff. This is just a cool cover.
That one.
I don't know modern comic books. And I don't know that I can afford them. I mean, this was 12 cents, in its day. But then, it's not like 12 cents in our money. You got to be aware that what you could buy with 12 cents was a lot back then. And that's because we went off the gold standard and then inflation. And there's, people talking that Trump was about to try to get us back on the gold standard. Hopefully he still will. Hopefully he'll still have 4 years to.
Well, that didn't happen. Well, so it's 8:57 p.m. We've got 4 people watching. We've gone 10 hours and 49 seconds in this stream. 1 minute ago, my wife wrote something. What does it say? Stop messing with us, Grottu. Well, I just had some Mexican food. I'm going to watch an episode of Big Brother. Then I'm going to go to sleep. Then tomorrow, there'll be even more fun. I'm thinking I'll do a live stream tomorrow where maybe we can talk about the Suicide Squad. I don't know. Have any of you even seen it? Raise your hand if you've seen the Suicide Squad. Okay, let me count how many people. 1, 2. Are you raising your hand? You saw it too. 3, 4 people in chat have seen Suicide Squad. I'll put a little banner going across the bottom. See how it's going? It'll say spoilers. So I won't mess the movie up for you, but try to see it tonight so we can talk about it tomorrow. So, wonder what's going on here. Oh, my arm is killing me. See, Meyer Greenblatt was in here earlier. Dr. Silverage, Christopher Schneider. Meyer Greenblatt's talking about all these plans he's got. I'm going through the chat for future videos. That looks cool. I can't wait to. I read a lot of this chat during the day, but I wasn't really able to type. So I can't wait to read it all and all that stuff. But there's another viewer that just popped in. Let's see if anyone wants to come on and chat for a moment before I end this stream. I will copy it and I will put the link here. And if no one comes on, then I will call it a day. Sorry, I don't have the lighting all hooked up tonight. Did it even go? What the freaking heck? Yeah, there it is. All right. Anyone want to come on? That's fine. Give it a few minutes. Let's see what's going on in the news. Share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. That and then hit that. Well, flash flood emergency. Water fills Omaha streets. Billionaires are all going off to islands. Google founder flees to New Zealand. I wonder what they know is about to happen. Biden speeds ahead on installing judges. TV ratings plummet 49%. People aren't watching regular television. Gee. Lots of police are leaving their jobs. We get spit on. We get things thrown at us. Apocalyptic scenes hit Greece as Athens besieged by flames. It looks like it's pretty much all good news going on. Of course, Drudge Report has been bought out by communists. Used to be a pretty good source. Let's try the new Drudge Report. Issues significant warning. This video of Obama was quickly deleted. That's what this headline's about. Oh, let me see if anyone's popped on. Nope, no one wants to come on. Let's see. Increasing but modest threat of violence. There's some conspiracy theory going on, apparently. Woman in San Francisco leans out of car window in traffic, brandishing one of those things. Oh, this is so cool. Because I was looking up Shogun Warriors the other day, I've got this ad. Look at this ad that's customized to me at the bottom with Shogun Warriors and hot stuff. That's neat to see an ad. The computers spy on you, but it's cool when they spy on you and actually make a good call. Look at this ad. That is cool to have that ad pop up. Of course, I'm not going to be buying any 2021 Nissan Sentra. That's a bad call. Okay. My arm is even, jeez, it hurts so much right here that I can't really even touch the screen and scroll down. Let's see what people are up to here. Oh, Meyer Greenblatt says, hey. Let's see who else is here. Let's try a second. And then my wife says, hey again, Meyer. I forgot who bought Drudge Report. Nobody knows who bought Drudge Report. It's a mystery. It's either it was bought out. It's obvious, clearly different. So people speculate: was he bribed? Was he threatened? Or did he just sell out to the communist Chinese or something? But it's completely different. Meyer says, hello, Greta. Well, has anyone seen the Suicide Squad? I didn't realize until today that the King Shark character that Sylvester Stallone voices in the Suicide Squad started in Superboy. So, like, not the real Superboy, but that modern Superboy that's not really Superman when he was a kid. I don't know. I didn't know that. But it's a cool character. But it's a lot cooler in the movie than it probably was in the comic. And it's the same thing with Guardians of the Galaxy. The movie characters are based on the comic characters, but I think in the movie version, they're better. Very rarely does that happen. But James Gunn is a good filmmaker. Oh, I got to get down and watch television with my wife. Spend too much time streaming lately. And we're going to watch a TV show and then hit the sack. And then tomorrow at some point, I'll maybe come on and do a show. I don't have much. Well, I got to do a lot of organization in this room. Is that comic, The Superboy, selling how much? Let's take a look real quick. I think he first appears in Superboy number 0. And then in Superboy either number 7 or 9. Okay, Superboy. Oh, I'm not sharing, am I? Share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Superboy comic books. Share. Let's take a look. All right. Which Superboy is it? I don't think it's the 1981. It could. Well, what? It has to be the one from the 90s because it has a 0. All right. But I think 0 is like a little Wolverine kind of one panel deal or something. Superboy recounts his first encounter. I think this is the comic where the character first appears, but it doesn't say that. Probably because it didn't matter until a few days ago. But it must be 9. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, there it is. King Shark, story by Carl Kessel. Superboy battles Aquaman's nemesis. Oh, okay. I was told wrong today that he first appeared in because he must first appear in Aquaman. I better do some research before I give you guys inaccurate information. But this comic is going for $95 in 8.5 condition. And then they're auctioning it off. Yeah. But it doesn't say it's his first appearance. Okay. I was just going by what someone told me today. King Shark DC. He's a fictional character. Really? I didn't realize it was fictional. Sometimes known as Nanu, created by Carl Kessel. Oh, no, actually, it's right. His first key appearance was in Superboy 0, before making his first full appearance in Superboy 9, November. I was right. Okay. So maybe he's an Aquaman villain, but he first fought Superboy. All right. So I was right the first time. King Shark appeared on the Arrowverse TV series, The Flash. And in that really bad Harley Quinn animated series that's okay, so all right, so back to this. I think it's a Hulk 180 situation where his actual first appearance is yes, see, well, it doesn't actually. Yeah, his first appearance must be just like in one panel because it's only like $7, $7-8. But this is like the Hulk 181, right? Where he's on the cover fighting Superboy and he's all through the story. So this is the one people want, even though it's what an ugly costume. And look at this stupid haircut. But I'd still want it just because I like that character. But let's see what's going on back in the chat room. Sly does the voice, the shark's voice. Yeah, it's hilarious. It really is funny. Early 90s. Yeah. Bronco says, hey, Grot. Great Batman book. What's a great Batman book? Hey, Greta. Anyway, anyone want to come on? There's the link. hear my wife laughing downstairs, so there must be something funny that I'm doing. Maybe I have some piece of cilantro in my teeth or something. So she's laughing hysterically downstairs. Sighed, you grabbed the guitar, and I was like, will he burst into song? I was thinking about it. Got 6 viewers. What is it now? Wrong word. What's the word? The bird is the word, right? Have you heard about the bird? Don't you know that the bird is the word? The bird. I'm going to have a new image here on the Grottu Orloff channel. See this Hugo wig? It's helps him appear young and hip like Stan Lee did, you know? So now he's ready to join. Now he's ready to join the Beatles, right? That used to be my hair color before I got old. But maybe I can appear younger if I utilize this wig. Let's see if it works. I got it. There we go. I'm just trying to look more youthful because I can't get any viewers under the age of 35 on the Grottu Orloff channel. And I got to appear more youthful and more hip. It worked for Stan Lee, man. How's that, man? No, it's a little lopsided. Let's see if my demographics have changed. It might have changed instantly. People might be typing to all their friends on TikTok, hey, this guy's cool now. You need to just come on over. Let's see. What you do is you go to this little thing called YT Studio. YT stands for YouTube. And it tells you that the watch time in hours for this channel over the last... I can't read this. Where's my magnifying glass? Shannon says, I think that used to be my color too. How many decades ago? You're going viral as we speak, Grot. Yeah, except it's the dreaded pandemic virus. Let's see. Watch time hours, 1.3 thousand views. And I've got 270 subscribers. So that means that those 270 people are doing a lot of viewing. Views, 5.4. Seriously, they can't be really long views. 5.4 thousand in the last 28 days. Subscriber change +9, but there's an arrow going down. So that means that even though 9 people have been added, I'm going down. That means that I'm losing more than I'm gaining. I guess, is that what that means? View more. Let's see. Oh, but audience is what you have to hit the little tab that says audience. And so my audience is male 84.9% male, female 15.1%. There's nobody that watches this channel under the age of 35. Between 35 and 44, 13.9%. 45 to 54, 11.8%. 55 to 64, which is my age range, 74.3%. And that's probably because I talk about the stuff from my childhood, which is that particular demographic. So I guess it resonates with them. And nobody's 65 and over, according to this. The United States, 81.4%. Let's see. The most people. This is a cool statistic here, though, because most people that watch are subscribed. Other videos your audience watch. Let's see. My wife says, you have Bronco. Is this time for the government cheese? That thing isn't accurate. Well, it is. I know that there's a few people in England that watch. I know there's a guy in Portugal that watches, and somebody in France and South Africa, but it only gives United States and Canada. Oh, engagement. Oh, let's see what people have been doing here. Last 28 days, average view duration, only 14 minutes. Previous period. So that could be skewed by me just going on there to check, to see if anybody's added something. And when I do that, and I only stay on the thing for a couple of seconds, and maybe it throws the stats off, or maybe people really aren't are just watching for 14 minutes. Oh well. Let's see, man. That's impressions. I don't know what that means. Looks like I'm going down. Impression click-through rate. Traffic source types. People from browse, features, channel page, YouTube search. I don't know. What does that all mean? I don't know. Oh, external sources. People are finding me from AOL. People still have AOL. Facebook, 28% from Facebook. Patreon. Oh, that's interesting. I bet that Milton Knight put a link to this on his Patreon, because I don't have a Patreon. Google, people are Googling me, 2.6%. What are the top YouTube search terms that bring people to this horrific channel? Just Grottu Orloff, homemade comic book, Captain Strange Life, Cracked Magazine, and homemade comics. Intriguing. Well, that's my stats. I gotta get this just right, man. What, damn it. I gotta get some light here. Yeah, I gotta see. Let's see if should be playing around with a collectible, man. Hugo's wig is a collectible. That's pretty good. No one would ever suspect that that's not my real hair. That's good. No Pete the Cat search results. This shit isn't accurate. The only thing is, Bronco, someone wrote a series of children's books called Pete the Cat after Pete the Cat came along. This is the original Pete the Cat. So let's search one more time. I just came up here to end this, and now I'm My wife's down there waiting to watch TV, but I'll be down there 1 second. Chrome tab, new tab. Tab Cola, what a beautiful drink. Tab Cola for beautiful people. Tab, you're beautiful to me. All this taste in just 1 calorie. Okay. Patreon Milton Night. Okay, about Milton Night. Maybe. When did I do that interview with Milton Knight? Recent post. He's got a new painting. Unlock this post by becoming a patron. Oh, look. There's the link. It's gotten 1 like. I better not click that because maybe I'm the 1 like. Oh, I never got to hear the other one. Let's see here. I'm doing two podcast interviews, one on Friday about my work. That would be mine. And one on Monday about my invaluable knowledge of Ed Wood and sleaze films and strippers. The first interview will be live on Friday, July 30th at 4 p.m. and will continue to be on YouTube in perpetuity. I'm excited about this because we have a great rapport on many subjects. Ooh, cool. And that's this one. Yeah, but what about the other? Yeah,
well, it's Friday night again. Once again, July 30th, 2021, the year of our Lord. We're back here in the 7th floor.
Oh, man, I lost
Grottu
2
Orloff,
subscribers.
National Building of Trade.
What a terrible thing. Let's see. But what was the other? See, I want to hear this other interview where he talked about Ed Wood, sleaze films, and strippers, and he doesn't leave a link to that. I heard a ding. What was that? I don't know what that ding was. Bronco says, "Come on, man, makes guitar out of uncle's remains." Oh yeah, I didn't look up that link yet. Hold on. How does Stan Lee keep the thing on, man? I guess you got it. Like, man, this used to be my hair color. Now it just looks like I'm wearing a yarmulke. Okay, if I do it like this, it looks more natural. If I have to hold it a little bit. See, I'm a mop top. I'm one of the Fab Four. Man, I couldn't be one of those fucking British invasion guys because the hair touches my eyelashes and I can't take that, man. Have a tab. Project Mockingbird Marketing. Yes. I think the link didn't exist yet when he wrote that. Where do you think he did that? How do you find podcasts? Okay. Let me just look. I'll Google it. Milton Knight podcast. What year is this? This is not 2014. No, it isn't. No, that's not it. My phone is just dinged. Oh, it's Guandonaland. Um, He says, I'll answer the questions and additional info notes as soon as I get home Tuesday afternoon. I have not been able to hold web signal long enough to do anything good, but I am on it. Thanks. It was a great show. It was one of the watched it later. That's one of the most amazing. I'm sorry, guys, if your nerves were shattered by that explosion of fear and terror. But it's just one of those things, man. Sometimes you just freak out. You know, the little kid, the apparently kid, I'll play him for you. Sometimes I just freak out, apparently. Sometimes I just apparently freak out. Let's take a look. Meyer says, oh, that guy's a rock star. If someone could help me find, I guess I could like ask Milton Knight on Facebook. That would kind of make sense. But let's take a darn look here. Okay, I got to share the screen. Boy, share the screen. Oh, we got 7 viewers. I'm famous. Thank you to all the little people out there. Okay. Okay, what am I looking up? I've completely forgotten. What the fuck? What the hell am I looking up? Okay, let me go back and see.
Collectible.
No.
If anybody's added something, when I do that, I only stay on the thing for a couple of seconds. It maybe
I'm looking up the apparently kid.
Stats off, or maybe people really aren't are just watching for 4.
Sometimes I just freak out.
1 second. What did you think about the ride?
It was great. And apparently, I've never been on live television before, but apparently sometimes I don't watch I don't watch the news because I'm a kid, and apparently Grandpa just gives me a remote after we watch the Powerball.
Just the Powerball. Tell me about the ride. What did you think about the ride?
Well, it was great.
Why?
Because apparently you're spinning around, and apparently every time you get dizzy, that's all you do is get dizzy. Yeah. And I've never ever been on live television. I never ever be on live television.
Are you excited?
Yeah, and apparently I only went down the super slide. When I went down the one, I was scared half to death. I just freak out.
Okay. What I need his name. Hold on. Yep. Hold on. I'm just gonna ask him. What's his name?
Noah.
Noah. What's your last name?
Dick Ritter.
How do you spell his last name?
Ritter, R-I-T-T-E-R.
Okay. Where are you guys from? Wilkes-Barre. All right, buddy. Good stuff. Have fun.
Come with the carrier. There's a warning here looking for you.
All right.
That is my dad's Tom Jersey.
Tom's different, New Jersey.
I don't know that he's called the apparently kid. I call him the apparently kid because if you type in apparently and kid, you will get him. But yeah, he's cool. I liked when his grandfather spelled his last name Ritter, and he goes kind of like, yeah, my grandfather's right. Did you see him shake his head like, yeah, what he said's right? Apparently kid. Okay. Apparently. That's what happens when a kid is brought up by intelligent people or like older people that don't talk to the little kid like, "Ooh, you little baby, ooh, coochie cool." They just kind of talk to them like they're an adult. They wind up being precocious like that, and it's so cool. There was something I was about to do. Oh, there's like words I use, like I call him the apparently kid. And this thing here, my wife and I call this an embryo. Most people call it a Funko Pop. I'm going to see if there's any other people that call it that. Funko. Wait, I don't know how to spell Funko. How do you spell it? Funko embryo. Funko embryo. So we're not the only people. Other people have done it. I heard my wife downstairs going, "Yeah." So, hey, I'll come back tomorrow. Excuse me. Watch Suicide Squad so we can have like a show with everybody in a little Brady Bunch square talking about Suicide Squad. Because if I type Suicide Squad into the title, I'm gonna have 50 million views, and then it will be amazing. So anyway, your homework assignment is to watch the Suicide Squad. God damn it! What is that? It appears to be my wife calling. Hello, hello, hello. You're on the air.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, there's a delay.
Yeah. So what's up?
Did you play Bronco's video about the uncle and the guitar?
Oh, I wasn't really reading the chat enough. What is there a link to it?
I want to see it.
Is there a link in the chat?
Well, I'll let you go.
Well, how do I see? I want. Oh, what is there a link?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing because the TV is loud. Hang on.
Well, let me try going to Bronco Bear's YouTube page. I don't
know. He's not able to put a link on there.
Oh, well, maybe if I go to his YouTube page.
I think he said to just type in Uncle Guitar Remains.
Uncle. Oh, yeah. We were talking about that last night.
He said you could find it easily.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
Okay,
I found it.
it.
Okay, this reminds me of something else. I'm gonna have to show you two things now. Okay, let me share. You can stay on the air.
I was afraid I was being obnoxious.
No, everything's fine. This apparently is it.
To make my vision a reality, my Verilux progressive lenses provide seamless transitions from near to far, with every detail in sharp.
Look at this asshole.
Oh, man. Yeah, I've been really curious about this.
Well, is that just a skeleton like they use in a high school science class, or is it really is? It can't really be a human. Yeah, that would be pretty spectacular for a heavy metal band to have a guitar like that.
He makes me want to start a band.
Yeah.
So he could be in the band.
The dude built a guitar out of dead uncle's skeleton. I think it's amazing, but I don't think it's a real. I don't think those are real bones.
And it's really his uncle.
Really? Well, why? What?
There's articles about it.
It could be. Let's see what it says. Oh, what now? Let me see.
Bronco said in the chat that it's real. There's articles about it.
Okay, then he's saying it's really his uncle. Okay, I believe it. I believe it. It's like, how is that even legal? This guy somehow reminds me of the Boo Berry guy.
Yeah, I like him. blueberry guy. I thought about it too right now. It's like psychic.
When we talk about weird obsessions, let's watch this guy. This is 11 years old, so he's an old man now.
Tonight, I'm totally obsessed. This guy is so consumed with blueberry breakfast cereal, he eats nothing else.
Anybody who finds blueberry disgusting without trying it, they're just talking out of their ass.
Off we go to Richmond, Virginia to meet a man whose idea of heaven is a bowl full of blue cereal. It's called Blueberry, and there's a ghost on the front of the box, so you know it's nutritious.
14.
For the past 20 years, Roger Barr has been obsessed with blueberry cereal.
Hello, my name is Boo.
22. 24. It's the greatest cereal in the world, and I think everybody should eat it. And 28. Who wants to live a life without blueberry? Not me.
Roger has eaten at least one bowl of blueberry every day since he was 7. That's more than 7,000 bowls.
If I don't eat blueberry cereal in the morning, I'm kind of like a heroin addict who hasn't had their drugs in a really long time, you know.
It turns your shit green, by the way.
Looks like a bunch of rocks, really, purple rocks.
Food that goes blue normally means just rotted.
And that's the good stuff. Anybody who finds blueberry disgusting without trying it, they're just talking out of their ass.
Roger has even waged a campaign against Boo's rivals Count Chocula and Frankenberry.
Count Chocula and Frankenberry, they think they're so great. They're always talking, acting just like complete asses.
When he mentioned me, he actually wanted to kill one of the other characters. That I remember that day.
Are you ready to rock, Blueberry?
We're ready to rock! Chocula! You're gonna die! His love for blueberry got the attention of cereal maker General Mills, who told Roger to cease and desist. But that hasn't stopped Roger from lashing out against Boo's enemies.
The Blueberry song has a message of death. Basically, it's a death threat.
It's a big you to Count Chocula and Frankenberry. I'm not buying their damn cereal ever again. The quest for blueberry.
Roger has been known to travel 50 miles just to find a store that stocks blueberry cereal.
Frozen waffles? No, thank you. Full stock of blueberry. Well, that's what I like to see.
Roger will also go well out of his way to bury the competition.
Freaking Chocula. He needs it. I want people buying blueberry, and I don't want the grocery stores to think that Count Chocula and Frankenberry are selling.
Screw you. I think he needs to let it go.
It's friggin' SpongeBob SquarePants cereal. He gets all the attention and blueberry's left behind. Ridiculous. Anything I can do to help out Blueberry's cause, that's what I'm there for. I equate Count Chocula with crap, so what better place to put it with than with toilet paper, so. No one's gonna see this down here. Look at that. It's perfect. You got some cereal.
Okay.
I'll be right back. There's more. If blueberry stopped existing, that would be really hard. That's the thing nightmares are made of. So, you hungry?
I hope you packed a parachute, because we're in free.
You may not remember this from your childhood, but Blueberry has pierced nipples. Do you see this? He's like, what's the fucking guy, the mayor of New York, or governor of New York? What is his fucking name? Cuomo? He's like Cuomo.
Someone's come for a nutritious breakfast. Hello, my name is Boo. Let me finish. Blueberry. My ghostly good blueberry flavored cereal, Blueberry, is part of this complete breakfast.
Boo to you, Blueberry.
Frankenberry's got strawberry flavored marshmallows.
Count Chocula's got chocolate marshmallows.
But I've got blueberry flavored marshmallows.
Frankenberry. Count Chocula.
And Blueberry.
Oh, well. This stream has gone on longer than Mike Lindell's stream. When is that going to happen? Tuesday? Let's see what people are saying here. Bronco says, Booberry guy, thanks for sharing. Yeah, he's good. So Count Chocula and Frankenberry are posers? I don't think so, but he does. Pierce nipples, and he sounds like Peter Lorre, yeah. I wish he was the president's son, not Hunter Biden. And I wish that Biden wasn't, who should be the president, Boss Moss of the Freakies. And his son should be Booberry. And then we wouldn't have to be paying $40 for a tank of gas. We'd be back down to 20. But that's just my opinion here on the Grottu Orloff Television Inspirational Network, brought to you here in color. We're up to 10 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. And with that Masonic number, we're ready to move on. Tomorrow I'm going to be building a pyramid in the backyard with the help of some Anunnaki and some Nephilim. So I'll be talking to you guys real soon. I reckon. Tomorrow's going to be even more funner, and we're going to build back better and make the great reset here in the comic book fucking room. And I'll be seeing you. Oh, look, I'm being like an Illuminati. I actually got it from the TV show The Prisoner. But anyway, who gives a fuck? Goodbye, all 6 of you, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow in broadcast.